ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes.
Australia versus England, live from the Gabba.
Hit on the pad, big shout, he's out.
Driving gloriously for four.
And that's a handsome stroke. Shot of real authority.
He's on the walk and he's beaten, he's nicked and he's out.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Hello, and welcome to the show. It's a big show.
The Ashes.
It's on your radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Two slips, Ringfield, casts around the wicket, short again, cutting over the field. Same spot, same result, this time in the air. Another boundary, Stark to 10, and the 400 is up. 7 for 401.
Starkers is on strike. In goes Jackson. He swipes at this and he clouts it into cow corner. That's going out to the boundary for 4. That's one of the left-handers' favourite shots. It brings up a very good half century. As Jacques bowls and he's forward, he's caught it slip. He's caught it slip. That's better. Get the ball up. Make him push. And he's nicked it straight to slip. All out for 511 with a lead of 177.
From Australia's perspective, they couldn't have actually played it better.
No.
And even at the end then, when Mitchell Starc was the 9th wicket down, Doggett and Boland hung around for that precious extra time to allow Mitchell Starc to recover somewhat so he can come out fresh. And now, guess when Australia are bowling? Under lights.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes.
3 slips in the gully with the players wide, starting to gleam more under the floodlights. Boland around the wickets. The left-hander bowls him! Spectacular dismissal through Duckett. And it's Boland to get the breakthrough in his first over.
Nisa delivers, Pope drives straight back to Nisa, he's caught and bowled, and only Pope, who had been riding his luck, pops it straight back to Nisa.
Here comes Nisa, and he drives at this. He's caught and bowled. He's caught and bowled. He's hit it straight back. And Crawley just got a little under that punch and hit it straight back to Nisa in his follow-through.
Steve Smith at almost a floating second slip and one gully. A Stark around the wicket. Oh, chopping down on it. Root. Did he nick through to the keeper? Australia confident. Carey appealing. There's a fair spike. And Joe Root is going. Stark has done it again.
Stark in again. 2 slips down the gully. Smith gets a fuller ball, something on it. Carey's taking the catch. Stark is celebrating. The finger has gone up. And he didn't even look back at the umpire. And Australia all over England, under the lights. 6 for 128.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Hope today for England is spelled S-T-O-K-E-S. Once again, the tourists are leaning on their inspirational captain for a second innings 100 to try and change the game. We've seen it a couple of times against the Aussies, famously at Headingley, twice at Lords. Can he do it on Australian shores today? It is the only way back for the Poms, who are on the precipice of going 2-0 down in this Ashes series already. They resume their second dig, 6 down, still 43 behind, just to make Australia bat for a second time. My name's Corbin Middlemas, down here on the boundary's edge, 32 degrees, the forecast top today, but I'm not hot yet. And that's a good way to start. Alongside me, Jason Gillespie, who's come ready for the conditions. Hello, Diz.
Hello, Corby. It's hello to all our listeners. Yeah, I've worn a different shirt.
2 shirts.
I brought another shirt because I thought, well, it was a bit hot yesterday and I just got some feedback from you, seeing how warm you were. I thought I'd plan ahead.
That's very smart, man. Very smart, man. 259 test wickets. One man who scored his debut test 100 here on this ground. He also had 6 consecutive scores at test level, over 50.
Wow.
Averaged 47 in test cricket, 100 in his last dig. His name is Phil Jacques. Hello, Phil.
Morning, Corbin. How are you, mate?
I'm very well. How are you? You don't feel the heat, do you, in the nice pink polo?
I've gone the polo today. Gone a bit of a bright shirt just to hand out. I haven't got the moisture wicking shirt that Jason Gillespie's on. You can't buy experience, so they say. But I'm really looking forward to today. It's going to be a great day, hopefully for Australia to wrap this up quickly. But as you said, that Stokes, he's one that we need in the hut quickly.
Absolute key, isn't he? to this day's play, to be honest, and probably to the series, Corby.
Yeah, it feels like it's all going to come down to him almost unfairly, that again England are leaning on him. He comes in and bowls like a warrior and bends his back and makes something happen for England consistently with the ball, and now he needs to do it with the bat just to try and avoid embarrassment. I mean, an innings defeat is on the cards here. I know some very optimistic English fans will be saying, what about Headingley in 81? Can he be Ian Botham and score the 100, and then maybe Bob Willis will turn up, or some kind of modern incarnation of Bob to be able to get England home. But, you'd have to be very glass half full from an English perspective to be hoping history repeats on that front.
Oh, most certainly. And, look, history isn't kind from a statistical point of view. But what England do have is the fact that it's beautiful conditions here. The ball is about 35 overs old that Australia have. So they don't have the benefit of a brand new cricket ball. They don't have the benefit of bowling under lights this first session. So England certainly have a chance of, and he's got an able partner in Will Jacques, who actually bats in the top 4 for Surrey in domestic cricket. So he can bat, there's no doubt about that. So they do have a sniff for sure.
All the wickets have fallen at night. That's been the theme across the Test match so far. So 13 of the 25 wickets have fallen in the night session. No more than 2 wickets in any of the either the day or the twilight sessions in any one session so far throughout the Test match, if that makes sense. So 2 wickets to start day 1, likewise to start day 2 and day 3. Here we are on the morning of day 4. So the way back for England, I think we all feel is very much centred around Ben Stokes. As you can imagine, we in the media quickly ran to sort of what it means for the Bazball project overnight, and they were fitted up big time by their own media, by the Australian media, and I imagine that's not going to change given there's about an 8-day break between the end of this Test and the start of Adelaide. And as we know, particularly away from home, these things can snowball. I thought it was already telling when Marcus Trescothick was put up for media last night. So this is a move that the Australians have pulled in the past too. On a bad day, rather than send one of the 11 out, let's wheel out an assistant coach. On this occasion, it was Marcus Trescothick, and he fronted up to the BBC and Henry Moran last night, and Henry asked him about the preparation leading in and how much it had been questioned and whether England got it wrong.
No, not at all. Not for me. I think the way that it's done, preparation nowadays is not done necessarily by playing 3 Shield games as it would be here, like going back in the years gone before. Tours are a lot more condensed. Cricket is a lot more condensed nowadays. It's the same when Australia come to England. It's the same when India go to England. It's when we go to opposition countries. We do exactly the same. So there's no real difference. It's just the way it is. Fair enough. We haven't played obviously the quality of cricket we wanted to, but it's not down to our preparation.
It's a familiar response from the England leaders whenever really anything to do with the Bazball project is questioned. It's that immediate sort of front foot, sort of defensive responses to, don't question what we do. We know best. And yet here they are on the precipice of going 2-0 down.
Yeah, you have to question the preparation. When you have a side that's beaten inside 2 days and then you get beaten, or you're definitely chasing the game in this second last day now, they're in trouble. They're in a hole. They had 3 extra days to prepare. They decided to go training, and then we saw them drop 5 catches. We saw them struggle under lights. They had an opportunity to play a day-night game down in Canberra. It was only a 2-day game. They could have had a little bit of a light hit out. Could have almost been a glorified centre wicket under lights, and they chose not to do that, which leaves them open. Leaves them open to criticism. Leaves them open to question everything they do, including their philosophy around Bazball. It's one of those things. If you don't tick those little boxes, the media are going to jump all over you if you struggle.
So I know that people will say, well, what's he meant to say? Of course he's going to come out and defend what they do, but I don't think you necessarily have to be caught second-guessing yourself, but surely something along the lines of, look, we review everything we do. We review everything as a program. We're constantly trying to get better, so we'll review this the same way we review every innings and every time we go out there, and yet that's not what we hear from the Bazballers. We always hear, we know best, this is how we do it, we're going to continue to do it, we'll double down, we'll go harder.
And we've also heard that it's a 2 or 3 year project, okay? So if England have been in best preparation, okay? So if you work out what is your best preparation for Australia, knowing you're going to play the first Test in Perth, the West Test, fast, bouncy Perth Stadium wicket, you've been preparing for 2 years, 2 or 3 years for this for this series. What do? You have a 2-day practice match against your own team of the England Lions at Lilac Hill on a low, slow wicket out at Midland, Guildford. What did India do last year? They booked the WACA for 8 days. They had centre wicket scenarios. They did all that. They had the nets at the WACA. My question is, why didn't England explore that option? Did they plan ahead? As they said, they've been planning for this for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Surely you would prepare better than Lilac Hill.
And you book things early, right? You book things early, well in advance. And the nets weren't booked, but the WACA wasn't booked. It was double booked. They had no opportunity to do it. And then, as you said, they get put on a low, slow wicket. I mean, we talk about the day-night game. It was at Manuka Oval, which is a low, slow wicket as well. But at least you're outside. You're under lights.
Yep.
All right. You could go there, play that 2-day game, organise a game on another bouncy wicket, and all of a sudden you're ready for Brisbane and you're flying.
And also, I find the contradiction extraordinary, because before the first test, the England camp, all the talk was, we've got our preparation right, we're happy with this, we're at Lilac Hill, we're playing against the Lions, no drama. And then when they were questioned about not going to Canberra, they've said, the conditions aren't what we're going to expect at the Gabba. Yeah. So we don't think that's any value. So for me, that's a massive contradiction.
Guess what? Lilac Hill couldn't be any further away from Brisbane.
Correct. How on earth they weren't at the WACA? There has to be a deep dive and investigation into all of that as to what went wrong there. And I think when they speak about it, it's almost like they talk about it as if, he's all these old timers saying, we should take a ship out there and play every single touring team and multiple first-class games. I don't think anyone's saying that. But what they're saying is do exactly what India did and work for them. Get used to the conditions. We understand that the tours aren't as long as they once were. You're not going to play every single Shield team or anything like that.
Corby, I think what the former players are saying is plan ahead.
Yep.
It seems like everything's done on the fly. That's how it appears to me. I don't know what Phil thinks, but it appears that everything's done on the fly. They've said, we've been planning for this 2-3 years in advance.
Yeah.
No, I'm not having it.
This is the centrepiece of the project, that every decision they've made has fallen back on, we're picking this guy because we feel like he's going to be effective in Australia in the summer of 25-26, and yet after 5 and a bit days of cricket, they could be 2-0 down and on the wrong side of history. So Marcus Trescothick went from making those comments on the BBC to walking straight into his press conference, where he was further quizzed by the waiting media about England's preparation and about their batting plans. And this is a little of what Marcus had to say to the waiting press.
No discussions took place about driving on the up. I think, there's no need to have a knee-jerk reaction from what was a tough pitch in Perth. You still practice in the fashion that you believe is going to work when you go into the game, and that has suited us well in various conditions. And then we're trying to make that work. Of course, we're adapting all the time. Players are going out there in the middle with responsibility to adapt to those conditions and make it better so that we get the total on the board. It's been challenging, obviously, today, as we talked about conditions and situation of the game, but we're always hoping to be better and learn from what we're doing.
What do you hear there, Phil?
I'm laughing. I am actually laughing. Knee-jerk reaction after you get beaten inside 2 days at Perth. Dizzy talks about preparation and planning ahead. Every player that's ever played in Perth or Brisbane knows that driving on the up against a new ball and hitting with a half a bat, not a horizontal bat or a dead straight bat, the one in between, is a no-no in both of those conditions. And Marcus Trescothick there said, let's not have a knee-jerk reaction and change the way we play. This is playing the conditions, Corbin. This is playing good, solid test cricket and understanding what you can and what you can't do in the conditions. And they've been proven, and time again, that they're going to be proven short on runs on these kind of conditions if they don't play the conditions right. There's nothing wrong with taking the game on. Take it on in your favour for the conditions that are in front of you.
There's been a lot of obituaries written for touring teams that want to drive on the up, and it sounds again to me that it's not just that they want to come out here and be successful, but they want to do it their way. They're not willing to sort of listen to any kind of outside advice, and yet you can't drive on the up here and expect good results.
No, you absolutely can't. And the bowler in me is just staggered by some of the comments I'm hearing coming out of the England camp. I mean, Jacques here, it's ridiculous, to be fair.
Yeah, you can drive on the up, just not under lights with a new ball. You can drive on the up in the daytime with a 35 over ball. Let's have a look today and see how they go with it there. This is the time to do it. You could take the game on in the morning when the ball gets a bit softer. Brand new ball under lights, craziness. And to not actually speak about it is even crazier.
You've completely covered it, Jacques. To not have conversations about it, I find that absolutely, as a coach, I find that staggering.
And then there's the bowling plans, which, I mean, again, they were...
Don't get me started on the bowling plans, Corbin.
It just feels like every aspect of the game, and then there's the fielding with the drop catches and everything that's baked into it. But, I mean, the method to victory down here is to get the batsman driving. That has worked forever and a day, even for touring teams that have had success. The great South African teams that came down here with Steyn and Morkel and Philander. In more recent times, Jasper Bumrah gets it up, gets batsmen driving, and more often than not, batsmen are vulnerable when you're able to do that on these pitches.
Oh, most certainly. And the game, it almost feels like in modern cricket, they're trying to overcomplicate what is quite a simple game. What tried and tested and true, things that work well. So bowling, you hit a good spot on the surface, on a good length. And Jacques, you know, as an opening batter, what's the last place you want the ball to be landing consistently? It's on that length where you're looking to push forward, off stump, fourth stump, fifth stump line, on a good length. That's challenging because if it does something either way, you're potentially vulnerable. If you're getting short balls, you're getting short and wide, you're getting full balls on leg stump. That's what you want as an opening batter, Jacques, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It gets you away, and you want to have that doubt in your mind. And creating doubt is the bowler's job. That's what they have to be doing. They have to create doubt in the bowler's mind, in the batter's mind, so he makes mistakes and he makes a bad decision. And that's what Test cricket's about. It is about scoring runs. It's about putting pressure on the opposition. 100% it is, but in your favour, in the right conditions, at the right time, when the situation of the game allows.
I saw Geoffrey Boycott's quote in the column that he wrote. He referenced Jack Nicklaus, who was once asked, of course, the famous golfer and won more slams than anyone else in the sport of golf, was once asked, what's the most important club in your bag? And he essentially pointed to his brain and said, my head. And that's the most important club that I've got. And when you think about the way that England went about it yesterday, if nothing changes, nothing changes. Throughout the day, Jonathan Agnew, Jim Maxwell is going to call the first ball. Also, Phil Tufnell and Darren Lehmann, so part of our crew. Corbin Middlemas on the boundary's edge alongside Phil Jacques and Jason Gillespie. We're now joined by Ellie Mitchell. Ellie, we're just chatting about the Baz ballers, and it was a hot fallout, wasn't it, to the third day of action here, and the critics are certainly lining up for Brendan McCullum's team.
Hello, Corbin. Good afternoon, everybody. I think after Perth, we saw frustration and a bit perplexed, really, and shell-shocked at the manner in which that match went. And now the frustration is really bubbling and has boiled to anger amongst a lot of England fans, those that are out here in Australia, but a lot of anger from those back in England as well. And when you talk about the critics, you know, with good foundation as to this team not showing any willingness to admit that the way they are playing, or indeed the way they've prepared for this team, is nothing than completely and utterly 100% correct. I think the fans just want to hear some acknowledgement that, yeah, we're not getting some things right, and we're going to be working on really hard to correct these things. And I think to hear last night, you know, when a specific question is put about a particular shot and driving on the up that's had so much conversation, to hear that, no, that's not a conversation that's really, you know, it's not really being talked about in the dressing room, that's left a lot of people, you scratch your heads. And, you know, to add to that, the images yesterday of Jofra Archer arriving with a pillow, I mean, small thing, big thing, but that becomes a stick to beat a team with as well. That image is doing the rounds in the UK papers back in England. You know, the Australian media, Courier Mail, whoever it might be, don't need to circulate that image because it's happening back home in England. And these things do all build up, and it becomes sort of symbolic, emblematic of a bigger picture. And there's still 3 test matches to go. The most optimistic of England fan, you know, I look and go, no, they're not down and out. England were 2-0 down in England, came back 2-2. But in Australia, the way the team are playing at the moment, difficult to see how they'll win a match at the moment.
Yeah, you've covered plenty of series down here and plenty of touring teams. Were they prepared enough, England, to come down here and make a proper assault? And I think that's what probably disappoints a lot of former English cricketers the most, because they probably look at this team and feel like, you know, that's what was the Michelangelo quote about sort of every slab of stone as a sculpture that's able to be discovered. They feel like there's kind of an Ashes winning team in Australia in there somewhere, and yet they look a long way off it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy, and sentiments sway, don't they, one way and then the other. Post-Perth, it was very much, why aren't they in Canberra playing a pink ball match? And then everyone arrives in Brisbane and thinks, gosh, it's hot here, it's steamy, it's bouncy. Yeah, OK, it's acknowledged that they've come here to do some preparation in Brisbane under the lights and do it that way in the right climate. But you zoom out again, bigger picture, these things are well known in advance. It's well known that Canberra is completely different conditions-wise to Brisbane. So where then does the responsibility lie? Where is that longer-term planning going?
Yeah.
To think, well, actually, if we don't want to play a pink ball match in Canberra, can we arrange an actual match at AB Field? I mean, the Lions are playing there at the moment, but is it an England v Lions match there as opposed to...
Yeah.
You know,
you could flip the games around and then play the PM's 11 game at another time.
You know, you can't escape the fact there are players in this England team who have never played with a pink ball ever. And the first match they're playing is the second test in an Ashes series. That can't be right.
Yeah. Ellie Mitchell alongside Phil Jacques, Jason Gillespie and myself, Corbin Middlemas. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, and we are 9 minutes away from the first ball on the fourth day. It's up to day 4. How many fourth days are we going to get to across the course of the series?
I hope a few. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone wants to see a competitive series. And I'm optimistic in that space. I think we're going to see some ripping cricket. England do have a chance. They're like today, for instance, they've still got Ben Stokes and Will Jacques in at the moment. It's a 35 overall ball. The sun's out. The surface is a good batting surface. You see the heavy roller on there at the moment. So they do have a chance if they apply themselves, because that's what Australia did yesterday, the lower order. They applied themselves and they batted for basically 2 sessions.
Felt like the Aussies sort of dished out a lesson in Test cricket yesterday, didn't they? As much as it's a pink ball game, they adapted to the conditions and the stage of the contest.
Yeah, they did. And the way that Stark and Boland batted to take that game longer, so Australia had a better and newer ball in the night time, was strategically very good, but really well executed as well. The pitch is playing well. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays from the Stanley Street end in the daylight, because last night it was doing plenty off that crack. So that's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds, whether that will have a bearing on a few dismissals in the daytime and potentially pushing this game forward quicker.
It was great to chat to Michael Neser last night. I was chuffed for him that he was able to pick up a few wickets and really started what was that collapse. So
he's one of your favourite players, isn't he?
Yeah, no doubt. 5 for 44. They lost before stumps last night. He got the first 2 of those wickets, both caught and bowled. But when you think about the amount of guys he had to get in front of even to get back in the team, hasn't played a Test match in 3 years. No Cummins, no Hazelwood. Lance Morris has had back surgery. Jai Richardson's on the comeback trail. Sean Abbott did his hamstring when he was in contention. Even Doggett was able to leapfrog him and in the end played in front of him here. So he's a 35-year-old and it's sort of all that baked into it, and it feels like and I want to celebrate him as much as possible. He could be playing his last day of Test cricket today. I mean, with the guys that are coming back in, you think when's the next major opportunity he's going to get? And if this is it and he ends up playing 3 Test matches and he gets one on his home ground, then awesome for him that he was able to have the day that he had yesterday.
Can I just make a point about that, and maybe in relation to the England team? Was that almost Michael Neser playing as if it's his last Test? You know, that full-blooded effort. Yeah. How many of the England players get that sense of, if I misperform, this could be my last?
It's a great question.
The whole ethos is to remove the fear of failure, but actually don't we all need a little bit of that fear
Ali,
in our working lives?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. Look, as a coach, and Phil is of the same opinion as me, as we've had discussions about this. As a coach, you do want to remove the fear of failure, but that doesn't mean you're not accountable for your performance. So, let's talk about it. You want to, say with batters, you want to play with freedom, play with intent. But you've got to take personal responsibility for your performance and you've got to execute your skills. Now, if you can't do those things, I'm sorry, but someone else then deserves an opportunity. And at the moment, it almost seems like with this England side, you can't be dropped. can you, Phil? You can't.
No, that's it. And you earn opportunities, and Michael Neser earned that responsibility. He earned that opportunity. He earned the right to be able to get a big performance on his home patch and potentially get, a bag of wickets in what might be his last game. Who knows?
We're 5 minutes away from a start on day 4, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. I just want to give the last word to Stuart Broad, who's the co-host of For the Love of Cricket podcast alongside Joss Butler, and he spoke last night about a little interaction he had with a member of our team in the corridors here at the Gabba.
I actually went out to the back of the commentary box. It's quite cool. In the commentary positions, you get a real feel for the game in the corridors, because you just wander to go and get a water, and suddenly Glenn McGrath, Dizzy Gillespie and Damien Fleming was lying on a couch, like chatting bowling. And I walked past them, and there was a little period where for an hour we'd bowled really bad balls that were just leaking for 4, and the Aussies weren't having to try that hard. And I just said, in all seriousness, I reckon England bowled more bad balls in this last hour than you 3 did in your whole career. Expecting you in England, everyone going, nah, that's not the case. They just went, yeah, no, I probably agree with that. All of them, yeah, we would never have bowled as many bad balls as that.
Well, he's exactly right. It was really poor bowling, poor poor execution. Yeah, no, he's exactly right.
Whole career. You would never have bowled a whole spell where you've only hit stumps 5% of the time. Maybe 5% of the time at their head, and then the rest of it 95 at the stumps.
Never. I think I think England have got their plans wrong by and large. And what we saw yesterday when they're doing the bouncer plan. Michael Neser said that last night in answer to that question on what was the plan. Well, let's stay out here as long as we can. Let's get them bowling over after over, spell after spell.
And more pertinently, how was there room on the couch for both you and Glenn to be lying on it?
Flem was there too. There's a bit of a fast bowling cartel love-in, actually.
There's nothing quite like Ashes cricket, and certainly the media is reflective of that, and the banter that goes on upstairs, off air as well. More from Phil Jacques, Ellie Mitchell and Jason Gillespie throughout the day. Very quickly, in a word, how deep do England take it today?
I think it'll be over just after drinks.
England need to inject a bit of pride into this, have a battling performance, and at least make Australia bat again and chase 50-60.
Yeah, I think Australia will bat again, but they won't be chasing many.
A little bit. All right, the umpires, Adrian Holdstock and Shafadullah Saikat, are out there, as are the Australians. They've got 4 wickets to get, and England need another 43 runs just to make the Aussies bat for a second time. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Let's kick it upstairs. Rick Finlay is there, our chief statistician, alongside former Australian cricketer and coach Darren Lehmann, and the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell. Hello, Jim.
Corby, hello, and welcome to the show, folks. Thanks very much for that analysis, boys. You're on the money, I think. But there are some here who are looking at Ben Stokes making 150 and Australia having to chase 210. I'm not one of them. Maybe Darren Lehmann is. And maybe we'll get something extraordinary to give this game a twist. Is that likely? Good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is, Darren.
Good afternoon, Skipper, and to all our listeners. Yeah, that was a great pre-game. That summed it up pretty well, those boys. We were talking off air about it a lot, but hopefully that came across really well, because that's exactly what's been happening with the England cricket team. Do I give them some hope? I do, because it's beautiful conditions to bat. Class player in Ben Stokes. Will Jacques will be able to hopefully prove himself. And we saw yesterday our tailenders handled it quite well for 3 hours. So it's really the night time. Australia will be hoping to get Stokes early. If they get Stokes in the first half hour, it will happen quite quickly. But I want to get him, because it's just that X factor, isn't he, Jimmy? He can just take things away from you. I mean, he'll have to get 150, 180. It'll have to be a both-them effort, pretty much. The wicket's still good. 81, of course, and both of them got that magnificent 100 to get a lead, and then Bob Willis got 8. But it's a long time ago. Bigger grounds here in Australia, so they can defend a little bit more. But, I like the start that Australia have actually shaped up with a normal field. They're not going to go defensive. They're just going to say, right, you've got to play big shots to score. We're going to just hit the cracks, and let's see what Ben Stokes does. I think he'll play normally for a bit, and then see what happens from there.
Well, let's see how much support he gets at the other end, with the Atkinson, Carson, Archer to follow behind Will Jacques. So we're about to get underway. We're just waiting for the clock to get to its high water mark so we can start this 4th day. Let's go, folks. Around the wicket, Boland from the Stanley Street end, and Stokes turns it away, says, yes, there's a single, let's take it. There'll be plenty of that. Take what they can get. So first run from the first ball of the day, and England need to get to 177 to make Australia bat again in this match. And going on what we saw with the bat and Mitchell Stark's resistance yesterday, you've got to think that there's some runs there, although there is a little bit of occasional variable bounce.
Yeah, there is, but they bowled too short England yesterday, so we can't really tell, can we? They just tried to bounce our tail out, and they just kept ducking and chewing up time out of the game. So it will be interesting to see what it's like right now for the next hour. The ball's still pretty hard, isn't it? 35 overs. It does get soft in the next 10 or 15, but Boland and Stark will try and produce that one Jaffa or two Jaffas in this spell to crack open the game.
A Jaffa to Jacques. Will Jacques. He's on strike. Boland comes up towards him and he's forward to it. Plays it pleasantly and easily out there on the offside. He's going with two slips a gully, a cover and a mid-off. A deep backward point, mid-off, mid-on and fine leg. Standard field, and the hope that this ball has still got enough hardness and maybe off the surface a little bit of movement and variable bounce to create a dismissal or two. But it's a beautiful day. It's a warm one here in Brisbane. I don't know what the forecast is. We'll get our guru Rick Finlay onto that. Here comes Boland, and again he's forward, just takes it away through the line down towards mid-off. Good afternoon, Mr. Rick. How are you?
Hello, Jim. I'm well, thank you.
What's the forecast?
Hot.
That was in depth, Rick.
No rain tonight?
Looking at 30 degrees.
Yeah.
Well, that's hot.
Top.
Yep.
Felt more than that when I walked to the ground, actually.
Oh. Why did you walk to the ground? You should have a scooter.
Well, I sit here all day.
Yeah.
So I need some activity, and that's it.
Well explained. Here comes Boland, and he's tucked away to the onside. There could have been a run there had they gone straight away, but they didn't, as it went out towards Doggett coming around. Did you have a shower when you got to the ground?
No.
No?
I just walked slowly.
Did you? There's no shade walking down there, is there? Not much anyway. Well done. I mean, you know, all those wheat picks you have in the morning, you've got to walk it off, haven't you?
High chance of showers, most likely in the evening.
Right.
Thunderstorm likely in the afternoon and evening.
Likely? Is
likely.
That 50-50 each way bet or certainty?
No, they've got 80% here.
Oh, well. There's a deep square now for Jacques as Boland runs in towards him. He walks across a little and pushes at the line of the ball, which is on the stumps. So there's not much hint at the moment that the ball might do something, certainly not in the air, maybe off the surface. But Boland's on the money.
Nice start. I mean, I'm just interested to see what they do today. Do they just try and hold? And with that weather forecast, storms and thunderstorms, they might say, you know what, let's just take it as deep as you can. You never know with the weather. Obviously. Or do they go attacking and try and take the attack up to the Australians?
Boland goes in again and he leaves the ball outside the off stump. One run from the first over on this fourth day. And down the road at Allen Border Field, Jacob Bethel's making a few. He's 47, although England are even more behind in that game than they are here. 166, Australia 8. 588 for 8 declared. England 3 for 123.
Bethel, well, he might be a chance. If it doesn't go their way today, they might. So we're going to give the young man a chance.
Well, I heard Jonathan Agnew making the point in one of those many social media podcast things, and he said the problem also with England is that no one's putting any pressure on because no one else is playing really. They said this is the team, we're going to stick with it from the look of it.
Yeah, well, they've made a rod for their own back really. Jacob Bethel's never made a first class 100.
Yep. And he's looked upon as the number 3 for England.
I mean, never made a first class 100.
Curious selections everywhere, but here we go. Stark He's the man of the hour. He runs in with his ball and he bowls it, and it's bouncing through outside the off stump. Starkers has taken 18 wickets in the series and made a very useful 77 yesterday. I wonder if Australia, as we would expect, win this game. Do you rest Stark?
No, play. He's starting to have a Johnson.
He won't want to rest.
You're having a Johnson series at the moment, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But going back, I mean, Jacques looks like he's going to be a good player.
Yeah.
I have no problems whatsoever. But you've got to have some sort of stats behind you to say, you know, the kid's made 2 or 3 first-class hundreds. You know, he's a pretty... Michael Clark and Ricky Ponting made a shed load of runs, before they got picked.
Stark goes away to Stokes. Stokes gets a wide delivery. He was looking for a bit of pace. Maybe he just lost it as he put his foot down, and the ball went very wide at the off stump.
Actually, that's one for Rick. He can find that out for me. How many first-class hundreds or runs that Ponting had made and Clark had made before they debuted? Because I reckon Ricky Ponting had a fantastic Shield year before he played for Australia and got picked, and then obviously he made that 96 on debut, LBW. Wasn't it? LBW 96, probably going over.
He got done by the German hotel. The Pakistani umpire was called the German hotel. As Stark charges in and bowls a ball around the pads, and he miscues the leading edge and goes out towards cover. Kaiser Hyatt, I think it was. German hotel, remember him? The ball would have missed the 6th stump.
It would have. Anyway, they made a lot of runs. I'm saying, and I think Rick's got it already.
I haven't got that one, but
you got Darren Lehmann.
I've got a table of most runs in the Sheffield Shield before making Test debut, and your good self heads that list.
Yes,
7,985 runs before donning the Australian.
There you go. Yeah. Well, I did get picked early, but
12th man.
Yeah, I got drunk. Got left out for a while.
Stark bowls pushed away on the offside. All right.
Bobby Simpson wasn't too happy with me. Fair enough, though.
I know.
I was young.
I know it's Sunday, but you got a confession to make, have you?
I was just immature idiot, wasn't I?
Well, only for a few years. Well, eventually.
By stands of about 7, 8.
It took a while.
Have I grown up, you think, Skip?
You've mellowed.
Okay.
Yeah. But
it's good to hear.
Yeah, you're still got a bit of spark, that's for sure. He's a great social organiser, as hopefully we're about to find out in a few hours. Or maybe less than that. We'll see. Only 1 run added so far today. It's 6 for 135. And Stark goes running in, and Stokes forward and plays beautifully off his pads wide of mid-on and past Dockett and up to the boundary at the long on for 4. That was a sweet stroke. A few more of those might get those England fans warmed up for some cricket for most of the day. 6 for 139.
Ricky Ponting played 29 Shield games, 2,707 runs at 57.6.
Before he got picked?
Yeah.
How many hundreds?
Unfortunately, he hasn't got that field in here.
But it'll be a few, obviously, if he's averaging 57. That's what I'm saying. They've got to... It's all right to pick on talent, but you've still got to make a few runs.
Yeah.
And hundreds.
Stark in again, bowls it, and it's driven into the covers. To Whitish mid-off and to Travis Head. 2 overs, gone. 6 for 139. And they still need another 38 to make Australia bat again. Well, you've been with Northants in England. You've surveyed the scene. What's going on there in terms of selection? It seems as though they've gone away from the traditional process of looking at the evidence of people batting, bowling in county cricket.
Well, I never saw a selected, Jim, the whole year I was there.
Right?
That's amazing, isn't it?
Never?
Not one day.
Did anyone pick the phone up and ring you and say,
nope,
what do you think of this bloke?
Nope. Which is surprising, because one thing, I know we actually have a go at us at various stages, don't we?
Yeah.
But one thing they do, they go to the cricket. They're there every game. Yes, there's obviously more games in England, I get that. But one of the great things they do is they get to the cricket and watch it.
Now, the keeper's up over the stumps. Carey's there, Bolden bowls, and it's a good take. It bounced outside the line, and his gloves just went with the bounce. And he's been immaculate with his glove work so far in this game. and it was allowed to pass by Jacques outside the off stump. And then, I can remember when certainly Rod Marsh was a selector, there was a roster, wasn't there? For...
Oh, yeah, you had to get around to every game. And,
Yeah.
you know, I was a selector as coach. And if it was a Shield game on, I had to, you know, be at a game.
Yeah.
I thought it was great, you know, and I think you should be seen by the players as a selector.
2 slips, Gully, Boland coming in, Jacques leaves just outside the off stump. That one skidded through a bit more, didn't have the oomph into the surface, a little fuller, and left alone just outside the off stump.
Ricky Ponting had 11 centuries, including a double, before he got selected to play.
So Bethel's got 0, Ponting's got 11, yep. Who else?
Michael Clark. Zion.
He'd be up there as well. I mean, it just proves your point, really. That's all we're trying to do.
Yeah,
I think the selector's got to be there. And in England, I saw some players that, pretty good players, Jim, they do okay out here.
Here we go. Boland running in. Tosses her up, right up. Driving in at the block hole a bit. And it's pushed away into the covers. And a lot of these English players, of course, have played some cricket in Australia. A number of seasons in a few cases. So they've got that experience. But if you look at some of their records so far in county cricket, it's as if, well, does that matter as much as something else? How they look, how they play in the nets, Lilac Hill or wherever it might be.
Well, the Australian preparation totally different. Most of the players out there played 3 Shield games, didn't they? Some played 4. Some of the bowlers only played 2, but they played a couple of Shield games. It'll all get down to the result, and, you know, we'll pick it apart as we do, and, you know, the preparation will become the biggest talking point, I think, from an England point of view.
Boland now with a deep square, and he has a push and a leave from Will Jacques outside the off stump. So Jacques looks like he can hang about, which is half the battle here, keeping wickets intact, grinding it. But let's see how it goes from this position, because again England have got a rescue mission, and they're about where they normally get out in the first test at any rate, under 40 overs. So Will Jacques, he's down here at the Vulture Street end. He's watching Boland coming in towards him, and he goes back and he knocks the ball down the pitch unhappily. May have taken him on the glove. It was short, it lifted. He was late on it, it took him on the glove and made its way back down the pitch. But he's in a bit of discomfort. He's been wrapped on the knuckles, the fingers.
Yeah, he's taking his time, as you do. He doesn't want to hook because he's got to hit it 80 yards over the man at deep back of the square. Field's well placed here. It's going to be attrition today. I think Australia's going to grind it, as well as England doing the same thing. But they're not going to bowl as short. Yes, that was the first real short ball, wasn't it, Jim? But they've bowled a good length. They've just said, you know what, we're just going to be actually bowling nice and tight, not try too much. Let the wicket do the work. One false shot, take the first opportunity.
They're bowling proper at the stumps, mainly. Boland goes in, and Jacques is turning it away. He'll get a run because he's managed to caress it towards Stark at backward square. And that is the end of the over. 6 for 140. England, 6 for 140. And those runs have come from 38 overs, with Stokes on. Where are those scores gone? They've disappeared from the screen. 9. Jacques, 2?
5.
5, thank you.
Jacques has 4 first-class centuries for Surrey in a career that started in 2018, and a 99.
He's a good player.
Averages 34.7 in the county championship.
Yeah, well, that's better than some of the leading batsmen in the side overall. Now, Stark, he could be the stumbling block here for Jacques. 2 slips and Green about a 4th slip. Very fine gully, perhaps, and there's a deep square third man. Here comes Stark then. He's bowling to Jacques, who goes forward and sends the ball humming down towards mid-off. Another good crowd building here, and there is still in curious places in the ground. There's the swathe of empty seats. Are they at church? Down in the bar? Where are they?
Oh, still, for a Sunday afternoon, it's quite warm out there. There's probably a few down. You can see underneath the first level, there's a lot watching in the shade, but are probably sitting above, I would think. There's a lot around there.
Going on the other side,
yeah.
There's a lot of empty seats. They're having lunch. In goes Stark to bolt. Short, pushes out to the onside in front of square. He banged that one a little bit, and Jacques was equal to it by getting in behind it. 6 for 140.
Well, it is hot, isn't it, out there? It's got a storm.
Apparently.
It's cold in here. Like your shirt.
You like that one?
Yep.
Yeah, well, thanks to Dizzy for that.
You've done well to get something out of Diz.
You're ruthless. You're ruthless. He gave it to me, yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, if it was one of yours, I'd be paying for it, wouldn't I?
No.
No?
You wouldn't be able to fit into it.
It'd be like a tent, I reckon. Here's Stark bowling a ball. It's driven down towards mid-off, and there's no run there with Travis Head coming across the field. Like, big move, black moustache. He looks like a lout. Was sitting in MCG last season, sitting there with this massive shirt on. And
big boy.
And I said to him, what size is that one? He said, oh, this is M, the big M. I says, what's that? He said, marquee.
No, you have to get you have to get Dizzy to describe, because it's
yeah, I've got to get his autograph
and describe it, because
he actually
well done.
He gives you a signature that you can recognise. There are a lot of players who just do a squiggle.
We're off track here. Let's get back to the cricket for a second.
Stark tries again, coming in towards Jacques. Jacques back and forces the ball down, and it's an easy run this time, because they like dropping that bloke back for some reason at square leg near the end of the over, and so he took the single. He's 6 for 141.
Dizzy does like to sign things. We've probably talked about it before, but he signs everything. He signed people's bats. You go to bat, and he'd sign your shoes and your gloves, and he'd be a real pest as a fast bowler. But we had an unwritten thing, Jason and I, and I said, if you ever sign any of my kit,
oh, right,
I will do something that is unspeakable.
Put prawns in his kit bag.
No, I'll go over curry. I'll leave the rest to the listeners. And he never, ever, ever signed any of my kit again.
Stokes is watching. Stark goes in towards him, and he leaves the ball alone outside the line of the off stump. But what about you to him?
I never signed any of his kit, but Dizzy used to sign it all.
Yeah,
everything.
Yeah.
Your hats, everything. And blokes would be lining up to bat, and they see a big Jason Gillespie signature on the back of his bat, waiting to bat. Oh, well,
you've had a few pranksters in there, Merv.
Have, yeah.
Tim May was another one.
Another one.
Didn't he put the prawns in Steve Waugh's kit?
Yep. There's been things that you do that you regret. I've put fish in someone's pad.
Oh, really? Very tasty. Put a nose peg on. Stark charges in. Stokes leans forward. Yeah, we'll have a single there. So they're playing securely, patiently. Patience is the name of the game. 6 for 142. Stokes 10 at the end of that over. And
well, they are playing well, Jim. They're doing exactly what they had to do so far. Just wait for a bad ball. That's all they can do, and it's perfect time and perfect conditions to bat. So
it's the feast of Middlemas. It's about to happen.
Excellent.
The Ashes Test Series
is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Jim. I just heard him say when he took the headset off. You never know where it's going to go, do you? How are you, Wolf?
I'm good, Corey. Yep.
It's good.
Just a good start for England. Done pretty well. Yeah, we're just talking about some of the pranks that's happened. I've done a few.
What's the worst one you've received?
Ooh. I was playing for Yorkshire, and a great mate of mine, Anthony McGrath, who could be the next England coach at some stage in the near future. He took the radio out. You used to click your radio into the front. Remember that? I was playing at Somerset. We won a Sunday league game. I've got 100 or, ticky to boo.
Found it.
Yeah, Andrew, my wife, was pregnant with twins and she was in hospital, so I had to drive to Scarborough, which is about 6 hours away. Anyway, he took the front of my radio off while I was batting and took the aerial off. I got in the car because I was in a rush, started driving, got halfway down the freeway, better put the tunes on, get ready to go. No radio, no aerial, no nothing. 6 hours of silence. Let's try and do that.
Boland for the Stanley Street end delivers. Stokes gets tied up in it. Whacks him on the leg and ball drops safely on the offside.
No wonder we're a bit weird. I talked to myself for 6 hours. Wait, long drive.
I love that you feel like that's... so I said, what's the worst thing that's happened to you? And you said that. And you feel like that's almost on par or as bad as having fish put in your bag.
Well, I did put crab meat in Gavin Hamilton's car when he was batting one day. He ran me out. And he did something he jacked my car up, so I got him back and I got into his car keys while he's batting and unhooked the back wheel in the back boot.
6 for 142, Boland to Stokes, and he defends. A right arm Victorian coming around the wicket.
Put crab meat in there. One there and one in the back seat. He found the back seat one, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, he came in. Yeah, I got you.
Took a little longer to find the other one.
2 weeks later, the car wasn't smelling too good. Cut belts off, jocks, socks. There's lots of things I've done. Sold a house.
Sold a house?
Sold a car, sorry. Sold a car.
What, like on Gumtree or something like that?
Yeah, put the player's car because he did something he shouldn't have done, so I just sold his car.
6 down, 35 runs still behind England. Boland delivers in at the hip and well kept down by Stokes along the ground out towards Weatherald, who fields a square leg.
So basically what we're saying is... don't muck around too much.
No. Don't mess with the locker room.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But that drive home, 6 hours.
Was there moments where you thought, did you get mad or you thought it was funny?
I just thought it was funny because there's nothing you can do about it. Because I was too far down the road before I realised. And I just had to get it, because Andrew wasn't well, she's in hospital, so I had to get going.
Yeah.
I couldn't waste my time and wait for him to catch up.
Back in those days, you would have been, it's not like you can just blast the tunes on your phone. As Boland on his way in, bowls wide of the stump, Stokes lets it go.
No, that's true. Another time, actually, it was quite funny. Anthony McGrath, who's one of the funniest men I've ever played with. We had a night out at his place, and it was about Varney was staying there, myself, Craig White, my brother-in-law, and we had a night out and we stayed at his place. Anyway, because we had a late one, we got home late. We just fell asleep wherever. That's fine. We wake up in the morning and his car had gone and he thought one of us had misplaced it. No, someone had come in, got the keys, stolen his car, his PlayStation. We were a bit under the weather. We fell asleep and didn't wake up. Someone broke in and stole a lot of his equipment.
Boland to Stokes, who turns it away on the leg side. No, but he thought it was a practical joke, and it was Ricky Ditch.
So we kept ringing him every day. This is Constable Lehmann from Wayfield Police Station. Have you seen the Nissan Blue, Nissan ZX?
Oh no.
Yeah, it wasn't great. He wasn't happy with us then. We didn't do anything. I mean, like it was just strolled in. We wouldn't have woken up. No keys, no PlayStation, no car. Well, some of the things, Corby.
PlayStation's a blow, big time.
Is it?
Yeah. 6 for 142. Stokes on 10. Keepers come up. Around the wicket. Boland down the leg side, and Carey can't take it clean, and that'll go away for 4. And they're in the book as buys. So 6 for 146. That's one way to push the keeper back. Stokes on 10. Jacques on 6. And England have got through the first 25 minutes on day 4. So 6 wickets down still, as they were at the start of the day, and trailing by 31 runs to make Australia bat again. Corbin Middlemas and Darren Lehmann. Rick Finlay's here, of course, on the stats. Your thoughts on the SMS throughout 0467920222. How many centuries for Doug Walters before he played a test from Graham in Canberra. Have you got that, Rick?
3.
3.
He played in Walters. 18 games, and he was quite young. I think he was 19. So it's remarkable to think that he had 3 centuries while still a teenager. And that, of course, got him into the test team. 65, 66.
Well, David looks like he got 4. Did he 4 on the trot, 5 on the trot, and then played as a teenager?
Here comes Stark away from us, Vulture Street end, wide of the stumps, and Jacques isn't forced to play. Watches it pass through to Carey. Steve from Wynnum. Jim asked about the pockets of spare seats. Hi, ABC Cricket, loving the coverage live at the ground. The spare seats to the south are platinum and gold seats that didn't sell on day 4. Too big a risk on the chance of little or no play.
Oh, right. But there is a lot, Corbin, isn't it, underneath that first level. You can see a lot of people standing up at the back in the shade.
Yep.
So there'll be a lot of people. They're probably just trying to get out of the sun for a bit longer. It is hot here today.
You did well to avoid the little pre-play coverage the last 2 days.
I know.
He's Stark on his way in outside the off stump. Jacques drives along the ground out to deep point for 1, picks up a single, and Nisa does the fielding. So with point back, Jacques to 7, 6 for 147.
I think that's because our work experience, Ben Cameron, had me walking all the way to do the outside broadcast for ABC News.
So you've cut a little deal.
Well, no, I haven't. I just think he's just said, you know what, you can do that, and that takes you a lot longer. You got to walk around all around the oval, down the outside. And you got to go outside the ground to do the news. And then you got to walk back, and then you got about 20 takes because of the work experience guy. Didn't get it right, and then we get back and I have to change shifts. So I ended up doing a double shift because it took him 45 minutes to get the thing done that should have taken 5.
Here comes Stark on his way into his fellow lefty, and Stokes is squared up, flashes past the outside edge and into the gloves of Carey. 6 for 147.
Have you bet the work experience guy?
Yeah, Ben
Cameron.
He's flying. Yep.
Yeah.
And you're obviously referring to the fact you guys did this TV cross, so multimedia machine that the ABC is. It's not just us on radio on ABC Sport. Anthony Furchi's here taking care of socials. You can get us ABC Sport on all the social channels. Of course, we're online, abc.net.au/sport. And if you watch the 7 p.m. television news, you'll see this very slick sort of 1-minute clip. Ben Cameron, Darren Lehmann telling you about the day's play.
And if it's not 1 minute, wow, you've got to do it again.
Yeah, I was about to say, but what we're learning is it's not necessarily one take. It's 1 minute. Stokes an inside edge onto the body. And I understand as soon as the last take was finished yesterday, you just looked straight down the barrel and said, sorry for my work experience. Referring to Ben's efforts to knock it out, but he's very particular about it. He's a perfectionist.
Oh, yeah. Oh, really? I gathered that.
I saw him do a...
when you're looking after your godson,
yes,
right, Ben's son,
make
sure you do everything right, because if you don't, wow, you're in trouble. Anyway, let's get back to the cricket. It's been a good start from both sides. Australia haven't bowled too badly, and England have fought well. This is good test match cricket.
Smith almost at a floating second slip in between where first and second would be. Stark's going over the wicket. Stokes is on strike, and he tucks the ball off leg stump, just wide of Labuschagne at mid-wicket. He'll get 1 for it. As you said, it's been a very disciplined start from the Baz ballers. Almost half an hour into day 4, so 11 for Stokes, 7 for Jacques. 6 for 148, and the deficit is 29. That's just to make Australia bat again.
14 runs and 1 ball shy of 6 overs today.
Yeah, it's been even Stevens. Australia bowled nice enough. Hasn't done much. Didn't do much yesterday, but you wouldn't know because they bowl halfway down. Australia were trying to bowl a better length. Which will start. They'll use some short spells today. I'd like to see Doggett on, get him into the game. Nessa back on with the keeper up. Don't even mind spinning a little bit today. Pre-lunch.
Points back, square legs back. 2 slips a gully. Stark to Jacques. He turns it away through the vacancy at mid-wicket along the ground. And that square leg is back on the rope. Weatherald comes around to keep it to 1. That's well fielded. So Jacques will remain on strike. He's 8. 6 for 149. And the deficit is now 28 for England. Successful start through the first half hour on day 4. Hot day. There is the chance of a possible thunderstorm later in the piece. Off the SMS, no name, no pack drill, so don't forget to put your name and where you're messaging from. 0467920222. Hi all, imagine if the Aussies win today and Oscar Piastri beats Lando Norris tonight in Formula One. Of course, the big Ashes showdown in the McLaren garage. Lando Norris in the box seat to win the championship. Oscar can upset that later tonight. Are you a Formula One fan?
Good afternoon, Corby, and all our listeners. I watch a little bit of Formula One. It can be full of excitement, can't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm an avid follower, but I enjoy watching it when the opportunity presents itself.
It's got to be Verstappen, Norris, Piastri, the starting grid. Jason Gillespie, of course, is alongside me on Grandstand Cricket. Sits down for his first stint of the day as Nisa starts a new over and just pushed away by Jacques through backward point for one. Been a very mature start by this English pair at the crease. They get through the first half hour.
I think it's been a very good start from England's perspective. Also Australia, as Darren Lehmann just referenced, they've bowled quite well here. They pitched the ball up, encouraging the English batters to come forward. You always want the length you want to bowl here at the Gabba is as short as you possibly can while the batter's still looking to come forward. If you can get that length right, I've always felt you're in the game. And I think the Australians have certainly done that quite well this morning, or this afternoon, sorry. We get caught out, don't we, Corby?
Yep.
Yeah, this afternoon.
Just to add to the confusion, in the early days of the pink ball fixture, as Mick Nisa comes around the wicket here to Stokes, who's looking to cut and a play and a miss. Ball taken by Carey up to the stumps, placing Boland at that Stanley Street end. Remember the early pink ball games, they actually flipped the breaks. So the 20-minute break was first and the 40-minute break was second.
Which in a way makes sense because it was a dinner break, wasn't it? The longer one in the evening, so they have the main meal.
I know we've trialled this a few times. What do you make of if we went just 2 half hours, 30 and 30?
I'm all for it. Because 40 minutes sometimes. Let's watch this ball.
Nisa to Stokes, and he's beaten. Carey doesn't glove it clean, but asking a few questions. Michael Nisa around the wicket to Stokes, 6 for 150.
Knowing as a player, Corby, like sometimes you feel the 40 minutes dragged on a little bit too long.
Yep.
And then the 20-minute tea break just always felt just a bit too short. So I'm all for the 30 minutes.
Yep.
Perfect. Be interested to see if that has ever been tried. I don't know. Maybe in club cricket.
Yeah, I think it has been trialled in first-class cricket.
Okay.
Yeah. Steve Smith making a few changes here, so he's taken out square leg. That's Marnus Labuschagne. He's now standing at first slip, so 2 slips and a gully with the keeper up. Nisa around the wicket. Stokes driving out the middle of the bat and finds head at mid-off. So the deficit 27, Stokes 11, Jacques 9. We talked a bit of historical precedents throughout the test so far, so only one side in the history of the game have come from 2-0 down to win a series. That's Bradman's team in the late 1930s.
Yep.
England were hoping to become the first team since the mid-50s, Len Hutton's side, to come from 1-0 down in Australia and win a series. So already that's, 70 years of a drought they were looking to overturn. As Nisa to Stokes, who just defends out on the offside. And Jim sort of spotlighted this for us before the start of the series. Really, since Bodyline, there's only been really 4 or 5 English teams that have come down here and had success. There were the draws in the 60s. There was that 54-55 team, 70-71, 78-79. You can put a bit of an asterisk on, given the World Series cricket. Yep. And then it's Botham's team, 86-87, and then the 10-11 side. And that's pretty much it. So there's really only been 4 or 5 teams in 90-odd years. As Nisa to Stokes, who plays a late cut out to deep point, he'll pick up a single. 6 for 151, Stokes to a dozen. And that's the end of the over, so the deficit is 26. But when you think about that, the question at the start of the series was, is this a sort of once-in-a-20-year team? And that's what they needed to be historically. And boy, there was a lot of optimism around the English chances and hopeful that they were going to be that side. And unfortunately, the team that you can probably draw comparisons to at the moment is the English team of the late 50s. So Peter May's team, who were labelled the strongest team to ever leave England.
Ooh.
I don't know if you read the headlines coming out here with these Bazballers, but it was the fastest bowling unit this century that's coming down under. And that England team had Truman and Laker and Locke and Cowdrey and all these sort of great names of English cricket. And yet they lost 4-0. They ran into Richie Benaud, who took 30 wickets for the first time in a series in something like 50 years. And it was considered one of the biggest upsets in Test history. It's not quite that, given the fact that England were still the underdogs leading into the series. But it's, certainly for a much hyped touring team to all of a sudden be 2-0 down in 6 days, I'm sure was not the way they drew it up.
I mean, well, Corby, they're not 2-0 down yet. I think all things point towards that potentially happening. But what we are seeing from this England side this morning is maybe they've learnt some lessons from the Australian lower order that batted yesterday.
Yeah.
It's been a very sedate start from the Bazballers, as you call them.
Doggett to Stokes, who keeps one out. And I guess if they are able to have some success today, and this pair show the rest of them how it's done, maybe you're left scratching your head even more, thinking, where's this been?
Look at the squad they've selected. I haven't necessarily had a problem with that. I actually concur. I think it is a strong squad that could compete and challenge with this Australian team. But it's just the method, I think, is the question mark.
Stokes awaits, Doggett delivers, and he's in behind it, defending out to mid-on.
Because you think skill-wise, you think they've had quite a settled group of players. You look at those parameters and you think, this is a good squad. This is a good team. But sometimes I think just the method, how they go about things, are they flexible enough to pivot and adapt and adjust to conditions, to situations? And I think that's been the question marks that us in the media, former players, have been asking, and they flat bat all those.
Doggett delivers, Stokes lets it pass over the top of off stump. A few cries from the cordon, a few nervy moments for Stokes, who was committed to letting it go. Didn't quite climb off the wicket. Mid-130s for Brendan Doggett, his first over of the day from the Vulture Street end.
So I actually don't mind some of the language that comes out of the England side, saying, look, this is our method, this is what we believe. I think where the criticism's coming, it's just there's a bit of stubbornness, there's no flexibility within this framework.
Doggett tries again, pushing across the lefty, and Stokes, full-blooded cover drive, superb. Away for 4, and the England skipper trying to lead this fight back for England, hopped all over that, straight out the middle of the bat for a boundary.
It's a lovely shot by Ben Stokes. Quite full from Brendan Doggett, probably about a foot outside off stump, but it was very full. And that is a safer shot to play. Not on the up, it was a genuine half volley. You can play it under your eyes. It's quite a safe shot.
Good question here from John on the SMS as Doggett tries again, delivers to Stokes, who's in behind it defending. Hi, boys, can you please explain driving on the up? Is the ball on the up or the bat?
John from Rouse Hill, I think that's Rouse Hill. That's a really good question. Driving on the up, John, to explain that is when the ball, it's the length of the delivery that's bowled. So think if the ball is passing the batsman, generally if you're driving on the up, it's above the knee roll of the batter. So when he goes forward to try and play the drive, it would be above their knee roll as it's going past the... and climbing, yeah.
As Doggett delivers and Stokes lets it pass, big stride down the track. 6 for 155, deficit 22, end of the Doggett over.
But great question from John. And, you know, sometimes in our sport, there's terms of phrase that maybe people within the game know and understand.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's and sometimes a good reminder for us to be able to explain a little more of
for sure.
the origins of it.
Yep.
6 for 155, Aggers is coming in.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes. Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I wasn't sure I was going to get a hit in here today. But, what crisis.
Good afternoon, Aggers.
Good
Lovely
afternoon,
to see you.
everybody. No, it's not lovely to be here. Beautiful day in Brisbane. It's a little more cloud around today. But Nisa is on his way, bustling in and bowls to Jacques, who leans forward. He's got nice, solid defensive technique and plays up to mid-off. How is Ben Stokes going to play? This is the question. If there's one man who can seize this match by the scruff of the neck and do a Headingley 81, do an Ian Botham, then it's him, and he's done it before, and he's done it against Australia before, and Australia know that. So there's just a little bit going on out there, but he hasn't unleashed anything at the moment. And we also haven't got Bob Willis playing, so that kind of rules out a Headingley 81. Here comes Nisa, bowls, and that's clipped away into the leg side, plays slightly across the line there. That's an inside edge to long leg. One more, though, to England. I'm not sure how big Bryden is going to be, Bob Willis, but, you know, Ben Stokes could do an Ian Botham in terms of the bat. Yep. He could do that.
He most certainly could. He's a quality player, isn't he? And, you know, you mentioned Bryden Carson, and maybe respectfully to Bryden Carson, maybe not in the same league as the late, great Bob Willis, but... Geez, he put in a shift, though, didn't he? And he was instructed to bowl fast and short.
Yep.
He did that, and he bowled best part of 30 overs. Fair play to him.
Nisa's going round the wicket, and Stokes lets that one go through outside the off stump. Carey is he's a brilliant keeper, isn't he? Standing up there to the stumps, making it look so easy to take a ball going at 133 kilometres per hour. Really excellent. What we haven't seen so far is anything really that's kept low. We saw a couple yesterday when the lights were on. I mean, Duckett got one that clearly kept very low.
Yes.
So
he could consider himself a bit unlucky.
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
I'll give him that.
Nisa round the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's come cutting back and hit Stokes, I suspect, in a rather awkward place. It's doubled him up. Oh, well, he's up on his feet. I think it's okay. He may just have missed the bullseye, as it were, so he may be all right. But it looked horrible for a moment, didn't it? Why do people always laugh?
I just think it's your description of it that made me laugh, Aggers.
Oh, it did. It wasn't quite flush, as it were. He's all right. He's a strong man. He's ready for the next ball. Nisa runs in, bowls to him. Oh, that squares him up. And Cameron Green dives, but can't stop that. And they'll go for a single down to third man. One more to England, slowly chipping away at this deficit. 20 now.
This looks like England have maybe learnt from the lower order of Australia from yesterday's play.
Yeah.
The bat in hand.
Well, if things work out, just say.
Yep.
And yes, people were saying, pull the other one, but just say. They do get a partnership going here, and Ben Stokes does go out there and play remarkable innings. And Jacques is quite. He's a clean hitter.
Player.
He's a
very good player.
He's a clean hitter. He's waiting for Nisa now. He moves in and bowls. Oh, he fiddled at that. Beautifully taken by Carey. The extra bounce there. The ball went past the outside edge. 6 for 157. So England 20 behind. Just if that all fell into place, it would coincide more or less with the lights coming on again, wouldn't it? I mean, if you had to chase, say you had to chase 140 to win the game.
That'd be a cheeky little chase,
wouldn't it?
Absolutely, and under lights.
Yeah.
And we've seen that anything can happen under lights. Absolutely.
So it's possible.
Of course it is.
Those little targets are nasty, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. And I just think with the two players in at the moment, in Stokes and Jacques, too, more than capable players. I mean, one of England's all-time greats is out there, the captain, and Will Jacques early in his career, but a fine player in his own right.
Now Doggett goes scurrying in and bowls to Stokes, who gets a ball that's just short of a length around his pads. He turns that for a single out to the fielder. Coming in off the boundary there with a big sun hat on over to our left. So another run to England. That's 6 for 158. They're 19 behind. So on that sort of reckoning, they need to score, another 160 or so with what remains out there and also in the shed. And Atkinson has a Test 100 to his name. Cass is perfectly capable.
Cass can bat.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah, he can certainly bat.
And we saw a bit of what Joffre has to offer in the first innings. So
all is not lost.
No, there's the resources are there. In goes Doggett, and he bowls, and Jacques gets one again that climbs, and he takes his bottom hand off the bat handle as he works the ball to fine leg. Got Scott Boland way down there in the distance, and England take one more. So 18 now is the deficit. It's funny, isn't it? They were at Perth, day after the humiliation. Go down to Cottesloe. Nice little restaurant down there with some colleagues from the BBC. Open the door of the restaurant, walk in, boof, Zach Crawley. Just sitting there. Just bagged a pair, just been hammered. What do you say? Awkward, isn't it? It's awkward. It's awkward. So today, my wife and I just go off to find a coffee down there at Edward Street.
Yep.
Boof. We walk into Brendan McCullum. Hello, mate. Yeah. Oh, all right, Angus? Well, yes, I am Baz. You know, I've met my wife. Have you, Baz?
Are you on nickname basis with Baz?
Oh, Baz. Well, I know I've worked with Baz.
Right.
Yeah, but we're fine. And he's a very sociable man.
He's a lovely man.
He is.
Absolutely.
But you know that in however many hours' time or whatever it be, I'm going to be standing there having to interview him.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a, you know, here's Doggett again, bowls, Stokes drives, goes down to mid-off.
To be fair to Brendan McCullum, he'd understand the position you're in.
He's done some media.
Yeah,
he'll front up.
He gets it. And he's always been very forthcoming, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, he's a very sociable fella. What I've noticed he's not doing is what he used to do was be sort of round the pitch. And so if we went out and had a look at the pitch, for instance, is good day, mate, how's it going? Chat. He's not doing that anymore. He's just staying with his players and doing his fielding practice and that sort of a thing. Doggett bowls is pitched up. Stokes plays a nice looking drive there to mid-off. He gets a slightly awkward bounce, but Head managed to deal with that comfortably enough. No, it is difficult. All I say to the captains, and is just remember when things are bad and you're being interviewed, you're not talking to the bloke with the microphone. You're actually talking to however many million people are listening.
That's right.
And if you sound grumpy and cross and you're taking out on the bloke with the mic, that's what they pick up and they don't like it.
Spot on.
He goes Doggett, bowls short. So Stokes just sways out of the way of that one. Just goes through low to Alex Carey.
So what did you make of obviously the interviews, and specifically Marcus Trescothick was interviewed last night?
Absolutely bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, do you really believe they haven't talked about, I've heard you talking about defining on the up, which is clearly something that is a problem for visitors to Australia. Yep. Not used to the hard bouncy pitches, to drive when the ball isn't quite there for the drive, you get the extra bounce, that's why it's on the up. And he said they hadn't talked about it. I mean, I just don't believe that. I don't believe it. Then goes Doggett again. Stokes allows that to go through. That's taken by Alex Carey to end the over. So it's 6 for 159. England are 18 runs behind. And then, of course, he also, I mean, I don't know which one interview you heard, but we've got Henry who's working with us.
Yep.
Who interviewed him for the BBC, and he mentioned preparation, and Marcus is a very placid fella.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sort of dived in and put that away.
He certainly did.
I mean, he really did. It was as if they don't want to admit that anything is wrong, which is fine. I get that, and you've got a sort of close unit of the management. You've been there, you know. I guess you have got to be quite close and tight as a management. You can't have people going off and speaking out of turn or whatever. But they're just absolutely rigidly not admitting that anything
could be done
wrong.
Differently, or
correct. They're just not going to have it. I mean, and jobs are on the line. If you suddenly go out there and say, "Yeah, well, we got that wrong," and well, obviously that was wrong. But the bit that I get still, and I am going to talk to Brendan about this, is the lack of pressure on any of the players from within the squad.
Yeah.
There are no replacements. Here's Nisa bowling, and Jacques that flicks that away out towards short leg, bounced out of his hands. There's no pressure. There's no competition for places is important, isn't it? You do have to feel a successful
there's
team.
got to be accountability.
Yeah, and there's someone breathing down your neck, and if you're not in form, if you keep making silly mistakes or whatever, you're dropped. You don't play, and this fella comes in instead. There is nobody in the England squad who is in that position apart from Pope, because there's his young lad Bethel. His knees are bowling, and actually Carey drops that one unusually as Jacques let it go by. But he's a young lad, and he's not scoring runs at the moment either. He's out playing with the Lions, who are getting a hammering as well, by the way, against Australia A. But there's nobody else in that squad who's putting pressure on these batsmen. There are no replacement opening batsmen. There's no one putting Harry Brook under pressure. There's no one putting, anybody under pressure. No one putting the wicketkeeper under pressure. There isn't a spare wicketkeeper.
So I find that staggering.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie Pope would do it.
But that's their thinking, isn't it?
Yeah. His knees are short of a length, and Jacques defends it. It's as if they said, that is our team. We'll rotate a bowler or two. It's always the poor old bowlers that get dropped, isn't it, when the batsmen mess it up.
Yeah,
but anyway,
correct.
We'll rotate a fast bowler or two. We might play a spinner, we might play Jacques. But as far as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is concerned, bosh, that's it. And, with a possible replacement for Pope, but nobody else. So there's no accountability. I find that very hard to deal with. His knees are, that's a nasty one. That climbed. And actually, Jacques played that rather well, fending it away down to fine leg. Picks up 1 run for that. It's taken a few blows so far this morning. Just 1 or 2 cracks opening up. I suspect he keeps the strike. And it's no, it's not. I thought it was the end of the over. Apologies.
Just on what you're saying there, Aggers, as well, is if players are being instructed to play a certain way, they go out and do that. It's almost makes it difficult to drop them.
Yes.
So hang on a minute. You've told me to play this way, and you've told me to not fear failure. You've told me just go out and enjoy myself, express myself. So I've done exactly that.
These are bowls with a big grunt. Stokes comes forward, plays out cover. Well, you've absolutely hit the nail on the head, because when they first started this, Ben Stokes, new captain, and with this new regime and new blueprint, as they like to call it, got out. I'm going 3 times. It might have been 2, but certainly 3 times in Test matches. Totally unnecessary clothing catches to mid-off, mid-on, skiers. He just went out there with poof, hit it in the air. The message appeared to be, look, I'm willing to do this. Stokes again plays down to mid-on. I'm not asking you to do something that I'm not going to do. And it was as if he was trying to prove a point that, he was willing to do it and risk getting out, which he was doing. And then we saw Joe Root doing strange things and feeling that he had to sort of belong to all of this. He's obviously settled down. He's playing his own way. And we see here Stokes now is playing, a perfectly sensible game.
Playing to the situation.
Correct. It's not a one-dimensional situation. But anyway, there's lots of water to go under the bridge yet. Fact is, Dizzy, they've now had their preparation. They've now had a 2-match warm-up, as far as I'm concerned. I'm going down the Stuart Broad route. I'm airbrushing his first 2 Test matches. Right. These very generously have been laid on by Cricket Australia as warm-up games. And we're going to Adelaide for a 3-Test series. Yep. Bring it on.
I love that thinking, Aggers.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
I'm not saying it's exactly right.
No, but they're going to be prepared now. My point is, if it goes wrong in Adelaide, and they've had these 2 hard games and 2 difficult experiences, then that's when really questions have to be asked of it, because they could have had no more preparation for that Test match than what they've had here, can they?
No, you're exactly right.
And there is an issue also, while I'm off on a long run, because after this match, they're going to Noosa, and they're going to play some golf. And they're sort of packing up, going on a Club 1830 holiday altogether. Which is okay. There's a short one down the leg side. Catch it, they shout, but nothing there on Jacques' glove or bat. There's 2 arguments to this. What are you going to do? Because there's long break before Adelaide.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you what. We will have had 2 tests by then. Everyone will be ready for a break. Let's go and play golf in Noosa. Problem is, as you all know, in this country,
it's just the optics.
The narrative has been that these blokes are more interested in golf than cricket. And that, I think, is going to look really bad. And our old friends of the Brisbane Courier Mail, they'll be out there with their drones. They will, you know they will, and there will be some terrible, terrible coverage. That's his next one from Doggett. It's hooked out towards deep backward square leg. And so, you know, there is that argument. OK, what do you want them to do? People at home, freezing cold in the dark and all horrible, will be furious with the pictures of them teeing off and having a lovely time in Noosa. When they're 2 down, they've had, well, barely 5 and a bit days cricket. And they all say they should be playing cricket. They should be doing something to get themselves prepared properly for Adelaide, which is, I say, eight days away, or whatever it may be. So that I just think, you know, if I were the England management, I'd be putting my seatbelt on for that one, because I just think that is going to kick off.
Yeah, as a former coach, I don't have a problem with the thinking that, okay, after the first 2 tests, there's a bit of a mini break. Let's just relax. As a team, we'll go and do an activity, work, golf or whatever. I don't actually have a problem with that. It's no problem. But I think in the context, the optics don't look brilliant.
No.
But I don't think this England squad care about the optics.
I don't think they care. Or at least that's the messaging that they don't.
That's right.
Doggett round the wicket, runs in, bowls, and Stokes allows that to go through outside the off stump. Personally, if I were in charge, which I would never be, of the PR of the England cricket team, I'd say, right, we're going to Adelaide. I'll go to Adelaide after this game, and we'll do a bit of voluntary practice and stuff. We'll be training, we'll be working down there. And yes, we can play golf in the afternoons. That's absolutely fine. We'll do it down there where we are at our base for the match, and we're going to do some work. You can't practice and train all day. I mean, no. You know, you practice and train in the morning. What do you do? Expect to go and watch Netflix in their rooms all afternoon? I mean, no, go out and play golf. That's fine. Of course. But to have a kind of a holiday. Here's Doggett, bowls, and that's tipped away down towards deep backward square leg, not quite where Stokes is aiming. And so one more run is walked rather than run. And it goes to 6 for 162, because that's how it'll be built. It'll be built up as a holiday. And there they are, swinging their clubs, and Noosa, which, as we all know, is a beautiful part of the world up there on the Sunshine Coast. All very nice. But I don't know how they're going to deal with the press they're going to get. They're going to get nailed.
Well, it really depends what happens here, doesn't it, Agnes?
Yes. Well, when we have our rerun of Headingley 81, then they can go as much golf as they like.
That's right. Well,
right, here's an interesting feel. It's not just England who go with this short tactic, you know. Australia do it as well, and that's what they've got now. Men scattered all over the leg side as Doggett runs into bowls to Jacques, who takes on the hook shot. Why did he do that? Just let it go. Bore the bowler. Why play his game?
Yeah, look, I've been banging on about this throughout this series so far. As a bowler, you know, Agnes, it takes effort and energy. Yeah. It saps you to bowl bounces over and over and over again. Australia will pivot if the English batters just decide to just leave it alone, like the Australian lower order did yesterday. Australia will get bored of it and change.
Yeah, just leave it. Doggett again runs in. Oh, right, he did leave that one. Going down the leg side. Stokes seemed to have a little word with him after that last effort. But, I mean, when a slow left-arm spinner comes on and starts bowling over the wicket into the rough, you kick it away, don't you? You just kick it away, and then you have to change. That's the same with this tactic, because there's really only one likely winner. If you keep taking it on, OK, you might get 15, 20, but for all those fielders, you're going to get one wrong. So anyway, they've gone to the short tactic, at least to Will Jacques. Brock is in Merredin, West Australia. Love the coverage so far on the drive down to Perth. Are we expecting some interesting deliveries throughout the day as the cracks develop like in Perth? Or is the wicket holding together? Not looking too bad, is it?
The surface is good, Brock, and thanks for your question. Mate, drive safely.
Merredin. How far up is Merredin?
I'm actually not sure. I actually don't know.
Is it way up north? Is it north of
Benny
Gerald?
Cameron's saying it's about 2 to 3 hours north.
Oh, okay.
Of Perth.
His knees are bowling, pushed out towards extra cover. I've been as far up as Geraldton. We did a tourist.
Yeah.
Yeah, locusts.
Nice place?
Yes, it was a sort of fishing place, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm just trying. I'm having a senior moment here because a farmer whose farm was being devoured by locusts took I think probably 5 for in that game. Look him up. Come on, this is 1990-91. It's England against West Australia Country 11, and this is Stokes pushing out towards cover, and there's no run. I'm so furious. It might be Miles Obst. It might be Miles Obst. It might be Miles Obst. And he was thrilled, you know, he got all his wickets against the Poms, but his farm was being ravaged by locusts. There were locusts everywhere. I've never seen so many locusts.
Wow.
And they were talking about painting the whacker blue, the grass, so the locusts didn't come and eat all the outfield up. Here's Stokes driving up towards mid-off.
Is that right?
Yeah, we drove up there, and I mean, there were locusts all over the grill of the car, and there were swarms of these things. Go on, it is Miles Obst, isn't it? 4 for 36. Well bowled, Miles. He might be listening on his tractor somewhere. Up there in, I don't know if he's from Geraldton or not. That's where the game was. But yeah, nice place. Sort of fishing town, isn't it, Geraldton up there? That's what the old tours were like. Used to go and see a bit of the country, you know.
He was born at Geraldton.
Was he? Good lad. This is outside the off stump. Stokes plays no stroke. And there you go. Well, if he's on his tractor listening, he probably didn't expect to get mentioned on ABC Radio today.
He's 69.
Well, he'll still be going strong. He could be on his tractor. He'll be on his tractor. Harvester. Avoiding the locusts. I hope they've stayed away this year, Miles. But yeah, he was chuffed. Those games were great. Toowoomba up here. I remember we went there. The PA announcement crackled into life for the first ball. His knees are bowling. Stokes plays that away to back for a point. The first ball of the match. Good day, everyone. It crackled into life over this grounder. Bowling from the piggery end, we've got Stormy Gale. Come on, Stormy. Stick that wind up the Poms. That was the PA announcement.
It's on the tannoy.
Yeah, on the tannoy. Crattled over the ground. Stick that wind up the Poms, Stormy.
Brilliant.
Yeah, great fun. No, but that was those days of proper touring, you know. You go off around about and go to the country towns. This next one is pushed away, maybe off the inside edge and dropped short. It was either Toowoomba or Bundaberg where the piggery end is. You'll know the answer to that.
It was a two-day game too.
Was it 2 day? 2 day. It was a 2 day. Well, it's worth the drive. You've had to get away up there. Jacob Bethel's 55 not out. There you go, playing for the Lions at the moment. So this is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. We're having a drinks break now. Back shortly.
Top entertainment's just a heartbeat away.
You just got to know where to look.
The Family Next Door, Return to Paradise, Portrait Artist of the Year, Austin, and Mystery Road Origin, where it's always free, always entertaining. ABC iView.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
Doggett tries again, pushing across the lefty, and Stokes full-blooded cover drive, superb. Away for 4, and the England skipper trying to lead this fight back for England, hopped all over that.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Drinks break coming to its conclusion here at the Gabba. So far, so good. From an England perspective, there's been some good bowling. Phil Jakes, bit of a battle out there. Michael Neser asking some questions of Ben Stokes in that previous over. So far, the 2 overnight batters, Stokes and Jacques, have held firm.
They have been good, solid Test match cricket, hasn't it? We've seen some good bowling. We've seen some decent batting that, you know, there's been a bit more measured. Hasn't been the crash bang wallop that we've seen in the previous 2 Test matches, but they've just been digging in and doing their best just to try and bring these bowlers back a little bit more, take what they can get, and make sure they're not losing any wickets in this period.
Yeah, I think for any England supporters listening, England playing to the situation at the moment. You know, Will Jacques' I'm sure suppressing what is a T20 instinct. He's played so much franchise cricket around the world. He's barely played much first-class cricket in recent times. His last first-class game before coming and playing at Lilac Hill was back in July. He played for England internationally, went to Ireland, played in Malahide in September, but then got a finger injury, so actually didn't then play at all until coming out to Perth. So, when the short ball attack comes into play, yes, he went for a couple, but also left a couple, which you just don't do in white ball cricket.
No, that's it. There was a few rushes of blood there where he really wanted to take it on. And you saw the skipper just come down. Ben Stokes just put it away for a little while, young man. Duck a few, pick the right ones, and then he left the next ball. So they're trying to find that balance. They're fighting their instincts a little bit. But so far so good from an England's perspective. They're digging in and they're getting this lead down a little bit, and it's only 15 now, so it's starting to look a little bit more optimistic from England's perspective. They're going to want a lot. They're going to want a lot more. They're going to need 200 probably to put a bit of pressure on Australia, but there is the odd one just playing up a little bit off the wicket as well.
Yep. In step one, avoid the ignominy of losing by an innings, make Australia bat again, but then make them give your bowlers something to bowl at. First task for England, get through this session, see where you are, hope that all your wickets are intact.
And that's it. Those little small goals are really helpful in this scenario as well. It's like try and get rid of the lead. Okay, then we're going to try and get 10 runs, 20 runs. Let's just build in 10s for a little while, get to the break, assess where we're at, navigate that little period of time, another 10, another 5. And all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and it's like, we've got a 100 lead. We've got a 150 lead. And those little small goals end up being a big goal. And that's what these two will be doing. They'll be trying to break it down as much as they can rather than thinking we need to get 200 in front. They'll be thinking, how can we get the next 10? How can we build a little partnership here and get two guys set for a little while and keep Australia's bowlers coming back.
Yep, so 177 needed for Australia to have to bat again. 6 for 162 at the moment. And meanwhile, in the Lions game, Jacob Bethel is 55 not out. Interestingly, someone who so much has been said about, and I guess now with attention on Ollie Pope a little bit again. But Doggett back in, we resume, swung around the corner and attempted by Jacques rather, and that's gone through to Carey with nothing on it, but followed it. Still got this leg side stacked field, so he knows what length Doggett's going to be bowling. Cameron Green is at square leg, fraction in front of the umpire, and a few paces further back. Deep backward square, fine leg, deep mid-wicket, and Stark is wide mid-wicket as well as short leg. So Doggett moves in again. Jacques is 13 of 41 balls. Doggett, right arm over, bangs it in. He has lobbed it past the keeper, though, wide of Carey, well wide of him, down towards the sight screen, scooped up by fine leg, who moved across to pick up. But certainly followed that one, made a connection. 6 for 162. No ball, he's overstepped.
Yeah, a little overstep from Doggett. And they'll be optimistic about that, Australia, that they caught a little bit of glove there, just got a little bit big on him. And that's what they want. They just want to create those little half chances. It's almost body line, isn't it? It's like there's no fielders in front of the wicket on the offside. It's just one catcher behind, and it's everyone else is on the hook and the pull. And he's still hooking and pulling, even with three guys out and a short legger in and around the bat.
This one actually ricocheted, I think, from either glove or bat onto helmet and down towards the boundary. And that's why there's now a pause, because Will Jacques is going to have to either have his helmet checked out or change the helmet. So drinks are being brought out. Nathan Lyon comes out with some drinks for the Australian fielders, and is he going to have to actually have a little concussion test because of the ball onto helmet? Out comes the physio. He's removed his helmet, standing there with Ben Stokes and the umpire. So this is all standard procedure now, isn't it? 6 for 164, another 13 needed before Australia will have to have a chase, the magnitude of which we don't know yet.
Of course, this is a bit of a duty of care from the medical staff. Just ask him a few questions, check everything's all right, make sure the helmet's intact. If we need to replace it, we will. If he needs to come off, he will. And that's just the nature of the game now, is The players' welfare has got to be at the forefront of every conversation, and they've got to follow procedure, and he looks totally fine.
Not sure the delay is here.
The helmet doesn't.
No, does he need a new helmet? But no one's brought one out. I mean, as soon as Jacques on out, a couple are coming out. I mean, as soon as the ball was dead, he'd taken his helmet off and was waving it at the dressing room. I don't know why it's taken several minutes for anybody to appear with extra helmets. Rick, good morning to you.
Good
afternoon
morning.
Even.
Alison, did you hear the special milestone wicket last night?
A special milestone wicket?
Joe Root was Australia's 6,000th English wicket in Test cricket.
Is that a milestone he wants to hear about?
So I've gone back and tracked all the other thousands.
All right, yeah.
Number 5,000 was Michael Vaughan. Back in 2003.
From one captain to another. Your captain, yeah.
Number 4,000 was yet another captain, David Gower, in 1983. Then we go back to a bowler in Brian Statham.
Yeah.
For number 3,000 in 1963 at Adelaide. And then the Nawab of Pataudi was number 2,000 at the Bodyline Series at Melbourne in 1932. And the 1,000th wicket was in 1902, also at the MCG, John Tildesley, the Lancashire batter.
So it leads me to ask if there have been 6,000 odd English wickets. How many Australian wickets have fallen?
Not so many.
Series, no. I shouldn't have asked, should I?
You never ask a question you don't want the answer to, Ali.
And I knew what the answer would be as well. We're ready to resume here. Jacques down the non-striker's end. He's just fiddling with his gloves. And Stokes, left-hander. Now as Doggett is coming over the wicket to him with the short leg in place, and Stokes is dropping his knee, flexing his back, letting that one go through to Alex Carey.
So put Ali out of a misery here, Rick. How many thousand wickets behind are they?
I just have to look that way.
Okay, well, we'll give you a minute.
I thought you'd have it all. I thought you'd have it all ready to go there, Rick. That's all right.
In the meantime,
we'll come back to that.
An SMS message here from Cam. The SMS number is 0467 920 222. 0467 920 222. Cam is very negative about the England team. As Doggett comes over the wicket, and again, Stokes just a little flex of the bat to allow it to pass through to Carey. Cam says, did England try hiding a ball in the roller this morning? Might be their best chance of saving this one. That is a reference to the WBBL game the other night that was abandoned for, so many crazy, reasons why matches get paused or abandoned. But a ball getting wedged by accident underneath the heavy roll.
It got rolled into the wicket.
Rolled into the wicket. It was they were doing fielding drills, weren't they? And a stray ball just ended up coming to a halt just as the heavy roller was in motion, and just crunch.
I thought it was strange watching Ben Stokes hitting cover drives in the middle of the wicket.
Around the wicket, hit to Stokes, and he pulls his hands inside the line at the last moment. Goes through to Carey.
He's normally out the back in the nets today. He was hitting throwdowns out towards the roller. I was like, what's he doing? I know, it's 2 and 2 together. No, not really.
What's the most? Can you remember any bizarre instance where you've been playing and play's been halted or abandoned? You get swarms of bees and things like this.
Yeah, I was going to say bees. Yeah, I actually there was a swarm of bees at Taunton once in a county game that I was playing, and held play for about 15 minutes. It was a big swarm. It was a very big swarm, in fact.
It held you up for 15 minutes.
Yeah, it
hanging around for a while.
Well, it kept coming. They just kept coming, and we're like, can't get up. 10, 15 minutes out. Might have been 5, but it felt like 15.
Stokes tapping his bat as Doggett is in, and he had to get up on his toes behind this one, fends it down into the ground. Doggett picking up in his follow-through. That was a well-directed delivery that rose up around at chest height on Stokes. I'm sure club games around the country also had many unusual reason for abandonment.
I actually had one club game that actually played on a ground where it was too wet to play on the wicket that was covered, because some of it was covered and some of it wasn't. So it was like a little bit wet in parts, dry in other parts.
Patchy. Doggett around the wicket again. So Stokes tries to make some room and bottom edges it away through the extra cover region, and Doggett is having to chase after this because there are no fielders in this part of the ground because of this short ball approach, and Doggett chases all the way back to the boundary. Scott Boland then comes in to cover the stumps at the bowler's end, and Stokes has come back for 3. And he did well to manufacture something out of that, but instead suspiciously at the bottom edge of his bat. It's 6 for 167. England are just 10 behind now.
So I thought beauty
I thought, we're going to the pub here. There's no way we're playing. Like, the wicket was soaked. Good length, no good. And then both captains started talking, and then they said, well, we can't play on this one because it's patchy wet, but we're going to play on that one over there. And I'm like, but that wasn't covered. It was completely saturated, almost like wet, like a wet outfield. They'd played on it 2-3 weeks before, had no preparation, no rolling or anything like that. And they said, oh, we'll just fork the run-ups right on the creases because it was puddling water, and we'll play. And I was just like, how can we play on that? Like, there's no preparation. And sure as anything, half an hour later, we were out there playing, and it played all right.
Did it? don't say that.
It was really slow, and it sat in the wicket, but it didn't. It was consistent, and it was like.
Oh, there'd be ground staff everywhere worried about losing their jobs if you reckon you can play on uncovered pitches.
Uncovered pitches, and let's go. Bring that back.
Change of bowling here. Scott Boland is replacing Nisa at the Stanley Street end of the ground. So the field for Boland here back to much more conventional from this end with the fine leg mid-wicket and mid-on. 2 slips and a gully as well. Rick?
England have claimed 5,718 Australian wickets.
Okay, so only the...
300.
Yeah. Almost surprising that, given recent times, how few
the other remarkable
matches England have won.
Yeah, the other remarkable thing is that all those other English wickets were all in Australia, none in England.
Here's Boland around the wicket to Stokes. That one seemed to cut back at him a touch. His defender drops into the turf right in front of him. Stokes steps back to allow Inglis to move forward to pick up. No run. 6-1-67, Jacques 14, Stokes 22. These two trying to grind their way through this first session of the day. Get through to the break unscathed, keeping these last 4 wickets intact. Get to a point where they are building a second innings lead. And there is plenty of time to do that. Boland around the wicket to Stokes. Length delivery. Stokes is defending out towards Inglis. The offside again, there's no run. Have you ever had dogs running onto the outfield? There was a snake in a warm-up match in India when I was out there with England's men one year.
I've had snakes.
Yeah?
Yep, I had snake. Actually in a second 11 game.
Here in Australia?
In Australia, in Sydney, yeah. And red belly black snake. Ooh. Straight across the ground. And they pack a pretty decent bite. And it disappeared off the ground.
Boland moves in past the umpire. Stokes tickle down towards fine leg. Hits the boundary rope. It's come off the bat. 4 runs awarded. And England are 6 away from making Australia bat again. Stokes on to 26. 6-1-71.
It was actually at New South Wales Cricket's second round at the time in Blacktown. And they quite regularly get little snakes go and have a little look and slither across the ground, and everyone's out of the way.
Stay away from them.
They actually had one that went into the change rooms and they couldn't find it.
Oh, that'd be terrifying. Boland around the wicket again to Stokes. Defends, runs off the outer half of the bat out towards the gully region. Green's there to field, and they've managed to take 1. Well, you need Glenn McGrath, don't you? The famed snake catcher. Do you remember that video he posted last year, I think it was? Yeah. When he had a carpet snake or something was that in his house? I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been going near it. He had no trouble doing that with his thongs on as well. Didn't even bother to put covered toe shoes on.
They did find it, but it was like a week later. They cleared out everything out of there, and then they found it in behind the fridge. So it was it had curled up in behind.
Oh, just having a little nap.
Have a little nap, nice and warm. But yes.
Well, do you remember that there was an interruption in play, wasn't there, at Adelaide Oval last year? Do you remember that the lights went out during the floodlit game? I think Nathan Lyon was to blame for that, wasn't he? He pressed the wrong button out the back in the nets. And he
Speaking of Nathan Lyon, we had a fire alarm went off at a game at Allan Border Field.
I think I remember this as well. Boland over the wicket here to the right-handed Jacques. He lets that one go through to Carey.
And the fire brigade were called and everyone was evacuated, had to go to the meeting points. It worked out that Nathan Lyon had burnt toast in the change room, and the game got stopped for like a good hour while the fire brigade came, because once the fire brigade's called, you can't.
Got to let them do their
work. Thing. So it's like an automatic thing. So the game was put off for a little while, and he was very, very sheepish and very embarrassed at the time.
I reckon we've all done that at home at one stage, haven't you? Someone else has whacked the toaster right up and you put in your sticky bun or whatever it is. Smoke everywhere. Full of this one, Boland to Jacques. He's on the front foot this time, looking to drive. It skews away along the ground towards Inglis in the covers. And that is the end of this first Boland over of a new spell. 5 runs coming from it. So 6 for 172, just 5 more runs for England to start building a second innings lead. Stokes and Jacques are keeping things together at the moment out there. No wicket yet for Australia. Phil Jakes with you here on ABC Sports. I'm making way for Jim Maxwell.
The Ashes 2025, live across Australia.
The Ashes is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Evening all, how you going? You okay?
G'day, Jim. How are you, mate?
I'm enjoying the fight here shown by the England batsmen and the common sense approach to it all. It kind of reminds me of the way Stokes batted on the third evening at Headingley before his famous victory innings. He just stopped himself from anything fancy. Around the wicket, Doggett bowls, and he does tug away at the short ball and sends it out to deep backward square for a single and pushes his score along to 28. They're almost level now, 6 for 173. So, yes, it's good to see, isn't it?
It is good to see a bit of fight, but we don't want to talk about Stokes and Headingley, do we? Not today.
No.
We don't want to see that. English, I'm sure there's a lot of English fans out there that do, but...
Well, as Mr. Buff was saying, the new ball's due in another 30 overs. I suppose that's going to be a critical point if England is still batting.
Here,
and, you know, that'll be about twilight time. Doggett over the wicket now. He bowls short down the leg side. He doesn't get hold of it. He doesn't glove it, but it's taken well by Carey. He can't help himself. He's got a wounded right paw, and I think Stokes had at one point gone down and said, no, just let him go. But he keeps going after them, and he hasn't had much success hitting it either. And he's been hitting the helmet as well.
He has, and helmets... There's one word for it, and that's compulsive, isn't it, Jim? As soon as it's short, he takes it on. And there's 3 waiting guys out in the deep for him as well to play that shot. There's also a square leg, and the mid-on is almost... It's probably the squarest mid-on you've ever seen. It's about mid-wicket. And they're all waiting for that one particular shot, and he just keeps playing it.
Now, there's an interruption here. Something happening with the boot on Doggett's right foot, and Stokes says, well, come on, I'll have a drinks break. So there's nothing occurring out on the ground at the moment because of various attendants coming out to attend to the players' needs. But Doggett has bowled a number of those deliveries with this deep set field, and there's no one between sort of mid-wicket and deep point. No one at all. And Doggett's just banging it in. And, well, Jacques wants to counter it by going after it. And he's been barely successful in hitting anything flush and with control away to that deep set field. So it seems to be the game within the game. Doggett is now doing his left boot up. Yes, the farrier has come out and given him a new boot or whatever he required, and he's getting himself back into place to bowl again. And no doubt he'll bowl another short ball because we've got the fly slip, about a third or fourth slip, a short leg, and men out deep on the onside. Doggett comes in over the wicket. It's short, and he does pull that down and effectively and gets a single wide of Nisa out there on the onside. So Jacques, he's got to the right spot. Non-strikers end. He's 15. Now Stokes back on strike for him. Well, no, it's not. Smith's going for the same thing for Stokes, the short stuff. He's got the fly third man, a gully, a deep point, An extra cover, fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, short leg and a deepish wide mid-wicket, mid-on. So this must be short. Doggett comes in and Stokes ducks underneath it and it goes through to the keeper. Well, it's a tactic that looks like it might succeed against Jacques. Not so sure about Stokes, but they're having a crack. Good idea?
Well, as long as they don't stay there for hours and end and the scoreboard's not moving anywhere, I think it's okay. But yeah, there's no other option except to bowl short really with the field that they have for Jacques, especially with Stokes. He can pitch it up. They've got enough fielders up to be able to pitch it up if they want to.
Doggett goes in, Stokes back and forces the ball away to a squarish third man deep point for a single. 6 for 175. Stokes is going along quietly but with some control, a lot of it. He's 29 not out, and we've gone over almost an hour and a half here today. Haven't had a lot of runs, but they haven't lost a wicket. They need 2 more runs to make Australia bat again. That would seem to be inevitable, and what's not so inevitable is what will happen with this contest between Doggett and Jacques. Doggett's on his way, bowls to Jacques. Jacques short, pulled, got hold of it, sent it down to deep. Fine leg for a single to complete the over. 6 for 176. Doggett, Nisa, Boland and Stark have been the 4 bowlers. No Green and no straight breaks from Travis Head.
You spoke about was I happy with the plan, and I think any plan you've got to create doubt, and I just don't know how they're creating any doubt with that plan for Jacques. He knows it's coming. They've gone all in on it. All the fielders are back on that for that particular ball. So the only thing you can do if there's no doubt is to create doubt with angles. So, I mean, they could always go around the wicket, change the angle a little bit, try the same plan. Or they've got to have an option to be able to go full and then trying to set up for that full ball. But at the moment, it's all in bounces. They're testing his patience and seeing if he can make good decisions on that short ball or not.
So Boland will be operating. Where's the keeper? He's standing back for the moment alongside 2 slips. Green at a very fine gully 4th slip more. And there's a couple of boundary riders out there as Boland bowls. Ball beats the edge. He pushed it that and missed it. A little tentative outside the off stump. Again, the suggestion there that right hand that was hit by Boland early in the day is worrying him. And it just missed the edge of the bat.
Yeah, just enough, wasn't it? Just straightened enough. Boland, he was honing in on that crack, wasn't he, last night? And he was in and around it again there. It's a perfect length for him. And it runs all the way down on that line, and he just gets a little bit of variation all the way.
Boland in again. Jacques goes back, defends it down the pitch. So it really is attritional cricket here, with England trying to stay alive. And Jacques is on 16. No chances have been given. Green's warming up at 4th slip. So Steve Smith might be thinking a bit more of the same from the tall man. Bangs it into the pitch as he did at Lord's in that extraordinary batting performance from England when they hit catches everywhere. Boland is in. Jacques is forward. No, can't score there as it rolls out quietly on the offside, and there's a bit of footsie there from Inglis, but he doesn't collect the ball. It flops onto the ground. So 1 more run required by England to level up and make Australia bat again. But that's the question. This is the 52nd over. There'll be a new ball available in about 28 overs, which will be getting into the shadowed period of the afternoon. Here comes Boland down at the Stanley Street end. He's trying to find a way through. He comes in. Jacques forward. checks himself. Again, a little tentative as he pushed at that, not wanting to put a lot of pressure on his hand as he plays at that down the pitch. And again, Stokes comes down for a word of encouragement or whatever.
I think the tactics that Australia are using at the moment is probably spot on in that they're attacking with Boland at the other end where there is a bit of a crack action and there's a bit of variable bounce, and then at the other end where there hasn't been a lot going on, they're trying to just test that patience and trying to create something out of nothing.
Boland comes up, back goes Jacques and plays it away on the offside. Rick.
That was 101 balls we've had today without a wicket.
Yeah.
If you add up the number of balls for the previous 5 days of Test cricket before a wicket fell, it comes to 82.
Right.
So.
Well, that's the average.
The total.
Oh, total.
6 balls, 38 balls, 6 balls, 14 balls, 18 balls.
Right.
Taken to get a wicket in each of those days. So we've gone, this is very different today. Obviously 101, we still haven't got a wicket.
So what's your speculation?
And more of the same.
You don't see a wicket falling?
That's not obvious at the moment.
No. Well, Carey's gone up over the stumps to finish this over. Boland is in and he goes forward and drives it away into the covers, and Inglis sprints across to stop it. And that is a maiden over from Boland, who has 2 for 40. It's 6 for 176. Stokes 29 and Jacques on 16.
We are going to see big Cameron Green into the attack, trying to create a little bit of bounce, maybe a bit of variation, hopefully create something out of nothing. It's a big part of the game, isn't it, at the moment? They really need a wicket. England just need to keep batting, and as long as they can, try and get a lead somewhere 200 plus to give themselves a chance.
So Cam Smith and Ramesh Neergard are joint leaders in the Australian Open with 2 holes to play at 14 under. Adam Scott 3 strokes behind. So you'll be hearing all about that as we go into the last putts and whatever at Royal Melbourne. But here it's Cameron Green who's got the ball. Stokes looks around. Yes, there are a few boundary riders out there for him. And he bowls a ball that sends him back, and with a little fiddle flirt, he knocks the bouncing ball down and away into the gully where Nice is there. Slip gully, deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, to deep, fine backward square there. And a man just in front of square for Green, who's got the ability to bounce the ball. It'll perhaps be more interesting when he gets the right-hander on strike. But let's see what he offers to Stokes. He comes in towards him. Stokes goes back and plays the ball, but he misses it. And Cameron Green fell over in his follow-through flat on the pitch. As Stokes had a little spar at that, and the bounce beat the edge of his bat just.
Yeah, a little bit in between playing straight and playing cross bat, wasn't he? Just trying to open up the offside, nearly getting an edge. Steve Smith thought he was in the game there.
He's at about second slip. Nisa's there in the gully. Green once more comes up and bowls, and Stokes goes back. Oh, he's hit. He's hit in the midsection, somewhere halfway up and halfway down. And you could hear the gasp as the ball struck him and fell away on the offside. So there's still a bit of tennis ball bounce in this pitch. And that's attractive for a tall man like Cameron Green. If he can get that ball to bounce and maybe just move a little either way off the surface, there's a chance of something occurring, a nick or whatever. Green goes in again. He bowls to Stokes. Stokes defiant, wants a run. No, not out there. Not towards Inglis, who can throw down a single stump.
We've seen that before, haven't we?
Just brilliant, yes.
He's very quick. And they have left that gap open, trying to get him to just drop it in there as well. Get him to try and look a little bit squarer than what he'd like. A deep backward square on the offside. And it's a strange angle. Most of the time that sweeper would be in front, but he's sitting behind, almost on a gully line, but quite deep on the boundary, about 10 metres off the boundary.
6 for 176. Green around the wicket, and it's fiddled away down into the gully as he got over the bounce and sent it quietly to Nisa, who is there. So we're heading for another maiden over here as the game just ticks along slowly. England trying to make sure they don't lose any wickets before they get in front, and after that, who knows? We might be here for the rest of the day if England can be defiant. Well, at least until the second new ball. That could change the game. Green once more. Around the wicket he bowls to Stokes. Stokes lets it go. Bouncing through outside the off stump. So that's a maiden over. 2 in a row. 6 for 1, 7, 6. Jacques 16 and Stokes there on 29 at the end of that over. So we're about 25 minutes away from whatever the drinks and meal break is. Lunch, dinner, afternoon tea, supper. That's about 25 minutes away. And Tuffers is here. How are you?
I'm very well, Jimbo. You?
What's a squab?
A squab is a small pigeon.
Very good.
Thank you, mate.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I asked a question, didn't we? We asked a question.
Yeah.
Why you don't see too many baby pigeons? And it's because they grow very quickly and then they look like adult pigeons. So there you go.
Yes.
Things you learn on a day at the cricket, eh?
It sounds like a line from somewhere else. As Boland starts a new over. Dot, 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 and he drives it back and it hits the non-striker.
Well, Jim, a little bit of Test match cricket's broken out, hasn't it?
It's excellent, yes.
So,
even though no runs being scored, you just think, well, they're still there. And as long as they are there, and if they can keep going, who knows what Australia will have to chase.
The word that springs to mind, defiance. Come on.
Yep.
You know, everything's been a little bit loose and a little bit laughy jokey, hasn't it, now? You know, a little bit of grit and determination has broken out. And that's what you need in Test match cricket.
A few in the slips for Boland, who comes into Jacques. Jacques back. Wants a run. He gets it out towards point. In comes Inglis, but he's not going to run anyone out. That's well run. They're level, which means Australia will definitely have to bat again in this match.
Excellent. I must admit, this morning, as I was jogging in, I didn't necessarily feel that was going to happen, but the pitch has played all right, and these two have dug in a little bit, haven't they? And that's it's good to see better from England.
So are we going to see this tempo of play from England, or will Stokes take it on a little bit more after lunch, knowing that as a new ball is 27 overs away?
Well,
here comes Boland around the wicket now. Stokes leaving alone outside the off stump.
You know, it's all about game awareness, isn't it? You know, let's get yourself to the break, you know, have a little towel down and what have you, and go again. And then naturally, as you get yourself in, you know, the run, you know, you sort of go through the gears, don't you? You know, you just don't bat in one tempo all the time, unless you sort of boycott or someone, you know. You just sort of, you naturally, you get the pace of the pitch and the bowlers start to tire and you sort of become a little bit more expressive. It's the way it's played, isn't it? I thought it was.
Well, it's the way it's being played at the moment. And Boland has him back and he's taken on the body again. Every now and then, there's a crack down there.
Yeah,
the ball hits it and it does something off the surface. It either jags sideways a little or it jumps at the batsman.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A couple. I think Jacques got one, didn't he, early in the session that wrapped him on the glove. That one again, nicely played by Stokes. Didn't sort of like flail the hands at it. Just took the bottom hand off of it, sort of punched it down. Sort of, yeah, hit the handle of the bat. You just got to hope that you don't get a glove through the, you know, to the slips.
Boland rolls in again. Stokes is forward, stopping the ball, killing it right at his feet. It's like he's killed a mouse or something and it just dropped down dead on the floor. So Cam Smith has just birdied the 17th to be equal leader at the Australian Open, heading up the 18th. So it'll be a good comeback if he manages to win after his very disappointing form this year. So we'll keep you posted. The SMS here is 0467920222. The attendance over 20,000 so far today. Back to Boland down at the Stanley Street end, trying to get a break. He's coming in. He's bowling to Stokes. Stokes squared up, got a leading edge and went away out to cover. And it was fielded out there by Inglis. So it ends the over, and we've got about 20 minutes to go until lunch. And Corbin Middlemas is ready to go, I think. Where's he hiding? Oh, there. Where's the man? Okay, so all the Christmases are coming at once, with Corbin coming in, and the scores are level.
This is cricket on ABC Sport.
Australia versus England on the ABC Listen app.
Head to the Sport tab for live coverage and analysis of the Ashes.
Thank you, Jim.
Nice little tune there.
Yeah.
little Ibiza vibe going on in the background.
Got your dance move going?
Wow, it's just a little bit more of a sway, that one, wasn't it?
Cam Green's got the ball in hand away from us at the Vulture Street end. Hits the crease, delivers to Jacques, who plays back to the bowler. Fields on his follow through, so scores level. And this match is going to a fourth innings.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't necessarily think that it might carry on this long, but as I was saying to Jim, it's been a good defiant first session from England, and that's what I think sort of frustrates. I mean, you come all this way, don't you? And you just want to see a bit of Test match cricket. You want to see a little bit of getting stuck in, and not been enough of that for my money with England, with bat and ball.
Green with his shirt out, flapping in the breeze, bowls short, and it's pulled away, not quite at the middle of the bat. And Jacques will get a single for it. Doggett runs around from mid-on to retrieve it. So a single taken, 6 for 178. The English fans are on their feet.
Yes.
England's in front.
Come on. There you go. What is it? Every journey starts with one step.
Journey of a million miles with a single step.
That's the one.
So you're not quite jumping to Headingley 81 or anything like that?
Well, not just yet. I haven't seen a confectionery stand yet. I could knock one up, though, if you might be able to build one quickly during the break.
Stokes on 29, on strike, and he's coaxed into driving a play and a miss. That'll give the Aussies a bit of optimism. Yeah. England lead by 1, so effectively 6 for 1 in their second innings. Jacques on 18, Stokes 29.
Yeah, I don't mind that, though, really. I mean, it was there to hit a bit, really, wasn't it? It wasn't that length. Wasn't that length when all the guys are trying to hit it on top of the bounce. That was full, and you got to try and score some runs anyway. But good bit of bowling, just nipped away from Ben Stokes on the full length.
Green on his way in, bowls around the wicket to the lefty, and Stokes letting this pass. What have you made of the England batting this morning?
Good.
Yeah.
Good, a little bit more, it's a little bit more defiance, a little bit, thou shall not pass, Shot selection, I think the shot selection's just been so poor from our boys, you know what I mean? OK, you're going to get the odd good one. If it's full, you might get a nick on it like Joe did. That's the game. But don't start jumping into traps, willingly. Just Mitchell Starc on a good length, trying to hit it on top of the bounce and all that kind of stuff. I think their game smarts have been off massively, haven't they?
Green continues around. Stokes confidently defends back to the bowler. 6 for 178. So Stokes and Jacques, who started the day, have batted more than 90 minutes now. And England lead the Test match by 1 run on day 4, as we're about 20 minutes away from the tea break. Coming up during when I say the tea break, the lunch break, the 40-minute break, whatever you want to call it.
Confusing.
A man who has decided to drive his yellow Vespa to every Test match.
Oh, so it started in Perth?
Started in Perth.
And it got across the whole of it, did it?
On the Vespa, the whole way across to Brisbane.
Well, that's a good effort.
Down to Adelaide.
Yeah.
There's Green on his way in, bowls to Stokes, who plays the cut shot, and there's a man back at point, so gets an easy single to complete the over. So England lead by 2, Stokes to 30. So that's a hell of a trip, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Very tiny little wheels, haven't they?
Yeah. I'm told you don't drive a Vespa, you ride one, apparently.
OK. Picky.
It's a tough score, isn't it? It's a tough score.
Picky.
Jeez. He's a Canberran, so started in Canberra, left off all the way across the country, bang, up to Brisbane. So he's going to join us. We'll have a chat to him.
Yeah, I wonder if he's a mod. You know, mods and rockers. The rockers used to ride the big tryouts, didn't they? The mods used to ride the Vespers, didn't they? All have a punch-up on Brighton Beach, didn't they? Back in the day. Do you not know the mods and rockers?
No.
No?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down. But there'll be people out there that do.
All the Poms will know.
Johnny loved it. He was laughing in the back.
Yeah, Johnny knows what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Grandstand cricket on ABC Sports, 6 for 179.
Well, the mods used to wear the parkas, you know, the green parkas, and the rockers used to wear the leathers, you know.
Well,
there you go. You learn something every day on ABC.
Boland to Stokes. He lets it go outside the off stump. We've talked a bit about Headingley already, trying to sell a bit of optimism. Take us back to 1981. You would have been a schoolboy at the time.
Absolutely.
15. Do you remember, as the test unfolded, how you were taking it?
Well, I mean, it's brilliant doing the radio. I love doing the radio because it was like the backdrop of my childhood. You know, my mum would be making a bit of dinner or something. Dad would be mowing the lawn, and we just always had this sort of radio just sort of wafting out through the airwaves, do you know what I mean? And you'd hear these wonderful sounds and what have you. Yeah, so, no, I remember that, sitting on the sofa.
Boland to Stokes, who gets an edge over the head of Green. Just bobbled up, squared him up, caught the edge of the bat, and Green at 2 metres tall, leaping up in the air. It was too tall for him. And Stokes survives. But a rare chance for the Aussies that they've created on the first session of day 4. 6 for 183, lead swells to 6.
Crikey, Cameron Green was like Air Jordan. Look at this jump. He's nearly got hold of that. That is like Michael Jordan doing what's it called, a slam dunk.
Yeah.
Good ball, round the wicket, angled in. Look at that, that's a great jump. If anyone was going to get it, it would be that fella. Bit of luck there just before the break. Bounced off that crack again, did it? Hit the shoulder of the bat and just went over Cameron Green. Oof.
Partnership 55, 6 for 183. Boland again to Stokes, who defends. And Stokes now 34 off 100 deliveries.
Yeah, so, no, you're right. I mean, I remember watching that, you know, it's amazing. And then how fortunate was it to then play with the fella? You know? Yeah. I played with Ian for about 10 test matches. Towards the end, and the 92 World Cup as well, when we got through the final here at the MCG. So to then be sitting on there with your cup of tea and your biscuit, watching him as a boy, to then him come walking in to the dressing room and having a cup of tea with him, it was mental. It was mad.
And Boland around the wicket, delivers to Stokes, who's forward and defending out through point. He'll trot off for a single. So Stokes moves to 35, lead moves to 7. England still 6 down as they started the day. Did he have a bit of aura around him?
Oh, well, we was going through a rough trot. Absolutely. We were sort of going through a bit of a rough trot. No one knew who was going to be playing. You know, if we were getting selected, not selected, playing with a bit of fear and sort of trying to get a scratch. You're just trying to put in a performance to try and get another game. And that was the West Indies. And we were 2-1 down, I think, in the West Indies. And then all of a sudden this fella's walked in. And we've all just gone, well, hold on a minute, this is what Test cricket's meant to be like. You better try and enjoy it.
Yeah. Boland over the wicket. Jacques takes a hand off the bat as he tucks it off his hip down to fine leg for 1.
So I just sort of sat there and just sort of went, oh, well, this is brilliant, you know. And they just come up and gone, all right, Cat, you know. All right, Cat. How you doing? I've just got something. I'm all right. You know what I mean? But very quickly sort of like put an arm around me, you know what I mean? And put me at sort of ease, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Very young fella in the dressing room with all these legends walking around with nothing on. It was a bit of a scary place to be. But he put me at ease very nicely.
Boland for the Stanley Street end around the wicket. Stokes just on the back foot defending out towards Inglis at cover point. So end of the over. 6 for 185. Lead is 8 runs.
And I tell you what I got from him, and I tell you what I got from a lot of these really sort of top world-class players is they never say sorry. You know what I mean? Or they never said, was I all right? Did I bowl all right? Did I bat all right?
Yeah.
You never heard them say that.
Yeah.
And it's that confidence and belief in their own ability I think, if you, I'll get the 100, give me the bat, give me the bat, give me the ball, I'll break the partnership. All of the guys that I've sort of, and that's in rugby and all sorts of sports and everything, that's that sort of 2% difference I find, that they're just like, come on, I'll get the job done. Taking the penalty, don't shirk away from it. I'll take the penalty.
That was that Headingley test, which, and obviously that series was a huge arrival moment for both of them. Clearly, I mean, it's even incredible when you look back on it now on the scorecard at that particular time. So England follow on 7 for 135. So when they lose their 7 wicket, they're still 92 runs behind.
Unbelievable. It was unbelievable. The country went wild.
Yeah.
It really, really did. I mean, talk about the game, everyone sort of thinks, Test cricket a little bit sleepy, and the country went absolutely ballistic.
Amazing. So,
Graham Dilley, of course, Dilly. Bless him.
149 not for both of them. Green starts a new over and a cut shot immediately from Jacques. Out to deep point for 1, and then Bob Willis, 8 for 43, and the Aussies, after enforcing the follow-on, go down.
Well, we've got a very similar player in Ben Stokes. But I don't know who's going to do the Bob Willis.
Yes.
Who's going to do the Bob Willis for us? I'm not sure. But, Chris Old, I think Chile got a few. He got 30 odd, I think we did about that, I think. And Chris Old, and Graham Dilley, I think, got a 50. Thanks, Rick. I'm getting a nod from Rick there. Cheers, mate. Hello, how are you, mate? I haven't said hello to you. I'm a bit busy.
Hello, Tuttles.
Hello, mate.
Here comes Green. Oh, Yorker, and well dug out by Stokes.
Bold. Not what you're expecting from a great big fella like that. You're expecting him to dig it in, and that's really like back of a length and good bit of bowling right on the toes.
Willie 33, 56 Dilley, Chris Old 29.
Yeah, there you go.
Good recall.
Yeah.
And then Australia, target was 130, all out 111.
Yeah.
Willis 8 for 43.
And sort of went into a trance. It's sort of, you saw him just walking back to his mark, and it was like, oh, it's amazing.
Stokes on 35, leads 9. He awaits Green and then just leaves it on length, passes over the top of off stump.
Well, we're not going there already, are we?
No, it's
a bit early.
Bit of time yet. Aggers threw it up before, and we touched on it a little bit in the pre-game. And even for the most optimistic English cricket fans, they'd be thinking that just pump the brakes on that.
But I like the application this morning, this afternoon, sorry. A little bit of grit and determination. You're always going to get that from Stokes.
One slip in a gully. Green around the wicket. Stokes lets it go.
Little teaser, wide, full. Decided just to let it go. Why not?
Of course, the forecast at the start of the day was that there was a possibility of an afternoon thunderstorm, and that can happen a bit in Brisbane, where if you arrived at the ground today, you would have thought there's 0% chance that there'll be a thunderstorm, and yet
bubbles up.
They roll in pretty quick when they happen, chucks down, and it's amazing. I've been to games here where there's proper flooding and the patches of water on the outfield, and sure enough, they mop it up, back out there the same day, a couple of hours later. Green around the wicket, it's full, and a drive just wide of mid-off from Stokes. He'll pick up a single for that, picked up by Head.
I think that's slightly moved away now, though, isn't it? The sort of thunderstorm. I think it's just like light mizzle now.
Okay.
It might not be quite as serious as...
Rick's nodding along?
Yeah. Might just wafted past.
Were you praying for the thunderstorm, or you were happy enough with...
Well, no, not really. Listen, I like to see the cricket, mate. I don't want to sit there and watch the rain fall.
Great.
I did when I played.
Particularly in our game. We still got to fill the time, so we may as well be talking about the cricket. As Jacques gets a short ball and it balloons a long way over his helmet and a wide signal.
Yeah, there can be a lot of chat during a heavy rain break. Cool, well, we had, when it was 2-2, Aussies back home, wasn't it? We had Manchester, wasn't it?
That's right.
We had 2 days of rain.
Yeah.
That was a long call, that one. Manchester. Only Manchester could have done that to us.
They've lost more test days of Test cricket, haven't they, Manchester? More washouts there than any other venue in Test history. As Jacques awaits green, it's full on leg stump, and he just clips it away down towards the fine leg for a single.
Is that right?
One more. That's right, Rick.
I think it's neck and neck with Sydney.
Yeah, probably is. Yeah, it won't be far away. Yeah, won't be far away. Rolling in across the Pennines. Why does it rain so much in Sydney then? Is there a bit of geographical thing going on there?
I think you get a bit of easterly weather there. It just comes in from the southeast at that time of the year.
Yeah.
It is very unusual, though. I mean, we've had a run of it now in that same part of the year every year.
Yeah.
And yet Sydney, I know this is every capital city in Australia almost claims this, but except maybe Melbourne. But Sydney have just about the best weather in the country. And yet, for whatever reason, they put a set of stumps in the ground and the test match rolls around, it rains up. It's uncanny. And here we go. This will please the locals, trying to get something to happen. And the man with the big moustache and the shades and the shaved sideburns, Travis Head, has got the ball in hand.
Well,
he's ready to have a roll with his right arm offies.
Well, Jacques, when he was allowed to get into his work a bit, bowled all right, I think. I think he got a bit of bounce and he got a bit of turn as well. So not a bad little ploy, this, from Smith, just before the break.
He's going to bowl with the sunnies on. To the right-handed Jacques, who stands on the back foot and just pushes it away along the ground to Inglis at mid-wicket. So he's got the field spread, covers out.
Don't do anything stupid just before the break.
Mid-on's back, mid-wicket's back, short leg in, first slip in as Head tries to skip one through it. Jacques does well to keep it out.
Yeah, that one kept low. There again, there are those little cracks. They're on perfect lengths and lines for bowlers here. That one again, just hit that crack.
Head to Jacques, drives along the ground down the long on for one. Moves to 22, leads 13, 6 for 190, England.
Left-hander, of course, Stokes as well. Might just bowl him a Jaffa just before the break. Who knows? I think, actually, I don't think Ben had his best game as a captain. He's been such an inspirational and good captain tactically. Didn't have his best game as a skipper.
Head quicker one on off stump and pressing forward. Stokes defending. Stokes back at it, whacking away. Awaits Head, it's well flighted, and Stokes gives it a bit of respect, just pushes it out. Back to Inglis at cover. Last ball of the over. Head, quicker one. Stokes jams down on it and finds Green at backward point. It's the end of the over, just one from it. Stokes 36, Jacques 22, 6 for 190. 4 minutes away from the break.
Yeah.
It'll take us to lunch on day 4.
And that'll be a little tick in the box for England. You know, you've got to try and rebuild yourself somehow. And that would have been the first thing. Right, let's not lose a wicket. The sun's out. The pitch is still pretty decent. Make sure we don't try and lose a wicket. So you come back in for your break and you get a pat on the back and you say to yourself, well done. That's the first bit done. I don't think there's been enough of that in England since they've been in Oz. Everything seems to be a bit helter-skelter. But, yeah, they'll be glad to make Aussie back again. Oh, well, no, we're having another little twiddly's having a go. Labuschagne. Or is he going to bowl medium?
I think he's going to bowl his mediums.
Oh, OK.
And Marnus Labuschagne marks out his run-up. Once upon a time, he was a leg spinner.
Yes, I've seen him bowl a few for Morgan, I think.
And now, sort of in more recent times, he's decided to bowl his medium paces.
Yeah.
And how about this for marking out his run-up? He's going 1 foot in front of the next, So these aren't strides. It's literally foot by foot.
Yeah, you have to do that when you get arrested for having a few beers in America, don't you?
Just prove you can walk in a straight line. And Marnie's going to have a roll here right before the break. It's been a frustrating session for the Australians. They started the day 43 ahead.
Please,
they needed 4 wickets to win.
Come on, it's not a bad ploy, this. Not a bad ploy, this, I tell you. Because you just mentally kind of, I don't know, you just go, you start shaking.
Marnus Labuschagne with his medium paces to Jacques, who tucks it off his thigh pad, runs away very fine. In front of the side screen at the Stanley Street end, Jacques will get back for 2. The throw comes in and a bit of bat involved, so 2 more for Jacques, moves to 24, leads 15. Sort of reminds me a bit more of my childhood, where it felt like all the batters used to bowl some little troubling medium paces, and it's a bit of a dying art in modern cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely, now. All pay too much money.
Labuschagne off about 8 steps, right on the stumps, and Jacques keeps it out. I remember Damien Martin and Ricky Ponting used to bowl
yes, I remember.
little medium paces.
Michael Vaughan used to bowl some offies.
Yep.
You know. Got Sachin Tendulkar, I think, Vaughan. He bowled to the gate.
Jacques on strike, awaits Labuschagne, who just pushes away out through point and will get a single. So 6 for 193, lead 16.
Well, I'll tell you why that was, is because, you know, all the bowlers would bowl at the batters in the nets, and then we didn't have sort of like, you know...
Yes.
Bring in the, you know, few dollars to come and, you know, shield cricketers or something to come in and bowl for, you know, we all had to have a bowler, otherwise we didn't get any batting practice.
The dog stick wasn't as big back then, the wanger?
No, it wasn't. No, never seen a wanger.
Greg Blewett, he used to bowl some more than handy medium pace.
Absolutely, decent he was.
Labuschagne's going to come around the wicket to the lefty. 3 balls before lunch. Stokes keeps him out.
Oh dear. How many more left? How many more left with you? 2. Come on, get through a session. No wickets down. Good. A lot better from England.
And the 9 previous sessions in the match, multiple wickets have fallen in each of them.
Yeah.
2 balls to go. Labuschagne to Stokes, who again defends. Bat and pad close together. 1 ball to go before lunch on day 4.
Oh, dear. Don't fall over your front pad or something. Just thump it into the shin or something.
To complete the perfect session for England, Labuschagne to Stokes, who turns it away along the ground to Inglis. And well played, Ben Stokes and Will Jacques, as England hang around in the Gabba Test. A wicketless session. For 2 hours, the pair of Stokes and Jacques batted out, and England have gone from 43 behind to 16 in front. 6 for 193. England lead the Test match by 16 at the completion of the first session on day 4. Phil Tufnell on ABC Sport. Break it down for us. What do we see in that session?
Well, just better from England, wasn't it? As you say, determined, clever, you know, looking to wear down the Aussies. Listen, it's perfect batting conditions. The pitch hasn't got a lot of demons in it. Get yourself in there and show some application. And that's what they've done. So, yeah, first real decent session of batting from England I've seen since I've been here. I've been here for nearly 3.5 weeks. So they'll be delighted with that, and we can see where we go from now.
So at least 2 wickets in all 9 sessions previously, and not a single wicket fell across the 2 hours. None for 59, England added, but more importantly, Jacques is still there on 25, and Stokes leading the cause for England. He's 36 not out. 6 for 193 at the lunch break on day 4. 59 overs down, and England lead the Test match by 16 runs. It means the Aussies will have to bat again. There will be a 4th innings here at the Gabba at some stage later today, or perhaps even tomorrow.
Yeah, well, who knows? Who knows, yeah. I mean, it's the hope that kills you, isn't it? But, you know, they'll just be happy with that. And hopefully some of the guys now... Oh, I know it was difficult under lights and everything, and this is the best time to bat and what have you, but hopefully some of that dressing room, you know, it's from the skipper, isn't it? You know, he's gone out and he's played really tight, hasn't he, and determined, and thou shalt not pass, and, you know, he's put a few away when he's got them to do that, but hopefully a few of his mates with the bat and the pads on who didn't quite play like that will just be feeling a little bit sheepish. Good sort of team bonding that is from the skipper.
There's no wickets to bring you up to date with, given the fact that we didn't have one in that morning session or afternoon session. Jacques 25, Stokes 36. The bowling is now all of a sudden lengthened, so there are 7 bowlers used. Stark 15 overs, 2 for 57. Neser 11 overs, 2 for 32. Boland 17 overs, 2 for 47. Doggett wicketless through his 11 overs, none for 36. Green 3 overs, none for 6. Travis Head bowled 1 over that went for 1. And Marnus Labuschagne bowled 1 over that went for 3 balls right on the stroke of lunch. More from Tuffers coming up in just a moment. It is Grandstand at lunch on day 4 at the Gabba.
One of the biggest rivalries in sport is underway.
Welcome to the Ashes, folks.
But don't worry, there's still plenty more to come with ABC Sport. WBBL Finals.
The Boyd smashes it over the rope for 6.
The big bloodbath.
Stumps everywhere.
Grand Slam tennis at the Australian Open.
Drive volley, puts it away.
Are you not entertained, Rod Laver Arena?
Australia and India in women's white ball and test match cricket. The men's T20 World Cup. Plus the women's Asian Cup.
What a strike! What a goal from Saka!
And that's all before the footy takes centre stage once again. ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
It's over at lunch.
End of the over. Bales are flicked off.
We're heading off for a refreshment and a meat pie.
And that ends the morning session.
That is lunch.
You're listening to Grandstand at Lunch.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The question at the start of the day was whether England would show some fight. Well, the answer is yes, led by Ben Stokes, who's 36 not out, and Will Jacques, who's there on 25, as England were able to hang about in this Gabba Test match. Doggett tries again, pushing across the lefty, and Stokes, full-blooded cover drive, superb. Away for 4, and the England skipper trying to lead this fight back for England, hopped all over that. So the first task was making sure they got themselves set and avoided early wickets on day 4. The second thing to tick off was to wipe off the deficit and ensure that this match would reach a 4th innings and that the Aussies would have to bat again. Green with his shirt out, flapping in the breeze, bowls short, and it's pulled away, not quite out the middle of the bat. Jacques will get a single for it. Doggett runs around from mid-on to retrieve it. So a single taken 6 for 178. The English fans are on their feet.
Yes.
England's in front. How about it? 16 runs is the lead for England. They bat through the first session on day 4. Jacques 25, Stokes 36. Lead is 16. England 6 for 193 in their second innings as we reach lunch on day 4 at the Gabba. This is Grandstand at Lunch. My name's Corbin Middlemas. It's great to have you with us. My very special guest is about to join me, a man who's been on the Vespa across the country and has still got a few more kilometres to tick off yet, that he's here at the Gabba. More on all of that in just a moment, but first let's go straight to Royal Melbourne because there has been a thrilling finish at the Australian Open Golf. Matt Clinch is there. Clinchy.
Corbin, it's not quite the result in which the Gallows were hoping for. Cameron Smith had a 5-foot uphill putt to try and force a playoff, and he missed it to the left-hand side. So Dane Rasmus Nørgaard-Petersen wins the Australian Open here at Royal Melbourne in front of 33,400. He had to play a flop shot just to the right of the bunker, was able to chip it up, left himself a 10-foot putt for par. He knocked it in, and Cameron Smith couldn't do so. So Smith still chasing his first ever Australian national title, but Rasmus Nørgaard-Petersen also gets the Stonehaven Cup and inclusion to next year's Masters.
Thanks, Clinchy. Appreciate that. Well done to him. More details from Clinchy coming up a little later during Grandstand at Lunch. The man alongside me is a man by the name of Scott Stokes, who I'm pleased to say joins me. He's decked out in the Aussie cricket gear. He is a passionate cricket fan. He's also a Vespa rider. I've got a whole lot to chat to you about. But, Scott, appreciate your time on ABC Sport.
Oh, thanks very much. Thanks for having me on.
You're a Canberran?
Canberran, yeah.
And I read a story on you on the ABC website a short time ago, which basically spoke about the fact that you are riding your Vespa to every single test this summer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 14,000 kilometres it'll be in the end. And, yeah, it's been a bucket list item of me to go to every day of every test here and in England, if that can be pulled off. Yeah, because you never really win the Ashes unless you've won here and overseas. But it would be amazing if that could be pulled off as well.
I got lots of questions. So first of all, when did you first get a Vespa? Where did that come about?
Yeah, I've always liked Vespas. They're that sort of romantic Italian styling sort of vehicle, and I've always really liked them. And I bought one at the start of the year. Yeah, I became medically retired at the start of the year and bought that, and it's changed my life, the Vespa, and then the possibility of doing this turned up, and yeah, here we are.
Amazing. Whose idea was it?
Well, I raised it. I had time, given I was retired, so I said to my wife I could probably go to every day of every test, and she was sort of agreed. And then I stupidly said, "Oh, I could ride Vespa to all the Ashes," and she didn't tell me it was a stupid idea. So, and then that's become a reality.
So Australia's a massive country, as we know. A lot of us have sat on aeroplanes, and you look down, and there's not a whole lot for miles and miles and miles. How does the little Vespa go, making it the long trips on the road?
She goes pretty well. I can puddle along at about 90 to get range. She will be able to go 100, but because she's a newer Vespa. But I go to 90 for range. 180 to 200 kilometres is what I can get. We've got a big windscreen on the front that acts like a brake, and so depending on the wind conditions, that's about the range. And the longest distance was 190 kilometres along the Nullarbor between petrol stations, and so that was a bit sketchy. Got a jerry can, so that was okay. But
that was my next question about. I imagine you'd have to plot that all out, the petrol stations and the restopping at the right time.
Yeah, it's a bit of a palaver actually, because the engine's under the seat, so the petrol tank's under the seat as well. So I have to unpack all the bags to put petrol in and then repack them all on top and then go again, and then 100 kilometres down the road unpack, repack and go again. And it's.
How long are you on the road on any one day?
So from Broken Hill to Burke was 640 kilometres, and I left there about 7, and I got into Burke about 6. Yeah, so a long time on the bike. Yeah, the backside was very happy to have had a nice cushioned bed to sit on.
The other thing I thought of when I think of those wide open roads, obviously across the Nullarbor, is clearly the big trucks and the road trains that come flying through. You're on this little Vespa. How do you go contending with them?
Yeah, it's a bit of a dance. The ones coming from behind, you've got to be really careful, just watchful all the time in the mirror. And when they come up, pull over as much as you can to the left-hand side of the road, because there's not a lot of runoff, and then sort of wave them by. And they're really good, the truck drivers. They go around and they do the blinker thing to give me a bit of a wave. And one truck driver, he only gave me about a metre of space, and I was right on the edge. If I had gone off, I probably would have fallen off. And that suction of the truck sort of comes in, and it was a triple as I go by. So time slowed down to a crawl there, and that was a bit sketchy. That was the ones coming the other way though. It's like a wall of air hits you, and it's like a brake.
And so were you listening to anything at the time? You can obviously hear or see them coming. And,
listen to audio books. Yeah, so it's just keeping aware of where they are. Yeah, it's
Canberran Scott Stokes is with me on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand at Lunch. He's riding, not driving, which I got told off for before by our esteemed producer, that you don't drive a Vespa, you ride a Vespa. But you are riding your Vespa, obviously, all across the country to attend every single day of this year's Ashes Test, and already you've done a hell of a journey, which is obviously Canberra to Perth, Perth to Brisbane.
Yeah, 8,700 kilometres.
Wow.
It is so far.
So the early finish in Perth, did that help or hinder your cause, given the fact it was all over in 2 days?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. I was able to leave a day early, which meant I was less time on the bike, but I followed the same pathway. And I wanted to get to Broken Hill sort of as quickly as I can in the day, because there's lots to see in Broken Hill. There's it's quite a good art centre, and there was Mad Max 2 museum just out from it, which was quite a sight. So and
awesome. Any close calls or unexpected little hiccups along the way?
The wildlife, of course. Yeah, there was some. Again out near Burke, I came up against a cow. A cow was just on the road, and I wasn't going to go around it, so I stopped. And it was a full Dundee moment, Crocodile Dundee. I was just staring at this cow on the side of the road, and I was looking at it just after about a minute, shook its head and run off.
So it came to a complete stop.
Yeah, it had to come to a complete stop. Yeah, and the weirdest one was heading up to Balranald, where a crab went across the road, about the size of my hand, ran across. I had to dodge it. I would have run over it. Yeah, it was a crab. Yeah, who would have thought a crab?
That's not what you'd expect to see on the wide open road driving from Perth to Brisbane. So what are you doing in between the test matches? So apart from obviously travelling to different cities and different ports, like have you got it mapped out that you need to be in a certain spot on every day?
I've got
get there for day one.
My spreadsheet's 406 lines long, where every petrol station's mapped out, and things to see along the way as well. So, yeah. So out of here, I'll head down the mountains, because I've been out in the outback, a lot of straight and flat. Yeah. Lots of barren. So I'm going to head down the mountains, so the Brisbane Mountains and northern New South Wales, down to Bathurst. Yep. But before I get there, I'm going to go to Ebor, where the waterfall way, where there's lots of really nice waterfalls along there, and then a couple of laps around Bathurst, and then head across to Adelaide. I'll get to Adelaide a day early, so I might pop out and get a treat from the winery or something.
Scott Stokes, who's riding his Vespa across the country following every single Ashes test with me on Grandstand at lunch. Obvious question I probably should have asked. Surname's Stokes.
Stokes, yeah.
Any relation?
No relation. I was saying before that my first name's Scott, so I'm fully covered out there.
Yes. You're obviously a diehard cricket fan. Yeah. So where did your love of cricket come from? And obviously this is a pretty extreme way to make sure you're there to follow all of it.
And to be fair, it came from the ABC. When I was younger, ABC used to play the cricket before Channel 9. There was a sort of a time where Channel 9 and the ABC used to play it together, and I used to love the ABC because you got to see the change of ends and just see what the players were doing at the change of ends instead of an ad. And that was a real big thing for me, watching them do that. And I can just remember watching that for hours. And then my dad would be out in the garden and he'd be listening to it, and then there'd be a wicket fall. So then straight in there, you'd be watching the replays, and then back out, you'd be back in the garden.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it just sort of went from there. It's just such a good game. Test cricket especially is such a good game of cricket. It's a real, especially Test match cricket like this, where there's real struggles. You've got to fight, and you've got to, there's some times where you can go a bit harder, but you've really got to fight for everything, both bowling and batting, and that's a real true test of cricket and a cricketer. And it's
Early heroes, favourite players, anyone that particularly sticks in the memory bank?
Far out, walking through here, coming in here, Alan Border passed us by. Obviously Buff and Tuffers. Oh my God, watching Tuffers play. He was one of my favourite players. Actually, it was really great time. Him and Greg Matthews and all those guys. Yeah.
Now is this a ride just purely for your love of cricket? Because I'm thinking in all of this, I thought surely there's an easier way to get around. It might not necessarily even be the cheapest way, given you've got to fuel up all the time and obviously have various stops in unusual places. But is there a greater cause behind the Vespa across the country?
Yeah, it's a personal journey for me. It's a mental health journey for me. I had a significant event happen to me at the end of 2020, and life was not great up until sort of about a year ago. A couple of years ago, I ended up in ICU, and then a year later, I ended up being medically retired, and that's when I bought Vanessa, and she just completely changed my life. Being on her is a real sense of mindfulness. I didn't understand mindfulness until I got on the bike, and you really have to be aware of what you're doing, because no matter whose fault, you're going to come off worse, so you need to be mindful. And when you're mindful like that, you can't think, you can't ruminate, you can't do anything. And so I was at a stage where I thought I should sort of kind of challenge myself a little bit mentally, and so I decided to do this to see how strong I was and where I'm at mentally, and it's been really great. First 4 days were not great, but since then it's been tremendous.
Good on you. That's awesome. What a cool story and a great way to do it. How can people follow your trip?
I've only been through Facebook. I just posted a lot of stuff on Facebook, so I don't have a private profile, so I'm happy for people to search me out. But it was a bit too much of a stretch to sort of put it out there, or even to sort of try and raise money or do the charity. That was a bit too much mentally for me, and so I just thought I would just post it on Facebook and say, you can search me out and look through there.
You enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. Yeah, the first Test match was a bit of a shell shock to the system. It was a bit weird. But this Test match has been absolutely fantastic. It's been a true Test match. Yeah, it's been great.
Vanessa is a great name for your Vespa as well. So 1 man, 5 tests over 14,000 kilometres, one little yellow Vespa going the whole way across the country. Scott Stokes, really appreciate your time. Thanks for coming in and sharing the story.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Canberra and Scott Stokes with us here at the Gabba. This is Grandstand at lunch. He's riding his Vespa all across the country to attend every day of this year's Ashes Test. All right, an opportunity for us to swing around the grounds on Grandstand at lunch. We'll take you back out to Royal Melbourne. The Australian Open has been decided, Clinchy, for 2025.
It certainly has. Corbin, an amazing finish to the Australian Open at Royal Melbourne. 26-year-old Dane Rasmus Niergaard Petersen is the champion, battling against the Open champion Cam Smith, who had never won the Australian Open before. Both in the par 5 17th. Niergaard Petersen just missed an eagle putt for birdie. He tapped it into 1500. Smith made a absolute incredible shot. A chip and run which ran over a sprinkler, left himself 6 to 8 feet to stay at equal leader at 15 under. Then the roles were reversed on the final hole. It was Niergaard Petersen who found himself in the rough just between the two bunkers, left with a little 15 chip shot, which he was able to get up and down, and then he was able to nail his putt. Cameron Smith was left with about a 5-foot putt uphill to try and force it to a playoff. He missed to the left-hand side and a bogey for him. So Rasmus Niergaard Petersen, he gets inclusion to next year's Masters in Augusta. He finishes the tournament at 15 under. Cameron Smith, the bogey in the last at 14 under. Siwoo Kim at 13 under. And Adam Scott also gets exemption to the Open, with the top three finishers not qualified for the Open getting that exemption as well. He finishes that 11 under, 33,400 through Royal Melbourne for the last day. Corby.
Awesome. Thanks heaps, Clinchy, for all of that. The latest from the Australian Open at Royal Melbourne. To our Sheffield Shield venues, it's day 4 at the MCG, Victoria and WA. Clint Weldon's across it. Hello, Clint.
G'day, Corbin. This has become an absolute thriller between WA and Victoria. Victoria right now need 46 runs to win with 13 overs left in the day. Terrific partnership right now between Blake McDonald and Matt Short. They put on 103 runs between them. McDonald with his second half century of this game. Put on 79 in the first innings, has 86 next to his name at the moment. 1 6 and 11 fours. Matt Short, who is terrific with the ball, taking 4 for 57 in WA's second innings when they were all out for 255, now has 42 next to his name in the second innings. So Victoria, 3 for 149 at the moment. They need another 46 runs to win. As I said, 13 overs left in the day, and they've done that after being in trouble early on. They were 3 for 46 as Brodie Crouch was good enough to take the wickets of Harry Dixon for 10, caught by Goodwin at point. Sam Harper was LBW to Couch for 1, 2 for 38, and then Peter Hanson caught by Cartwright at mid-wicket from Brodie Crouch for a duck. It was his third wicket in 2 overs, but they've gone from 3 for 46 to be now 3 for 149. Repeating day 4, still 13 overs to get these runs. Victoria, with 7 wickets in hand, need 46 more runs to win against WA. Corby?
Thanks, Clint. Clint, interesting finish there. They're in the box seat, Victoria. So, yeah, 46 off 13 overs. And a handy partnership, as Clint pointed out, worth over 100 runs for the 4th wicket. To the SCG, day 3 action, New South Wales and Queensland. Andrew Moore, Jibs.
And New South Wales trying hard to win this game in 3 days against second place Queensland. Queensland was set a massive chase in this final innings to defeat the Blues of 523. And with just under 13 overs left in the day, the skies are quite dark here in Sydney. But they're 7 for 121 with Tom Straker on 8, Captain Mitch Swepson on 5. Swepson was dropped a few overs ago at third slip by Lachlan Shaw, a catch that probably should have been taken when he was out for 2. Earlier, Queensland went into the day at 7 for 67 in reply to New South Wales' first innings of 7 declared for 471. They were all out for 92 after Sam Guy retired her for the 3rd time in the 1 innings. And Charlie Stobo, the paceman for the Blues, claimed 5 for 9 of 15 overs and 1 ball. The Blues, with the first innings lead of 379, went out to bat again, and they batted for just over 29 overs, scoring 4 for 143, with Sam Constas after a first innings century making a wonderful 53 of 58 deliveries, 4 declared for 143. And for Queensland's second innings, Angus Lovell out for 4, Jack Clayton went for 9, Hugh Wybgen went for 8, Lachlan Hearn for 12, Jimmy Pearson 4, Grandis Sandhu 8, and opener Hugo Burton most recently out for 59. LBW going to the league spinner of Tanveer Sangha, who has 1 for 3. Ryan Pawson 2 for 22. Charlie Stobo 1 for 14, 6 wickets in the match. Liam Hatcher 2 for 47, and Jack Edwards 1 for 28. So Queensland 7 for 125. New South Wales need 3 more wickets to get a big victory here at the SCG Corp.
Thanks, Jibs. Interesting finish, and we'll keep an eye on the weather down there in Sydney as well. To the Adelaide Oval, South Australia and Tasmania, Aaron Bryans.
Corbin, South Australia has recorded a second win in its Sheffield Shield title defence, defeating Tasmania by 10 wickets after chasing a required 29 runs for victory in just 35 balls. Mackenzie Harvey and Henry Hunt finishing unbeaten on 20 and 7 respectively in a win that was set up by day 2 centuries from Jake Lehmann, who now has 6 in 2 seasons, and Liam Scott's maiden first-class ton, which goes alongside his One-Day Cup Player of the Tournament award. South Australia posting 426 in their first innings, whilst the Tigers could only salvage 195 and 260 in response, with the Saka Quicks tearing through Tasmania's middle order on day 3, Jordan Buckingham nabbing 4 for 58 and 8 wickets for the match, whilst Nathan McAndrew finished with 5 of his own. Tim Ward's 20th first-class 50, the only second innings milestone for the Tigers, who lost 7 for 187 today and will hand third spot on the Shield table to South Australia.
Thanks, Haz. Appreciate that. Well done to South Australia on their victory there at Adelaide Oval. So that's the Shield venues. Meanwhile, in the tour game that's being played at AB Field, the England Lions made 166. Australia A responded with 588 declared, 8 down. And now the Lions batting the second time on day 3 there, 5 for 211. Asa Tribe, who's a lad out of Jersey who's playing for Glamorgan. He's actually playing club cricket in Adelaide. He's 100 not out, so well done to Asa Tribe amongst the runs there for the English Lions. 5 for 211, and Jacob Bethel made 71. So that's the latest from the tour game. The weather, we were worried about that at the start of the day here at the Gabba. The forecast of possible thunderstorms for the absolute latest, as we like to be precise here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Harry Clark, the senior forecaster from the Bureau of Meteorology, joins me now during the lunch break. Harry, quite simply, are we going to get wet here at the Gabba?
Yes, good afternoon, Corbin. Look, we are seeing thunderstorms now developing towards the southwest. They're still around 150 kilometres away. It's not going to come through for a few hours yet, but as we go into this evening, probably more likely after 7 p.m, we are expecting to see that thunderstorm activity roll through southeast Queensland. So, yes, certainly a chance of getting wet for the very sort of last few hours of game.
Oh, okay. So 150 kilometres. So time-wise, what are we sort of thinking?
Yeah, look, most likely after 7 p.m. tonight. They still have a fair bit of distance to cover. Probably potentially a little bit closer towards 9 p.m. But really, from this evening onwards, that risk does increase. It's really hard to be overly precise with that timing until we see it a little bit closer to the Gabba. But certainly we'll keep an eye on that radar as it forms to the southwest over the next few hours.
And once it does rain, are we going to get much of it?
Yeah, look, potentially anywhere between sort of 5 to 20 millimetres of rain overnight tonight. And that should be mostly cleared by tomorrow morning. And as we head into tomorrow, we do see the further chance of some fairly hit-and-miss shower and thunderstorm activity from the very late morning and into the afternoon. So very much more isolated tomorrow. So if it does rain, it will be brief, but still a chance.
That's 7 p.m. Brisbane time, of course, isn't it? So that's 2.5 hours away from where we are currently, just after 25 past 4. Harry, appreciate your time. Thanks heaps for all of that.
Thanks very much.
Harry Clark with us, the senior forecaster from the Bureau of Meteorology, with us during the lunch break. Grandstand at lunch on ABC Sport. All right, a few minutes before we go to the latest from the ABC newsroom. So we thought, we've got this little hole during the lunch break. We think, how could we best fill it to give you some entertainment? And we thought just about the greatest entertainer in cricket. I think there's no doubt about that. Since his retirement, he's an entertainer, he's a commentator, he's a colleague of ours on the ABC. The great Phil Tufnell's back with me. Hello, Tuffers.
Hello, mate. Yeah, King of the Jungle. Sorry.
So you won, what's it? I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here?
2003.
Yeah. 2003.
Captain on Question of Sport.
Yeah.
It's 14 years.
You did the dancing one?
You did the dancing one. I was robbed.
Okay.
I was robbed on that.
We don't get all the British version of these shows here, but congratulations on your victories. You might have to get any Australian versions.
I knew I was in trouble. I knew I was in trouble on the dancing when my dance partner said, dancing with you is like moving furniture, So I knew I didn't have much of a chance in that one.
I've got some sharp questions here. These are the ones that you're used to seeing, sort of you read in the record or the budget or whatever it is that you see the sharp questions. First of all, who is Phil Tufnell? How would you answer that question?
It's a tricky one to start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jeez, how did you get that one? Who is Phil Tufnell? Well, I was just a little lad from North London, played football in the winter.
Yep.
Cricket in the summer. No roses on the rose bush, you know. Goldmouth, not a blade of grass, it's just a mud. Thankfully, I had a mother and father who were very, very keen on sport and supported me all the way. So, took me to all the nets when it was freezing cold, stood on many touchlines, you know, and then got a bit of luck and played a bit of cricket for England.
Turned out all right. Who gave you the nickname The Cat?
The Cat? Well, yeah, I mean, there's lots of different versions for that, actually. Out all night, sleep all day.
Yes.
Yeah, been caught having a wee in next door neighbour's flower beds a couple of times.
Do you remember who gave it to you?
Yeah, I do. Mike Gatton.
Yeah, right.
We had a fantastic Middlesex side, and you know we had Desmond Haynes, Mark Rambercash, Gat. You know, we had virtually that Middlesex side that I walked into. You know, was virtually 11. It was actually 11 internationals. Wayne Daniel, Angus Fraser, John Embry, Paul Downton, and so. We used to win the toss, you know, and the boys used to go out and get about 500, and I used to have a little snooze under the physio's table, you know.
How good.
And Gats said, right, you're a bit like the Cat.
First cricketing memory?
Well, as I said earlier, you know, sitting in my dad's car, Cortina or something, you know, Cortina Estate, going down to Brighton on a hot sunny day when I was about 4 or 5, you know, sitting in the back moaning, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet?" And these wonderful voices just sort of like wafting through the airwaves, you know, Johners and Arlott and everything. And that's probably my first actual recollection of a game of cricket, yeah.
Awesome. And now you're that voice on the ABC.
Well,
the
I
BBC.
know. It's an absolute honour.
Said you grew up in North London.
Yeah.
Favourite football team?
Arsenal. Come on, the goodness. Come on, the Arsenal.
The Gunners. Yes.
Come on, the Gunners.
Nice.
Doing all right at the moment, even though you've got beat by Aston Villa the other day, 2-1. If we can't win it this year, we're never going to win it, you know what I mean? But, yeah, used to follow them home and away religiously. Not so much now.
Yeah.
But thankfully my mate's got a box there, so I nip down there.
Hey.
So, yeah.
Nice. Beautiful.
Don't get to watch too much of the game, but...
A few of the lads, the current lads are Arsenal fans. I think Ollie Pope's and...
Yeah,
Arsenal fan,
yeah,
Yes,
good
the
team.
Gunners games.
Good side, the Gunners.
Favourite TV show?
Oh, blimey. Favourite? Anything sport. Anything sport. I love all of that. I don't know, really. What's my favourite? Only Fools and Horses.
Okay.
Remember that? Only, you know, Del Boy, yeah, and all that. Yeah. What else? Yeah. My wife usually, we don't see too much of each other really, because I'm usually upstairs watching the sport and she's downstairs watching sort of like Housewives of Beverly Hills or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you're watching?
Yeah, I'm watching the cricket.
Cricket from somewhere in the world upstairs.
Yeah.
Favourite movie?
Favourite movie? Pulp Fiction's a good one.
Okay.
Like Pulp Fiction. Saving Private Ryan.
Yep.
All that kind of stuff. Don't mind a little sort of war movie or a a good western.
Okay.
A bit of Clint Eastwood.
Nice.
Wah 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 wah.
You can invite 3 people, living or dead, to dinner.
Yeah.
Who are you inviting?
Oh right, okay. Oh blimey, okay. You might not remember them. George Best. George Best. Oliver Reed.
Yep.
Do you remember Oliver Reed? And who else would there be? Well, I'll probably go for Jesus Christ.
Yeah?
Yeah, never run out of wine.
He'll tell some good stories too. There's no doubt about that. And what would be on the menu? With
a nice freedom at the start. You know, 3 towers of crabs and lobsters and everything, and all the oysters like that and everything like that. That would be a nice start. And then, it's probably a T-bone or something, or a roast dinner.
Yes.
Lovely roast dinner. You know, crispy mash, crispy roast potatoes, Brussels sprouts. Do you like a Brussels sprout?
I'm not as anti them as everyone else are.
No, I'm not. I think they get a bad rap.
I agree.
Yeah, they're nice, especially at Christmas time.
I think there's worse vegetables out there than that.
I do.
Yeah. Perfect day for Tuffers. What would it look like?
Oh, blimey. Perfect day. Well, we're not far off it in Aussie, no.
Yeah.
I quite like Australia.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of cricket, you know, perhaps, a bit of beach and a nice bit of lunch and what have you. nip back to the cricket, watch Ben Stokes get a double 100.
Hey.
And, perhaps Will Jacques just 140 or something like that, and then pop out in the evening with the Duchess. My beautiful, she's over.
Cheers.
My Dawny's over.
I got to meet Dawn at the Grosvenor.
Yes, that's right.
Back in Perth.
Yes, she was looking after me back then. And then go for a bit of dinner and then use your imagination.
Good. Toughest. Appreciate all of that. That's your little pocket profile. Hopefully gives our audience a little insight into the man they call the Cat. We'll hear from you during the second session.
Beautiful.
And right throughout the series, the great Phil Tufnell with me on Grandstand at lunch. All right, that just about does us during the lunch break. The second session is only moments away. England batted through the entire first session on day 4. 6 for 193. They lead the test match by 16 runs, having trailed by 43 at the start of the day. Jacques is 25. Stokes is 36. So just before the second session gets underway, an opportunity for us to get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. Fire crews are mopping up after a bushfire swept through the New South Wales Central Coast yesterday, destroying at least a dozen homes. Sarah Foster reports from the fire ground.
It's absolutely devastating walking through the area here at Coolewong today. Even though there are not active flames that we can see, the concern is that these fires are still smouldering underneath. So a lot of hoses here at the moment trying to make sure nothing can whip up if there are any more winds. Water bombing aircraft have been over to the waterway constantly all day, picking up more water and dumping it on the fire ground. The conditions are favourable today because it's cool and it's not too windy, but the Rural Fire Service says they want to make sure that they have this fire fully contained by Tuesday when it's going to get hot again.
At Coolewong, Mark Quinlan tried to save his home of more than 20 years, but his efforts were in vain.
It's all just a numb feeling. It was like, 26 years built it and then stood on Brisbane Water Drive and just watch it slowly catch on fire and then collapse. All gone in the blink of an eye.
Meanwhile, the threat from the north of Newcastle, Meanwhile, the threat from the Redhead bushfire north of Newcastle has been downgraded from watch and act. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service says the fire, which burnt more than 64 hectares of land, has been controlled. There are no longer any fires burning out of control across the state. And in Tasmania, some residents are still waiting to return to their homes after a bushfire destroyed nearly 20 homes and shacks on the east coast. About 30 firefighters remained on the ground at Dolphin Sands today. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Authorities say strong winds are expected in the area late this evening before expected to ease tomorrow night. The death toll from the nightclub fire in the popular Indian destination of Goa has now been confirmed as at least 25. More from Larry Buttrose.
The fire occurred just before midnight at a popular nightclub in North Goa, a party hub. Police say it was started by a gas cylinder blast, and most of the dead were the club's kitchen workers. At least 4 tourists are also known to have died. One report says at least 100 people were on the club's dance floor when the fire broke out, and some rushed to the kitchen below, and they and staff got trapped by flames. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has offered condolences to the families of the victims, as well as compensation payments to them and to the injured.
Russia says its air defences have destroyed 77 Ukrainian drones launched overnight as both sides continue cross-border aerial attacks in the nearly 4-year-long war. The Russian Defence Ministry says drones were downed over 7 regions in southern and central Russia and over Crimea. A regional governor says a power transmission tower was damaged in the Rostov region bordering Ukraine, but nobody was injured. And Japan's defence minister has lodged a protest with China and condemned as dangerous 2 separate mid-air incidents in which Chinese fighter jets directed their fire control radar at Japanese military aircraft over international waters. The encounters near Japan's Okinawan Islands, close to the territory claimed by both Japan and China, are the most serious between the 2 militaries in years and likely to further escalate tensions. A fire control radar lock is one of the most threatening acts a military aircraft can take as it signals a potential attack, forcing the targeted aircraft to take evasive action. Back home, Premier Peter Malinauskas says he last week received a briefing from SA Police on the ongoing investigation into the so-called family murders. Police had linked convicted child murderer Bevan Spencer von Einem to a group known as the Family, whom detectives suspect were responsible for 4 unsolved murders of young males between the late 1970s and early 1980s. 79-year-old von Einem died in an Adelaide prison on Saturday morning. Premier Malinauskas says the investigation is active and ongoing.
The work of SAPOL continues. They remain as committed as ever to seeing justice being brought for other families of the victims of the family murders.
You're up to date with all the latest from ABC News.
New from ABC Books.
The Dark Prince of Melbourne by Ian W. Shaw on the notorious Squizzy Taylor, and Outback Astronomer by Trevor Barry, the miner whose passion took him to NASA. Both out now from bookshops and online.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes, Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to the Gabba. Jim Maxwell here with Darren Lehmann. And so far today, we've seen some real defiance from England. They haven't lost a wicket. They lead by 16 at 6 for 193. Jacques is 25. Stokes 36. I'm trying to think. One just over the head of Green in the gully is perhaps the closest Australia got to picking up a wicket today, Darren Lehmann. So things are looking okay for England at the moment. Skinny lead. New ball not due for a while yet. And also a chance of getting some rain this evening.
Yeah, excellent session from England. Good, hard test cricket. I don't think Australia bowled too badly. I thought it was just an excellent batting performance by the captain, Ben Stokes, and Will Jacques. He actually did a really good job. He looks a well-accomplished player. He bats, obviously opens the batting or bats 3 for Surrey, so he can play. And they just left the ball well. They didn't play any big outlandish shots. There was no baseball, was there, Jim? It was just sensible cricket to get to the tea break unscathed. They'll be pleased. Mitchell Stark to start again. You would think Boland would start again probably. But I was very impressed with the way England batted then. They can take a good leaf and do that again. You just never know, do you? As you said, a bit of rain, maybe a thunderstorm a bit later. They'll get this 2 hours in, you would think. Australia will still be trying to go, well, if they go bang, bang and get an 8 down, it can happen quite quickly. So they'll have to pick up from where they left off. Good discipline.
Hey. A wide slip and a gully. 2 men in the slip cordon, you could say, and then a ring field with 2 back on the onside. And Will Jacques got whacked on the fingers of his right hand earlier in the day, and that did seem to bother him, but he kept concentrating. Around the wicket, Stark bowls, pitches up, and he's miscuing to the onside. Headed off the inner part of the bat. Away there on the onside at 6 for 193, as I said. And the new ball still 20-odd overs away. How many more overs, Rick? It's not on the scoreboard at the moment.
This is the 60th.
20 overs then. Okay. So that could be fun and games. But Australia are unable to winkle out anyone so far today. And Jacques was tempted. He seemed to be an automatic on the short ball going after it. Around the wicket again, Stark bowls, pitching up, and it's pushed away pleasantly, carefully, down towards mid-off. Just a few times there with Jacques taking on Doggett in particular, where the ball may have gone anywhere. One hit him in the helmet.
Yep, there was a few shaky ones, wasn't there? But he played pretty well. Too flustered with it. A couple of big shots. I wonder if they're going to play the other way. Something's happened. New bat. Broken his bat there. Will Jacques
Ben Stokes is urging someone to come out with a new toy for the boy to play with. No, he's not bringing out a new bat. What's he doing? Someone's coming out from the room. I couldn't lip read. He's come out, he's spoken to Stokes, he's racing off, so I think he's been told, he said, when you come out next time, bring the bat with you.
Well, I think they've got to go down the kit room and get the bat from the change rooms. So here he comes running out with that.
Oh, he's got 3.
They've got a few to choose from these days. Most of the players would carry half a dozen, I reckon, Jim.
Half a dozen?
Yeah, in the kit bag.
Should be giving some away for Christmas. Don't need all those.
No, they probably don't.
How many did you have on the run during a season?
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2.
3 tops.
Did you ever pay for a bat?
Yeah, well, my mum paid for my first bat. Hook's Hurricane it was.
Right.
Hook's Hurricane. Yeah, I paid for a fair few, and then obviously when you start playing professionally, you get given a bat. I was fortunate enough to get given some bats and throughout my career, so you're very lucky. Because they are expensive.
Yes. Huge. We're ready to go again. New bat for Jacques. Stark runs in. He goes back and says, yep, let's have a single, as Mr. Dart was out there, but he had to run to his left to pick up and throw back, and by then they'd made the easy single. 6 for 194. Jacques doing the job here. Supporting Stokes. The last wicket fell whereabouts in here? 6 for 128. So yes, they've added 66. Clickety click. Stokes taking guard as he scratches away at the pitch there and goes tapping at the surface, which is pretty good. But down at this end, there are some cracks, and one of the deliveries hit the crack and bounced and took the shoulder of Stokes' bat and just cleared Cameron Green's outstretched hand at fourth slip gully. Stuck back over the wicket. Stokes forward, plays it firmly away down towards wide mid-on, and Boland is there to collect it. So this has not been a sort of startling, manic, frenetic day at all. It's been a very sober Sunday.
Test cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been excellent. The situation from England, obviously under the pressure from what happened yesterday with the ball and then with the bat late last night, they've decided to come out and play good hard Test cricket. So it's not easy to do, is it? Flick a switch and say we're going to defend really hard. They've done that, led by the captain Ben Stokes.
You can hear him tapping away as he waits. Stark comes up to him and Stokes goes back, leaves the ball alone just outside the off stump. So I think with Stark, it's perhaps more of a sense of wickets not far away than with anyone else bowling, but Stokes has gone about his job with a deal of patience, and his temperament is obviously at a point where he knows he's got to try and at least get through to the new ball, try and get England up to a lead of 100 or more at least. And at the moment they lead by 17 runs, eking out a score. Stark once more. He goes into Stokes. Stokes forward and takes it away very fine down towards the deep field here, where it's tossed back by Doggett at fine leg. And that completes the first over after sandwiches or whatever. 6 for 195. 20 overs to a new ball.
Well, Paddy Cameron's just running on a tower for Cameron Green. He's going to continue. Bowled quite well, actually.
2 overs for 2 runs.
He has that knack of getting wickets. Tall, he's so tall, he gets the bounce. You're obviously going to use Stark at the end he's bowling now because of the cracks, and then they'll go to bowling and just try a few different things from this end. Green, Doggett,
Lyon.
They can't.
They tried. They tried. What's his name? The former leg spinner, now medium pacer,
Labuschagne. Travis Head had an overreach just before lunch.
That was the.
I mean, that's going to be the talking point, isn't it? Whatever happens, really.
2 men deep on the onside. Green around the wicket. He's going in, and Stokes is back and forces the ball away out to deep point. Shadows starting to appear in that corner of the ground as Stokes moves along to 37. 6 for 196. 38. Now this will be interesting because Green banged a couple in his short spell before lunch into Jacques, who seems, as I say, addicted to the horizontal bat shot at the short ball. Green's coming in over the wicket. 2 blokes in the slips. He bowls to him now when he's leaning forward and patting it back down the pitch. The pitch looks as easy paced for 99% of the time as it was yesterday at a similar time.
Well, it's really only this end, isn't it? Scotty Boland's been bowling into the cracks. Saw Ben Duckett keep one low. One's jumped, but it's only been really towards the Vulture Street end. This end that Cameron Green's bowling into, it's probably played pretty well most of the game, hasn't it?
Yep. Green moves in, and it's whipped away by Jacques for 4. A lovely punching stroke to an over-pitch delivery, and he sent it skidding wide of mid-on and down to the boundary at the Vulture Street end for a boundary. And that was a good stroke. He's 30, and the 200 comes up. 6 for 200.
Well, that's a really nice stroke. Just land on it. Half volley, leg stump. He put that away. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Went wide of mid-on. Nice balance. Times the ball nicely, this young man.
Well, it's building. Slowly building here for England. Green goes in, bowls on Jacques, drives it back on the bounce. Crowd catch taken on the hop by Green in his follow-through. A lead of 23. 6 for 200. How long's that taken on the clock, Rick? I caught you out of stride, sorry.
60.4 overs.
Yeah, very good. What's that, about 250 minutes of play? 4 hours or something? Here we go. We've got Jacques on strike. Once more to Green, who goes in towards him, and he's playing back and just nurdling it away with a little open face push to point. And he races off to the other end. And Jacques moves to 31. It's 6 for 201. I've totally unnerved you. I'm sorry about that. Do you want a clock to look at? Got one here. No? Okay.
Well, they've been over 4 hours, haven't they? Last night, last session, pre-tea. I'm going to have a guess at 262.
Just waiting for confirmation of 262 minutes. It's coming. The pigeon's coming in. Here goes Green. He bowls just outside the off stump. And that is the end of the over. It's 6 for 201 from 61 overs. Jacques 31 and Stokes on 38.
Good over for England again, just edging that lead up. 19 overs before the new ball. They'll be hoping to get 1 or 2 of these out. They've actually played really well, though. They haven't followed the ball. They've defended well. They've had the keeper up the stumps. Jacques is really solid. Maybe a bit far out. If it does something, he can nick it. But he's held his shape really nicely. Full credit to England, because they could have come here easily and been bang-bang and all over.
Yep.
They've dug in really well.
We could have been having milkshakes, but we're here. Still here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's coming up to 10 to 5, 9 minutes, 8 minutes to 5 local time. And it's whatever time it is where you are. Now, around the wicket, Stark is running into bowler ball. It's pushed away around the corner backwards square for a single as it's fielded by Weatherall with a wristy hurl back to the keeper. 6 for 202. The clock ticks on. Have you added 3 more minutes, Rick?
The 200 came up in 309 minutes.
309. There you go. Yeah, we would have lost on that. We should have been selling, not buying. Or one or the other. Now, Stokes is back on strike. The game of patience here. Stokes. He's clinging on and looking good in defence. In goes Stark. He lets it go. Good pace outside the off stump as that bounced through hard into the keeper's gloves. 141.6 clicks there. So Australia do look a little bit bereft when we get to this period of the game without a frontline spinner.
And that's the problem. Only time will tell at the end of the game, won't it? You'd love Lyon to be going right now, wouldn't you, from one end? He's got a good record against Stokes. Stokes has also obviously got him out. Give him a touch-up at some venues, but Lyon playing now would be a good option for Steve Smith.
Stark tries again from the Stanley Street end, and it's pushed away, square of the wicket, just in front of the square. There'll be a single. That's all, as it's chased out there by Labuschagne. 6 for 203. Stokes moves to 39. If you want to send us a message to give us a razz or whatever you'd like to do, 0467920222 is the number here. The attendance up over 24,000 today, so that's around 150,000 within a nearest 10,000 so far in this match.
Yeah, been good crowds. Everyone's enjoying it. They're enjoying the fight back today from England because, as we said, it could have gone the other way quite quickly.
Around the wicket, Stark runs in and bowls a ball that's tightly played off the stump square of the wicket on the offside. I'm just trying to work out why on either side of the ground at the other end there are so many empty seats in certain areas of the ground.
Well, they spoke about it earlier.
Who's that?
That's the corporate, the second level, more corporate. So,
righto. So
wouldn't have sold
they in the bar or what?
Could be, or they wouldn't have sold as many probably for the fourth day as they would.
Right.
Sunday, family day, isn't it?
Yes, well, it used to be a rest day, of course, many years ago. And they came back on Monday and hoped that the pitch was still in the same condition. Around the wicket, here we go. Stark tumbles in on the back foot. It's played away to the onside by Jacques. Jacques has still got a little problem with that slightly wounded right hand. But it, as we say in the game, fear the injured batsman, it does make him concentrate. And he's done an excellent job as he walks down for a glance or a word from Stokes. Probably nothing was said. They just sort of went within touching distance. And Stokes offering some reassurance. Two chaps and the keeper behind. A second slip, a fourth slip. And Jacques waits and Jacques pushes away. Not much happening there with the marshmallowy Pinko now. 6 for 203 at the end of the over. Stokes 39 and Jacques on 32.
Well, looking at that first session, I mean, overrated, obviously only 24 overs, but none for 59, so no wickets is the key for England. And Australia won't be, they didn't bowl too badly either. They went for 59 runs. So it's really slow going, but a good grind of Test match cricket. Really enjoyed it for a cricket nuffy like myself, Jim. I just love these sort of fascinations of the game right now. The strategic, the tactics, how they get to... Australia won't want to get them a flyer in the next 18 overs before the new ball, and then the new ball's here. It'll be darker. It'll take effect perfectly for them again. England, on the other hand, what do? They stick or twist a little bit in those overs before the new ball? I don't think so. I think they're saying, let's just block. Fair enough too.
Green's around the wicket and it's short and bounces twice outside the line of the off stump without a stroke. Now, we heard that very funny little interview with Phil Tufnell, and it was revealed, if you didn't already know it, that his nickname was Cat because he was often sleeping somewhere in the pavilion. Did you ever do that, or were you full of concentration on what was in front of you?
No, I didn't go sleeping. I love watching the game. Yeah, even if I was out, I just enjoyed watching it. You know, love watching it ever since I was 7 years old when I fell in love with the game. So
Green tries again to bowl to Stokes, and Stokes gets a bounce ago. A very limp bouncer and barely got through to Carey outside the line of the off stump. What about conversation while he was sitting there watching either side of batting, whether you'd been out or were ready to go in? Was there much said?
Oh, a bit like us. Just chatting away. You know what it's like. Watching the game, what can Australia do, what can England do, what was going on out there, what the bowlers were doing, especially if I was waiting to bat. You know, I'd try and get as much info as I could before I got out there.
It's a bit of a ripple of noise, as you can hear, and the crowd surges around, and Green's bowling, and he drives it away attractively out towards the deep cover boundary. It's getting close to the boundary out there, but it is overhauled as they come back for 3 on Wetherell's chase from deep point. It's 6 for 205 with 2 runs scored. Now the crowd's animated. I'm trying to see what's going on. I can't
the wave.
See. Oh, the wave.
The wave started.
I was looking for a beach ball, but none.
The wave has started. It's been a slow day, but for us cricket purists, I mean, it's been excellent viewing.
Jim, that attendance over 4 days, 133,000.
Thank you. But it's bound to be 150 before we finish.
Oh, it's predictive.
Yeah, I think so. Here comes Green, and it's pitched up Yorker length and dug out by Stokes as the crowd continue to enjoy themselves as the game kind of drifts in front of them. And England's defiance has pushed the lead out to 28. I did mention the other day a memorial service for Barry Knight, who died recently and will be held in Bowral. It'll be on Wednesday, not Thursday. Wednesday in Bowral next week. And Barry, of course, had 2 Ashes tours to Australia before he came out here to live many years ago and play a lot of cricket and coach in Sydney. Now, Green bowls short, and again, it is the marshmallowy bounce and is easily pushed away on the offside.
Yeah, ball goes soft. But Australia did that yesterday, didn't they? The tail enders batted really well yesterday in that sort of 3 hours. And it's just after the 3-hour mark in the game where the shadows take effect, they come across. There's a little bit more for the ball, especially from an Australian point of view, because we're close to the 80-over mark. You know, I certainly think that sort of 80 to 90 overs, I'm probably letting Travis Head have a good 4 or 5 overs at it from one end.
Green around the wicket again, and he has a bouncer. Is that a wide? Yes. He banged that in, and it bounced slowly and high. And another bouncer wide in this game. They've practically all been bowled at this end too. A lot by Cass, some now by Australia, trying to invite some retaliation attack from the batsman. But Stokes is playing cool hand Luke. He's just watching and he's waiting. A few drives, a couple of onside clips. Green goes in towards him once again, and Stokes is going across and just keeping the ball out of his stumps to complete the over. Not everyone's playing game with the standing and whatever they do. It's still moving. It's the end of the over. 6 for 206. Corbin Middlemas is coming in to join Darren Lehmann.
The Ashes, live across Australia.
Head to the ABC Listen app and look for the Cricket Podcast for everything Ashes.
ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Jim. Afternoon, Borth.
Afternoon, Corbin. How was your lunch?
Haven't had it yet.
Ooh,
I was on at lunch and then a little 20 minutes off, and I'll find something after this. 6 for 206, leads 29. What did you have? Get some of that?
Yeah, a little bit of curry.
Nice. Stark from the Stanley Street end. He bowls to Jacques, throws the hands out at one bounce before reaching Inglis, who's almost in a catching position at cover point. A standing start.
Game sort of needs a wicket, doesn't it? A wicket or a few boundaries. I've enjoyed the to and froing today of both sides, really. Australia haven't bowled too badly. England have played within themselves. made it difficult for the Australians to get him out. No big drives, except for that one then. Maybe that's a sign of things to come. He wants to take it on a little bit more.
Crowd certainly involved. You can't argue against that. As they're getting in behind Mitchell Starc here, who's coming around the wicket. Bowls to Jacques, who turns it away along the ground through mid-wicket for one. And Scott Boland ends up face down on the turf trying to retrieve it. So Jacques moves to 32, 6 for 206.
Well, that's well said, because Jacques, if Harry Brook bats like that,
he'll
score a lot of runs.
Made a bit more of that out of him.
Yes, they do. He's played beautifully, Jacques. He's justified, they haven't bowled a lot of spin, obviously, in the game, both sides. Gone with the part-timers. That might be the thing. Now and Nathan Lyon would be valuable.
And he comes again, Starc, back over the wicket and a full ball, and Stokes drives it back down the pitch at him, and Starc at some fancy footwork, Fields on the follow-through. He's just doing a bit of reading on Will Jacques. Of course, he's playing his first test match here since those 2 tests that he played in Pakistan, going back a couple of years ago now. 2022, where he took 6 for on debut. He was a late in to the side on that occasion for Ben Folkes, who's not the guy that you think Will Jacques would be a late inclusion for. So Folkes, of course, the wicketkeeper, who was out ill in that particular test. Starc full, turned away. Nice shot by Stokes along the ground. And a single forward out to Weatherald in the deep. One more, 6 for 208. Stokes to 42 in the lead to 31. But basically came in, Pope got the gloves and immediately had an impact. And interestingly, looking through his scores so far, I think this is his highest score so far. He's got a number of scores in the 30s and a 24 and sort of handy contributions without sort of any of them going quite large. And it's been an interesting player, hasn't he, where he's a 3-format player, doesn't actually play a whole lot of red ball cricket these days, given how the calendar conflicts. When the red ball county stuff's been played, he's often playing white ball games for England or the IPL, which overlaps. As Starc to the right-hander, and Jacques just runs it off the bat down to third man for a single, so he moves to 34, 6 for 209, and the lead is 32.
Yep, 3 format players, you said. 3 test matches, 6 for on debut. Was it on debut?
6 for on debut innings.
Yeah. He's done a good job here. He could easily bat higher. There's no doubt about that. If they needed a night watchman, he'd be the one.
So where's he bats for what, middle order for Surrey?
Surrey, yeah, bits and pieces. He bats at the top in T20s. He just chops and changes, really. He's very versatile.
So he scores so far 30, 24, 31, 4, 19. And 34 not here. His highest in the 6 innings that he's had. Starc to Stokes. Oh, leading edge. Bobs up, back down the pitch, but lands safe. Threw the shot a little too early. Off the splice, but lands safely. 6 for 209, leads 32. And he was once quoted as saying that he would rather hit 6s than score 100s. So he's a white ball basher. He's got a 41 ball 100 playing in the IPL for the Royal Challengers Bangalore, and then moved to Mumbai. As I said, represented England all 3 formats. Hit a 25 ball 100 playing in the T10 competition. And so for a guy that's a real goer, he's playing a proper team knock here, where he's 34 off 80 balls. And really, we haven't seen anything rash from him at all.
No, it's only been the last few overs since lunch where he's had a couple of big drives, hasn't it? He's really been subdued, but it's almost like now, and we're going to see it now because Doggett's going to come on and he's going to bowl with a short theory, so we're going to see a few hook shots. He's just trying a few things. I don't mind that. I think Green did a good job. Starc might have one more. Get Boland back into the game. They're going short. Proper short this time, though, Corbin. They've got 5 out. At some level, they've got a fine third man, almost fly a slip behind the keeper. Square third man, if you like, deep. He might step away and go to the offside. There is no one in front of the wicket on the offside.
It's an incredible field. So This is modern cricket, isn't it? I mean, we saw England and the tactics they used and the impatience they showed, at least in Australia's case, we're almost sort of halfway through the day. They haven't been able to get a wicket. 6 for 209, leads 32. Doggett coming up to bowl. There is no one on the ground between where Smith is at a floating third slip and the bowler. So there is 3 on the offside, 6 on the leg side. There's really a deep backward point and a third man and a floating third slip. Doggett bowls short and ducking underneath it is Jacques. On the leg side, there's a fine leg, deep backward square, then a short leg, a square leg, a deep square leg. There's almost 3 guys all in line with each other on the leg side. And then mid-on is so far wide, he's almost at a mid-wicket.
I don't think I've seen that field.
Neither do I.
And that deep backward point.
So from deep backward point all the way around to that wide mid-on.
There's not a fielder.
There's not a fielder. Incredible. Wide open expanse down the ground. Of course it's short. Jacques is looking to hook. He plays and misses. I can tell you exactly where the ball's going to go before it's come out of his hand. With that field that's set up.
Well, if he keeps going for it, they're going to keep bowling it as well. He ducked the first one and then he played the shot at the second one. Doesn't need to. And really his side doesn't need to. They just got to keep hanging in there. As we said, the weather's coming in. There's a bit of that coming in that might delay things. You don't want to be batting at night either, do you? If rain comes in, it's a good result for England.
And man, Harry Clark from the Bureau told us around 7 p.m. local time, short and wild down the leg side, and Jacques just lets it go. So that's still another hour, 50 minutes from now.
Corby Jacques in his 2 testers hit 6 4s and 5 6s.
Wow.
Almost 1-to-1 ratio. And in the county championship, he's hit 46 6s in his 54 games.
Keeping up with his statement, he'd rather do that than score tons.
He does hit a big ball.
I've got one for you before you go off the SMS booth as Doggett comes around the wicket, short in at the hip and a pull shot away from Jacques out to deep backward square, and there's plenty of protection back there on the leg side. Marnus Labuschagne collects and a single taken. Jacques to 35, lead to 33. And the SMS, of course, 0467920222. I have a question for Buff. When the Aussies have their regular captain, Pat Cummins, out injured with Smith as the stand-in captain, does Paddy still contribute to selection decisions during this match? From Goo.
Oh, I think they would have an open discussion, obviously, with the coach and Steve Smith and Paddy Cummins. You know, they're trying to win a series together, aren't they? So I think they chat about it quite openly. I'd be interested to see what happened pre-game. Actually, the discussion with Nathan Lyon, who sort of made that call. Was it more just Steve Smith that says, I don't want the spinner, or, you know, George Bailey goes, we don't want the spinner, we want a different makeup, or Andrew McDonald? But Paddy Cummins would be in discussions because he's the full-time captain.
Stokes on 42. Doggett delivers in at the hip and did well to keep it down as it comes off the glove and runs away through leg gully, and Stokes trot through for a single. No glove, in fact. It was straight off the thigh pad. So a leg by the call. Leads up to 34, 6 for 211.
Yeah, they chat quite a lot about the selection. I mean, he was close to playing, obviously, so you think he would have been in discussions about the team for this game. And you think if he was close this game, he's going to play in Adelaide, so he'd be chatting now to try and get the best result, to be 2-0 up, to get back in the side for Adelaide. So, it's a good question. I think they would be chatting quite a lot about it.
Last ball of the over. Doggett comes around the wicket, in at the hip, and Jacques turns it away and through the hands of the short leg fieldsman in Travis Head. And Head's reaction as if he got hands to that on the fall. It would have been a sharp chance, tucking it off the hip, and Jacques puts it through the hands and through the legs of Travis Head for a single. 6 for 211. And that's the end of the over. End up running one there?
No, they didn't run one. Sharp chance, though. He stayed down. He almost got it. Very tough on those ones.
Hit the outside of his right hand, so no single. So 6 for 211. Lead is 34 for England. More from Darren Lehmann to come throughout the night. 0467920222 is the SMS number if you want to get in touch with us. Corbin Middlemas alongside Rick Finlay, our chief statistician, and Jason Gillespie. And with 259 test wickets, sits back down. ABC Radio, Sport, Digital, and through the Listen app. Hello, Des.
Good evening, Corby, and good evening to all our listeners. How are you?
I'm very well.
Excellent.
Notice you got a Wyoming hat. I like that.
Yeah, my son bought that for me. It was a birthday present.
Michael Nisa is on his way in, coming around the wicket. Keeper's up. He delivers, and Stokes lets it pass. I was lucky enough to spend a fair bit of time in the US last year, the year before that. But when I was in Nashville, it's a great city. And a lot of people were basically saying, oh, the next hype city, the next place that you got to go and check out is Jackson, Wyoming. And I thought that is a very unusual place to sort of recommend. But apparently it's the Spruik place of Spruik Town in the US.
Yeah.
Cowboy themed country music.
Right.
So
nice. You enjoy the US, don't you?
Love it. As Nisa outside the off stump and Stokes just defends into the ground and bounces into the gully.
What do you love about it?
I think the sport.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's a good, I mean, I'm so lucky I get to cover the sport here, obviously, but it's obviously our work. And so then you get a chance to go over there and very much just a fan and enjoy the sporting culture for what it is. But good atmosphere, great, good pub culture.
Yeah.
They do sports bars really well over in the in the US. I've got
like sport themed?
All of it. Just, it's anything you could possibly want is available to you. As Nisa on the off stump and defended by Stokes back down the pitch. And Major League Cricket is growing big time. So once upon a time, we probably looked at the US as a little bit of an oddity in the cricket world, and yet it's obviously part of the program for the LA Olympics. There's a country of 350 million people, but I think if you look at the population of Australia, there'd be almost as many people of South Asian immigrants that live in the United States that are hardcore cricket fans.
Yeah.
There's Nisa outside the off stump and cut away by Stokes backward a point, and I'll pick up a single for that. So 6 for 212. So there are huge pockets of cricket support, as there are cricket supporters in every corner of the globe. But the Major League Cricket, which is sort of why it's becoming such a huge competition, that the investment, particularly from big business and businesses in and out of India to get involved in the landscape in the US, means that T20 competition is the fastest growing T20 comp in the world. It's going to be enormous. You've had any approaches over there? Has anyone said, Diz, come coach my Major League Cricket team?
No. I'd be very interested in getting involved in MLC.
Nisa bowls to Jacques. Just drops it out through point, wants a single, gets it. Pick up by Inglis, throws at the non-striker's end, but he's through, so lead to 36.
No, I'd certainly be interested in being involved. It looks a great competition.
Of course, they hosted World Cup games, didn't they, the US, as recently as last year?
Yep.
It'd be a fun gig, wouldn't it, as an international cricketer to go and hang out in New York?
They must have an absolute ball, the boys. It's a different environment.
Nisa around the wicket, defended away by Stokes, out through point, lead to 37. Did you ever play in any of those? Remember they played the odd exhibition game or whatever in the baseball stadiums, and I think Warney was involved in a couple. Did you ever get dragged into any of those?
No, I never got dragged into those opportunities. Looked a bit of fun, though.
Absolutely. 6 for 214, Jacques 36, Stokes 44. Leads 37. Question for Diz.
Yep.
What is the coach's role during play? From Matt. On the water catching the big ones in Exmouth in WA. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Get asked this a little bit, actually. But what does a coach do on match day? I mean, obviously you do a lot of your preparation, your strategy and planning meetings. You'll have your team meetings, your bat bowling chats, obviously your training sessions. So a lot of your work's done there. On match day, it's just about, I suppose, managing the environment and reminding players of the roles, supporting them and helping them prepare.
Doggett, new over starts, sticks one in short. Stokes is pulling, but there's a fine leg back and he'll trot through for a calm single. Stokes to 45, 6 for 215.
No, you have batting coaches, bowling coaches, they'll have the one-to-one chats with the various players. The head coach will kind of manage the environment and, support the skills coaches. You communicate with the captain. It's just about reminding the players of what they've done. You want to keep the vibe up, the energy good, nice and positive environment.
It's this unusual field they're persisting with for Jacques, with a huge gap, and he's standing tall on his toes and running the ball off the face of the bat just wide of the gully. Smith there in a catching position. It's picked off by Stark down at third man for 1. If you weren't with us earlier, Jacques is batting, for 2. Jacques moves to 38. 6 for 217, lead to 40. Jacques is currently on strike to Brendan Doggett, and he's got a field where there's not a single player from deep backward point all the way round to Mick Neeser, who's standing sort of almost at mid-wicket.
It's a very unusual field. It's a good partnership, this, from England. 89 runs now.
3-6 field, short leg and the gully in the catching positions. Doggett around the wicket, in at the hip. Swivel pull shot from Jacques down to fine leg for 1. Do you feel like as a coach, you've had great success in all formats of the game, but title-winning coach obviously in the T20 stuff. Do you feel like you have more impact on a game in T20 cricket or in the longest format of the game? Like, there's obviously so many variables in Test cricket that move slower, and T20 cricket feels like a game of matchups, but it goes very fast.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, you do a lot of prep for both all formats. It's probably more strategy discussions in game in the shorter format.
Stokes gets a short one, weaves out of the way.
For that very reason you mentioned.
Yeah.
The matchups or the like.
But will you pull tactical moves on the day, or is that more for the captain?
Make suggestions. I always, once the game starts, you're basically handing the team over to the captain. It doesn't mean you don't have involvement in decision making, offer advice and the like. But once, you're just there to support the captain as much as you can.
Doggett delivers, Stokes backs away, carves it out through cover point on a cut shot, and there's a chase on out in the deep, trying to reel it in. A nice effort from Jake Weatherald, he does so, and in the end they restrict that to 2. Stokes to 47, the partnership to 92, leads up to 43. But you're not saying, hey, next over, Doggett on from that end or whatever. Like, it's not that hands-on.
No. And it depends. I suppose you make suggestions. Like if you're seeing something from off the field, you may send a message out with the 12th man just to say, have you thought about this, or what do you think about this? And maybe sometimes it might just be a reminder.
Doggett to Stokes, last ball of the over. He weaves out of the way. The ball flashes past his eyes. He's got very low, almost in line with the stumps, and that'll end the over. Great insight from Jason Gillespie. More from Diz coming up. 6 for 220. Ali Mitchell's on the way in.
The Ashes 2025.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Partnership is comfortably the longest of the match, longest of the series so far. Drinks on the field and everyone taking a bit of a breather right now at the Gabba. The sun is sinking, shadows starting to lengthen. Looking at the rain radar though, Dizzy, as well, and trying to figure out when a band of rain is going to hit the Gabba. And we think about 7 p.m. local time, just as possibly when the new ball will be due and the lights will be on.
Yeah, it's been very good from England. Obviously learnt the lessons learnt from their opposition, learnt from Australia. What Australia did, the lower order, how they went about the task yesterday. And this has been excellent from Ben Stokes and Will Jacques. Precious little movement on offer for the Australian bowlers.
This one partnership is restoring an awful lot of faith amongst their supporters, I can tell you. Walking outside at the break as Stokes and Jacques were coming off. It was spectators holding their hands above their heads, a balmy army
vociferously saying, well done, keep going. Nisa in, new over here, inside edge, squirts away down towards fine leg. Jacques through for one. Boland moves forward to field. England 6 for 221
I think this
for the
is
lead,
what,
44.
I think this is what a lot of pundits and the like have been wanting to see from England. Some adaptability to situations and conditions, and learning from your opposition, learning from different situations and adjusting and adapting. I think it's been, I think England fans have been crying out for this type of response.
And it may yet be too little too late for this match. But you never say never when Stokes is at the crease. Drops his bat down on one from Nisa outside the off stump. It deflects away into the ground and out towards gully, where Cam Green is there to field. But they're showing resistance and good judgment.
Yep.
It's hard graft. Nothing comes easy.
No.
But they're showing real patience as well. Sometimes you fear a little bit for Will Jacques when the short ball approach is taken. He has gone for a few, hasn't he? Where you think, oh, you know, there could be a glove down the leg side. So Australia have come close on occasions. Nisa rushes in here to Stokes, who covers up. And he defends coming forward. Cover is there to pick up.
It's just that situational awareness. You know, is what we have heard out of the England camp a little while now is this is how we play and this is our blueprint. But this is a good adaptability to the situation, match conditions. It's been very, very good. And Australia bowled well.
Yeah, Stokes is on 47. One slip and a gully. Nisa in. Stokes is struck and he's dropped to his knees. Mooney's in some pain. It's got him right where it hurts and he's wincing, and of course it brings the crowd alive in the cruelest fashion. He's rolled over onto his back now. Carey is standing there at the stumps watching on, whether he has a word of sympathy. Only he and perhaps Stump Mike knows.
Often referred to as the lower abdomen.
There will be a reasonable delay here, Dizzy.
I can assure you, Ali, that hurts.
I cannot pretend to understand. But I will sympathise.
Just rest assured, it's painful.
Yeah. And why everybody laughs is...
I think everyone's just happy if it's not you.
Sense of relief. Well, Stokes is on his feet. That is a good sign. Rick?
Off air, Alison, Dizzy asked me whether the 18 consecutive double-figure scores that have happened in this match, which ended when Jamie Smith was out for 4 last night, was a record. So Jim back in Hobart and I have put our heads together and we've come up with, yes, it is a world record in Test cricket, 18.
Is it really?
The previous record was 17 back in a Test match between Australia and South Africa in 1931.
Oh, we love breaking a record that's stood since then.
So well done, Dizzy. I would have spotted that one.
No, I can't claim that. A friend of mine, Sam Keir, is over from UK. He's in the crowd today. He sent that to me and I forwarded it on to you, Rick. So, yeah, well done, Sam.
And well done, Rick and Jim, for doing the research.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great research.
Stokes is, on his feet. He is now sent the physio is leaving the field.
Oh.
But that was that is a real blow. And it's had, I'm just seeing shots now of other people in the crowd wincing along with Stokes. 47 he's on, Jacques on 40, 6 for 221. And the lead, a slender 44 at this stage. But England have...
Thankfully, there's 2 balls left in the over too, Ali.
Very good, Dizzy.
Pat Cummins with the
yes,
with the bib on, running creeks out
like that. Got the 2 senior statesmen there in Cummins and Nathan Lyon.
Just over 800 Test wickets between them.
They will be on show in Adelaide.
They will indeed.
Right, we're ready to go again. Stokes is settled over his back. Carey is standing up. Nisa comes in again. Will he strike another blow? Stokes is forward this time. Blocked to the full face of the bat. To Labuschagne there in the covers.
Michael Nice has been excellent. Coming around the wicket to Ben Stokes. He's been hitting a consistent spot on the surface. It's almost as if he's just put a tea towel down on the pitch. And he just keeps bashing away and hitting that. He's been excellent, Michael Nisa.
Well, the one that got Stokes doubled over just then, deviated off a crack, or he's in again. Stokes is defending on off stump. Ball runs away off the outer edge towards the backward point region, and there's no run. So we remain 6 for 2-2-1. England leading by 44 in the second innings. Australia are going to have a run chase. But at the moment, they have not taken a single wicket yet in the day. Stokes on 47, Jacques on 40. I was enjoying your conversation about coaching with Corbin earlier, but I just wonder, what would you say has been your favourite coaching job that you've had since you retired from playing? Because you've been international, you've been domestic, you've been in Australia, you've been domestic in England.
Yeah, look, I've been fortunate enough to have a number of different roles. I enjoyed my time coaching Midwest Rhinos in Zimbabwe domestic cricket. I think I learnt a lot about how to manage different players and coaches in a completely foreign environment. It was one of my early stints as a coach. But certainly I loved Yorkshire, I must say. We had a bit of success too.
Doggett, a short ball to Jacques. He's left that one alone, but he's actually clutching his right upper arm as he walks away from the crease just then. That a touch of cramp, or it looked like there was a blow. There's a bit of a pause in play. Sorry, Dizzy. Stokes has just walked out of his crease, the non-striker's end. Checking, is he okay, and is he all right to carry on?
I think cramp maybe.
It's his right arm, so the bottom hand. The right-hander, he's settling over his bat again, so we continue. Short leg in place, the field set for the short ball, and Doggett moves in again, and he does swing away, pulls it hard, and to good effect out to the deep. It stays down, fielded. Deep mid-wicket by Weatherald. It's again shaking that arm out as he runs through.
So in answer to your question, Ali, look, I enjoyed my time at Yorkshire, and then really had a little bit of success. We were able to change the culture a little bit, a little bit, but I did enjoy my stint as Adelaide Strikers coach. I've had 9 seasons and enjoyed that, and obviously coaching South Australia, my home state, was a real honour. I take positives out of every coaching experience I've had, and I've learnt a lot. From players, I've learned a lot from working with different coaches. It's been a fun ride, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure different jobs, different memories according to success that you might have on the field as well. Doggett moves in here, full of ball, and Stokes is driving. Fielded at cover by Labuschagne, and there's no run. Yeah, the bonds you make with the people
of course,
that are there.
It's a lot of fun. And
have you kept in touch with the Zimbabwe folk much?
I had one of the players I coached actually just the other day asked me to. He's coaching in a play. He's retired now. He's coaching in South Africa, and he just messaged me just asked for some advice and the like, which was nice to hear from him.
6 for 2-2-2 as Doggett's in bowling full into the ground. Evading Marnus Labuschagne. Was it into the ground? He thrust out his right hand. The ball is sliding away towards the boundary now. Weatherald picks up and Stokes is back for the second. Just looking at the reactions of the Australians. Was that a bump ball into the ground before it reached Labuschagne's? Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was, yeah.
I think there's a bit of excitement for the crowd more than anything, but
crowd catch.
Yeah, good effort in the field. England played Zimbabwe in a test match in May this year, one-off match at Trent Bridge, and we had Henry Alonga on the microphone with us on the BBC, who of course is a South Australian resident now. No doubt we'll see him at the Adelaide Oval as well. There was a really touching moment during that test match as Doggett moves in now to Stokes. Over the wicket he goes. Stokes is forward, defends back up the pitch. So you remember the story and the role, of course, that Henry Alonga played. The reason why he no longer lives in Zimbabwe was because he wore a black armband in protest of the death of democracy, Robert Mugabe's regime, the 2003 World Cup, along with Andy Flower. And he sort of had always credited England, led by Nasser Hussain, as a reason why he was able to get passage out of Zimbabwe at that time, because after they wore the black armband, death threats came their way. Doggett moves in, full ball, Stokes brings that bat down, defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 6 for 224. Partnership worth 96. Now England's lead up to 47. So when the death threats came, Zimbabwe actually made it through to the Super 8s, I think it was, at that World Cup, which meant they had to travel to South Africa to play a match. The reason why they qualified for the Super 8s was because England boycotted their match against Zimbabwe because of the Robert Mugabe regime, and there was they were receiving sort of reports of death threats, a letter from the sons and daughters of Zimbabwe, I think the group was called. However it shaped up, England ultimately pulled out of their match. The points went to Zimbabwe, and Nasser was really at the centre of all those deliberations about, do we play, do we not? And there was little support from the ECB, the government saying one thing, but kind of leaving it to the cricketers to decide, which was, you look back now and think, well, that kind of decision would be taken right out of players' hands these days. Henry had never met Nasser, and we united the two of them on air in the commentary box during the test match. And Nasser, of course, actually was quite oblivious to the role that he had played in Henry being able to get passage out of Zimbabwe. Because
Henry's life.
Yes, well, exactly. And so when Henry left Zimbabwe, played that match in South Africa, he just never went home. His dad's still in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, he's never been back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spend a bit of time with Henry. He obviously lives in Adelaide and does some Sheffield Shield commentary.
Yeah.
So I get to spend a bit of time with him. He's a lovely guy, and it's an incredible story, really.
A new over, a slip and a gully as Nisa is rushing in here to Jacques. Kerry standing up edge. Oh, Steve Smith's taken a blinder. One-handed to his left at first slip, and the partnership is broken. Jacques' resistance alongside Stokes comes to an end. He's out for 41. Steve Smith's gone racing off in celebration. A hard-earned wicket for the resistance over, and Australia have their breakthrough.
We have an umpire review for a fair catch.
But listen.
I'll check the feed. It's a fair delivery. The best angle piece.
Hang on, Ali, hang on.
Umpires are checking. It was grabbed very low. They want to know it landed safely.
Steve Smith's very happy with that. It's a tough one.
Finger underneath the ball. Keep it rolling, please. Yes. Completion of the catch is fine. Thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
I think even with the naked eye, that looked like a blinder of a catch.
And he was half blinded by... With Alex Carey up to the stumps, it does make it more challenging for a first slip. But is that the Ashes there and then, Ali Mitchell?
Well, there's still 3 tests to go after this. This has opened up the 2-0 opportunity now.
What a moment in today's play. It's the first opportunity Australia have had.
They have resisted and extended that partnership. It really only was going to take one little bit of magic, and that was a bit of magic, wasn't it? Tremendous catch. The wicket for Nisa. He's delighted, but I think Steve Smith is the guy who's most delighted. The captain, of course, as well. But he was defending Jacques. He pushed forward. The ball took the outside edge, carried just to Smith, but an almighty grab at the full stretch of his left arm, plucking it just above the grass, and then set off in massive celebration. So England's lead is only 47. A 7 down, 224. Stokes still there on 49, but he's now going to be accompanied by Atkinson with only Carson Archer to come. So Australia can now start to imagine what's going to come for the rest of this match. And Dizzy, when you talk about the series, we all know the history of how hard it is to come back from 2-0 down in an Ashes series. It's only ever been done once by Bradman's team in the 30s.
Will Jacques 41 runs off 92 balls, which is sort of very un-Jacques-like. He only hit 2 fours. So he's played a different role to what he would normally play, hasn't he?
And he played a wonderful role, Rick, as well. He's given England a bit of a chance, at least. But that's a good reward, Ali, for Michael Nisa as well. He's bowled superbly in this innings. He's bowled beautifully. Today, I was alluding to the fact he's around the wicket to Ben Stokes. He's been consistent with his disciplines of lines and lengths. He's richly rewarded there, and with a great assist from Steve Smith. That's one of the best slip catches I've seen And in the context of the day's play, the context of the match, it's an incredible piece of work from the Australian skipper.
Really was. Rick, I'll get you to give us details of that partnership, how many runs, but importantly also how many balls that they stayed together for, or overs. You know, it's the longest of the match, surpassing that of Boland and Stark. But, yeah, that was the big breakthrough that Australia have been waiting for all day. I'm sure with the run of play and the way yesterday had finished, they would have been expecting to have picked up, they would have backed themselves to pick up 1 or 2 in the first session.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were thinking, this will be over by the first break. You know, there was a lot of speculation how long this would go, but it's been good cricket from England, and it's taken something pretty special to break that partnership.
Well, England will take heart. Their supporters will take heart in the way Stokes and Jacques went about their business. It shows England can play a well-judged, more circumspect way according to a situation.
Well, yeah, and you're exactly right, Ali. It shows that England can adjust, can adapt, which is key to being successful at Test cricket.
We'll come back to Rick in a moment. Gus Atkinson is about to face his first ball from Michael Neser, who now has 3 wickets in this match, the 2 caught and bowled, and now that catch at first slip. Back to 2 slips now with Labuschagne, Smith and then Green in the gully. So Atkinson with Carey standing up. Neser's in, he defends. Coming well forward, the ball rolling up towards mid-off. Rick.
96 runs, that partnership, off 220 balls, which is well less than 3 runs per over.
Well, it was as much about, well, it's just about staying there and then knowing that if you stayed there, runs would come. But if you tried to force the issue, played shots, got out quickly, well, it would have been game over. And in all likelihood, it will be game over in a matter of time. Who knows how long? But England aren't going down without a fight at the moment. Forward is Atkinson, turning it into the leg side.
Well, Atkinson's far from a mug with the bat. He's got a Test
100, yeah.
100.
It's on the honours board at Lord's for batting and bowling this early in his career.
There wouldn't be many players that have achieved that, Ali.
Well, yeah, outside of your rounders, I mean, he sort of look at him and he's a fast bowler, you know. I mean, there's only very few special fast bowlers, obviously, Dizzy, that can, manage to get 3 figures to their name.
That's very true, Ali. It's very true.
Here goes Neser in now to Atkinson, struck on the pad. Neser wants it. The finger does not move. Steve Smith is coming forwards. And here's Steve Smith. Are you sure there's no bat? He says to Alex Carey, who says, let's go upstairs.
Live, Ali, felt outside the line of off stump.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision not out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Right, are England going to be 8 down here in the space of 4 deliveries? Find out.
Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have RTS, please?
Seam back in. Yeah, going to be outside the line.
The back leg, back flap of the top of the pad.
Please. Just freeze it here.
He's pushing forward defensively. Ball goes past the inside edge.
Okay, I have a scratch. Yeah, bat involved.
Yeah.
Just show me where the ball has gone. There's bat involved.
It appears
I
there's
want
bat
to
involved.
see whether the catch was taken by someone. Can you follow the ball, please?
Well, of course, they now will check for a secondary mode of dismissal. If there's a thin inside edge, did it go
thank
straight
you.
to...
Satisfied. I'm going back to Saikat on field. Saikat, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
Yeah, the ball went flip of the inside edge onto the flap of the pad, and then with Carey, both hands in the air appealing, the ball dropped safely into the turf. I don't know whether there's something to be learnt from that about appeals for LBWs, Dizzy, about trying to go for the catch, grabbing the ball. Neser continuing, forward comes Atkinson, turns it up to mid-on, there's no run. That would have been out if someone rushed forward and taken it.
Would have been out, absolutely. I mean, Carey went straight up for an appeal. But I think if there wasn't even a scratch on that, I think it was outside the line of the off stump in any case. You see a change, a couple of changes in the field here, Ali. A deep point, Jake Weatherall's gone out, deep backward point, and Cameron Green, or Brendan Doggett's out at just in front of square, about 3/4 of the way back.
Nisa in now to Atkinson. Forward he comes again. Defence into the offside. Inglis there to pick up. Well, a wicket taking over. That resistance, the almighty resistance of Stokes and Will Jacques broken. England's lead is 47. Australia need another 3 wickets before they can set about a chase. England 7 for 224. Changing commentary here. Phil Jacques is coming in alongside Jonathan Agnew.
The Ashes Test Series, Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
What a catch. Wow. I say, I was commentating next door. You look at that, and when you see the replay, you see actually how late he'll have seen, well, he wouldn't have seen the edge of the bat. That was absolutely incredible catch. And he set off. I mean, he knew that was
special, didn't he?
Oh, absolutely
and that's
brilliant.
The thing, like with those sort of catches, you're unsighted because the keeper's up, and it just sort of comes out from nowhere, and all of a sudden it hits you. And if your technique's not spot on, and you're just that little bit off, they go past you. But he just moves so well. And
superb, absolutely superb catch. Now Doggett's on his way and bowls to Ben Stokes. How's he going to play now that he has the bowlers for company? Well, he's happy to take a single out to deep point, because that now brings up his half century. A fantastic fighting effort by England's captain, who's so under pressure. His team has been slaughtered in the media here and there, and the supporters, the fans, so disappointed by the way that they've played so far. And it's typical Stokes, really. He's just come out and he's responded the way that he knows best. And yet, ironically, he's batted in the way in which he's been trying to persuade his team not to play. There's something very ironic about this. 148 balls for his 50 not out. And he's leaning on his bat up at the non-striker's end, as Atkinson waits now for Doggett, who bowls to him, and Atkinson is on that front foot. Again, defending determinedly, and Doggett picks it up. So what's the plan here then? Come on, Phil. What are they going to do? Because we're towards that witching hour. There's about half an hour to go until it starts to get a bit tricky. Obviously, they're not going to have enough runs by then. I wonder what Ben Stokes is thinking of. He's just going to bat and forget the lights, forget everything, and just bat, or is he going to get out there and flail it a bit? In goes Doggett, bowls, and Atkinson plays that into the ground, into the pitch. And it's fielded by Boland down here at mid-on.
I don't think he can afford to flay it right now. I think they've just got to try and form another partnership, get set. Like, you got a new ball due in 10 overs, I guess. So, I mean, that's going to be tricky. That's going to be under lights. They also know that there's a bit of rain coming. There's a storm on the way, which the Bureau's sort of saying between 7 and 8 o'clock around about. So they'll be hoping that rain can...
Here goes Doggett, bowls short. It's pulled by Atkinson to long leg down there in the deep backward square, actually. And they take a single, so Atkinson's off the mark. The lead moves on to 49.
They'll be hoping that rain takes out the night session. That's what they'll be hoping for.
That's true.
You know, the storms can come and go really quickly in Brisbane, as we know. Like, they can come down really hard and then you're on again in half an hour. But it could also be a little bit longer lasting and take it through till 9:30, and then all of a sudden that night session, which is the trickiest time to bat, is negotiated by the elements.
Doggett bowls very full. Stokes drives, doesn't time that. Much to his distress, he's disappointed. That was a pretty long half volley, really, and it's fielded in the covers.
And then all of a sudden, then you've got a daytime session with a new ball, which you know, we've seen how easy it has been in the daytime, even with the newer ball, to negotiate this really flat wicket. But you know, the lights come on and the ball's new. It's absolute nightmare.
Yeah, very interesting to see how this is going to pan out and how Stokes plays it. In goes Doggett and bowls to him. No, he's still determinedly defending at the moment, even to the point there of not trying to steal a single off the last ball of the over. He's happy for Atkinson, who's he's had a very good Test century to his name. He can bat. I think English supporters will be hoping he doesn't take on the short ball too much, because he does tend to hit that in the air. But he can give Stokes some support here.
Could you see a world where it rains tonight? They have a new ball in the morning.
Right.
England get another 100 runs.
in the morning, maybe a little bit more. And then all of a sudden Australia under lights, chasing a niggly 180 or a 200, wouldn't that just bring the game to life?
What a game that would be. Yeah.
And that could turn this Ashes on a head just from one storm.
Yep.
And that's how fickle this game could be and how much of a on edge this test match is. If Australia can get it done before this rain comes and it's a small chase, I think they'll go after it quite quickly. But they'll also know that tomorrow morning it might be good. So
yeah. Nisa starts a new over. He's bowling to Atkinson, who's on that front foot, pushing the ball out to cover. And there's no run. So it's not necessarily a finisher then. If the storm comes and it lashes down, you could still get out.
Yeah, I think you could. You could come out for a little bit, but it could also finish the evening, and then and England then have the best time to bat with. To maybe eke out a bit more of a niggly lead, and then you got the night session for Australia to chase, but they've also got to negotiate a new ball.
It's quite exhausting working all this out, isn't it?
It could bring the Ashes to life.
So here's Nisa bowling, and on the front foot there's Atkinson again, playing carefully out to mid-off.
We thought all hope was lost, didn't we?
Oh yeah.
From an England's perspective this morning,
definitely.
The Test match was
definitely
going to be done. England were going to roll over. And then enter this man, Ben Stokes. He's making a little bit of a name for himself to make tough runs, isn't he? And score runs at vital times. And
score quick runs as well when he has to.
He has to, yeah. But he's played a different role today. He's been responsible. He's taken ownership.
Here's Nisa bowling, and that's down the leg side. Brushed away for certainly one. As Boland swoops on the ball, Stokes says no as Atkinson contemplates a second. And so the lead is now 50.
Funnily enough, for all the criticism that he's had and this team's had, he's actually adapted today.
Yeah, well, he has.
He's done exactly what everyone's been crying out.
This is the irony of all this. And we've got English colleagues around saying that they don't know whether to be furious or whether to be delighted with the way they played, because why couldn't they? This is the way the team has to play sometimes, and they just seem to refuse to do it. But here now, the Ashes at stake and everything else, you've got the captain showing him that they can play in this manner. Nisa bowls to him, and he's on the front foot, pushing out towards the covers there, and there is no run. But the storms, I mean, I'm a 1998 survivor. Are you, Rick? The storm here in 98?
I wasn't here personally, no.
Oh, that was a storm. I should think they played on here for a week after that one, and it was just when, Australia were winning the game, and this thing came up. It came over the Boggo Road jail, apparently, according to Jeff Thompson, who was working with us at the time. Here's Nisa bowling, and he's caught behind. Stokes is out. And I think all that conjecture of floodlights and everything else departs with England's captain, who just thumped his helmet there with a clenched fist. He's furious. He's just nibbled there outside the off stump. Carey takes the catch standing up, and now Stokes thumps his pad with his bat. He's furious. He's battled so hard, and he's got up there in just a slightly tame fashion, nibbling outside the off stump, maybe contemplating getting a run down to third man or something like that to keep the strike. But he's played so well, so determinedly, that now he's peeling off his gloves, he's dropped his bat, and he's heading for the dressing rooms, having made a really good fighting 50. But it doesn't feel that it's enough.
He's absolutely devastated, isn't he, Ben Stokes? He's worked so hard, as you said, for his team and country. And the local boy, Michael Nisa, has got the massive breakthrough of Ben Stokes. Alex Carey, who's been impeccable the whole game behind the sticks, has taken a really good one right up at the stumps. And everybody in this whole stadium knows how important that one was.
First time Michael Nisa has 4 wickets in a test innings. Best figures.
He's bowled well today, actually. He's just ferreting around, isn't he? He's just at you all the time. He's bowled well. Yeah, but Carey, you're right. He's not going to drop a chance like that. He's right up there. It's brilliant. I think Stokes might just have been... Did he have that single on his mind?
Just a little nibble, wasn't it? Just went a little bit, trying to just followed a little bit, trying to knock it into the gap.
Yeah, there was 2 balls to go in the over. He tossed his bat in the air and actually caught it quite well as it came down. Cass is the new batsman, and well, he gets a single here down towards fine leg. He might get 2. Let's see if Boland's picked it up. Throw on the way. They're coming back for the second, and they make it as well as Smith there intercepted the throw. So Cass off the mark, first ball. The lead is 52. I feel the Gabba coming alive again. It's been quite a quiet day, really. It's been a day for the purists to settle back and enjoy the tussle. But now they scent blood, I think. And you can hear the volume of the crowd has gone up noticeably.
2 vital wickets for Michael Neser as well. Taking his personal tally to 4. And you can smell a little fifer as well. And more importantly, hopefully from Australia's perspective, finish off this innings. They've got a 52-run lead.
Michael Neser's getting a tremendous hand down there at fine leg.
They love him up here, Michael Neser. Queensland boy.
Well, he's bowled well. He really has bowled well. So he's just harried that length and line. Now Doggett is bowling to Atkinson. He bowls a bouncer, and it just goes over square leg's head there as he takes on that hook shot. Here we go, the happy hookers are reunited. And it was Cameron Green there. They got the tallest man on the field standing in that quite key position, really, especially for a tail ender trying to take on the hook shot. I don't know how wise this is, really.
It's right off the toe of the bat too, wasn't it, Aggers?
Horrible shot. I mean, you just
eyes were closed, the head was turned.
Yeah, terrible. That's a real
teaser.
Real tail ender's hook shot.
Tail end teaser.
Yeah. Doggett again. Runs in and he bowls to Cass, and he has a go now, shoveling the ball in the air down the leg side. This will be what the Australians will do to these tail enders. Going into bouncer warfare. It's not like the old days of the gentleman's agreement between fast bowlers. That's long gone.
Oh no, it's all out war now, isn't it?
Yeah.
They know they're going to get their fair share, so they get their quota in.
Yeah. At least they do get the chance to practice against it, which certainly back in my day, you very rarely got the chance to have a net, and then next thing you had night watchman against Sylvester Clarke. It's dreadful. But they take the batting very seriously these days. Right, so what's the next one going to do? Well, it's another pull. Oh, he's out. Pull straight to mid-wicket. Atkinson's gone. We read that, didn't we? Not much of a bouncer, really, and Atkinson's just shoveled it straight to Smith. Fielding at mid-wicket, and the Aussies are on a roll. 9 for 231. The lead only 54, and storm or no storm, I don't think anything's going to stop Australia now. It was another. I mean, why he's playing that shot, I really don't know.
It doesn't look like one of his better shots, does it?
No.
It was a very soft out. Sort of tried to keep it down, I think, but it was just straight at Smith, wasn't it?
I don't understand why they, I said it before, why they engage in this. Why you just get out of the way and say, yeah, okay, you can bounce, maybe bounce as you like. I'm not interested. And I don't know. You're not going to win. If you're a tail ender, you're not going to win that battle. You might get 1 or 2 away, but you're not, are you?
Not for any period of time. No. Not for as long as England need him to do.
Not while he plays it like that.
It was half-hearted too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Steve Smith, didn't he enjoy that one?
Yep.
Big celebration.
Almost as much as that brilliant slip catch earlier.
He knows how much he's turned this game on its head with that catch earlier.
Yeah.
And to get another one.
Well, it's the last sweepings of England's dressing room now as Jofra Archer appears. He played pretty well in the first innings, and he's got well, I suppose here the honour, if you like, of having an extra man put out on the leg side boundary. So he's got 5 on the leg side boundary. The solitary figure of Smith directing proceedings at mid-wicket. We know what it's going to be. Jofra knows what it's going to be. Doggett runs in, bowls, bouncer, and Archer ducks underneath it. He says, no, I'm not interested. The question is, for how long will he remain uninterested? 9 for 231. England lead by 54. Archer leans on his bat as Doggett walks back to his mark again. Still those 5 out on the leg side boundary for the number 11. Doggett moves in again. He runs away from his bowls to Archer, who tries to glove that away. Nasty ball, really, for number 11. Fended it off. He didn't go for the hook shot. Just try to keep it down by playing a defensive stroke. And he'll mark that down if he comes across Doggett again.
Put that in the memory bank?
I think so. I think so. You're not.
Wasn't a bad one, was it?
We take it very personally, you see, because what it means, if you as a fast bowler get a bouncer from another fast bowler, it means he's not worried about you. That's how you read it. Very personal.
Yes.
Yeah. Says it. I'll show you. Doggett again runs in, bowls to Archer, who ducks under the next bouncer. And that goes through to the keeper. So 9 down, 9 for 231. England lead by 54. We'll keep an eye on the weather, but I don't think much is going to hold Australia up. I'm on my way. If I don't come back, I might do, but I'll see you all in Adelaide. And Corbin Middlemas is coming here.
The Summer of Cricket on ABC Sport.
The Ashes Test Series. Head to the ABC Listen app and look for the Cricket Podcast for everything Ashes.
British optimism's gone. Agnew signing off. See him in Adelaide.
Yeah, he's out of here, isn't he?
Yeah. Hopes fading for England after what was such a promising day. Lead 54, 9 down. Cars on strike. Nisa on the way in and defending out on the offside. We spoke a bit, Phil Jacques, about Michael Nisa earlier today, and you know, as awesome it is for him in the Test match. There's, in all likelihood, there's a huge chance that it could be his last Test match. Certainly in the short term, and hopefully for his sake he gets another look in at some point, but he's had to leapfrog a few to be back out there, and there's obviously quite a few coming back in, and yet he had some great moments last night, and now he's added to it today. He's on the precipice of a 5-wicket haul. Hits the crease, bowls to Cars. He beats him outside the off stump, and with Carey up, another clean take, and that just nipped away from him beautifully. He's bowled superbly, Michael Nisa.
Yeah, like he's done 1,000 times before for Queensland on this wicket. He just nags away, bowls a good area, gets a little bit of movement either way, and he's created opportunities when others haven't as well at times. To get 4 wickets and have his little moment at the Gabba in Test cricket, there's no one more deserving. He is a true warhorse of Queensland cricket. Works so hard. Really happy for him.
Nisa into Cars, who's driving back down the ground and finds mid-on. It's a miscued drive. 9 for 231. So if you've just flicked the radio on and you're wondering what's happened, essentially England have lost 3 for 7 in 4 overs. So at the end of the 69th over, England was 6 for 224. They'd added 90 today without loss. And then Steve Smith, some brilliance, diving, blindsided with the keeper up, outstretched, able to take a one-handed catch. Sent Jacques on his way for 41. As Nisa delivers, and Cars whips it away on the leg side into a bit of open space out there, and the ball will bounce away through deep backward square, and Boland trots around from fine leg to retrieve it. And Cars is going to get through for 3. So it was Smith's catch, diving out to his left with the keeper up off Nisa's bowling. Jacques out for 41. That started the mini collapse. And then Ben Stokes for 50, did all the hard work, 152 ball stay, nicking through to the keeper. He sort of flipped the bat up in frustration after he was out, also off Nisa's bowling, and then punched his helmet as the sweat and all the hard work and the perspiration came flying out of the helmet. And then Atkinson, a relatively soft dismissal, just an easy pull shot to Smith off the bowling of Doggett for 3. So 3 for 7, now 3 for 10 in the last half hour. Nisa to Archer, who defends on the offside. He's still yet to get off the mark. 9 for 234. England lead by 57. And we're an hour away from the Bureau's estimation, Jacques, that the storm is coming.
Yes. This English batting lineup will be trying to get as many runs as they can, but they'll also try and stay out there until that rain goes. So, you know, they probably like to be bowling now almost and have a crack under the lights, but they've only got 57 lead.
Archer awaits, Nisa delivers. He's beaten outside the off stump. Already his best figures in an innings in Test cricket. 4 for 42, Michael Nisa. England are 9 down. The lead is 57.
With those wickets, it's almost like now, even if the rain comes and Australia has still got a few to get, they're going to be bowling in the daytime again now. So it's pretty much Test match over. And I think you could see the look on Stokes' face when he got out, and the anguish and the anger and the realisation that he knew that with his wicket, it probably cost England any hope of winning this Test match. It would take a minor miracle from here. Of course, Archer got 38 in the first innings and scored some valuable runs, but he's going to need a whole lot more here.
Dogged to Cast, who backs away, and then he's cutting from well outside leg stump. Backward a point for 1. He moves to 7. The lead's 58.
Still 6 overs away for this new ball as well. For Australia's perspective, will they need that? Or will they be able to create another opportunity? 9 down for 235. England showed so much fight and determination. They just have come so close, but just haven't quite nailed it today.
Whole field is spread for Jofra Archer. It's just a short leg in. Archer's on strike. He's pulling just wide of mid-wicket. Picked up by Green. He holds the ball, doesn't throw, and Archer gets through for 1. So 9 for 236. It's a lot of respect to the number 11 to have everyone back on the fence.
Yeah. So I feel like he should be at 10 instead of 11. Interesting one. Maybe they just think he's going to try and hit for 6.
What's the thing, even now? Have a look at the field. So 9 for 236. Cast is on 7. The Aussies are 1 wicket away from batting. And in what would be a one-day game, there's one player inside the 30-yard ring. To Cast, who tries to hit it out of the park, plays and misses, bounces off his back and down to third man for 1. And they all count the same. 1 more to the score, so 9 for 237. 60 is the lead, and they're going in the book as leg byes, I think, as the umpire's making a signal towards.
It's hit him in the helmet,
the pavilion.
Shoulder or helmet.
Off the shoulder, yep.
Physio's coming out. Going to have another concussion protocol. It just hit the stem guard on the way through, didn't it? Just flicked it off the shoulder onto the stem guard.
Explain to me the theory of the field, Jacques, having everyone back on the rope.
Oh, I think they just think with the shorter boundary, they're going to bang it in halfway down, which they've done quite a lot from this end.
Yep.
At the Vulture Street end for most of this game, where the cracks really haven't played much of a part. So they've been bowling a lot more bounces into the wicket. And at this stage, at 9 down, I think they know that England are going to try and take it on and try and get as many quick runs as they can. But yeah, you'd think there'd be a couple of guys in there for the miss hits at least. But yeah, there was 2 on the leg side, but no one on the offside at all. So you think that the line that he's going to bowl will be sort of armpit kind of line into the body, and just hope for a miss hit out for one of the guys in the deep or to the square leg. But
3-6 field, third man back, deep point back, long offs back. So they're all back on the offside, and then on the leg side, you've got fine leg, deep backward square, deep square, mid-wicket, short leg and long on. As Dockett's on his way in, bowls short, cracked away by Archer along the ground to Green at mid-wicket. No run. So lead 60, 9 for 237.
And the one guy in the ring, apart from the short leg, is Cam Green, and he's 40 metres away, and that went straight to him.
Yeah.
It just rolled on the ground and made it all the way, and they didn't get a single. So good field placement, you could say, but it's there's everybody just about on the boundary.
9 for 237. They're bowling to the number 10 and the number 11. And ball in its 75th over. And the Aussies are 1 wicket away from batting again. Doggett around the wicket. And cracked away by Archer on the leg side, trying to find the gap. Diving effort, Weatherald put in the sprawling attempt and knocked it into the rope. So 4 runs. And Jofra Archer on a stacked leg side field still finds a boundary on the pull shot. The lead's up to 64.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many guys are out the boundary. Jofra is finding the gaps. That one went like an absolute rocket straight over Travis Head's head. And Jake Weatherall, a little bit of a Story Bridge dive over the top of that one, wasn't it? Didn't get down, didn't stop it. Sure, but we got something on that.
Doggett continues around the wicket into the rib cage, and Jofra Archer plays it well. Keeps it down. End of the over. England still batting, 9 for 241. Archer 5, Carr 7. All the commotion happened about half an hour ago, where England lost 3 for 7, including the 2 setback. That's Jacques out to a superb diving catch. Steve Smith with the keeper up. He was blindsided by it off the bat and yet stuck out his left hand and took a superb diving catch. Nisa picking up Will Jacques' wicket for 41, and then Stokes, after all his hard work, the warrior that he is, just feathered an edge through to the keeper Carey up to the stumps. He was out for an even 50 after a 152 ball stay at the crease, and then Atkinson pulling to Smith, who took a calm catch at mid-wicket after bowling to Brendan Doggett and was out for 3. So 9 for 241. England have batted more than half the day, trying to hang in the contest. And we talked a lot about the Baz ballers, didn't we, Phil Jacques, at the start of the day? And we've seen England teams in the past that probably could be accused a little bit of just sort of rolling over when all of a sudden it felt like that the contest was done. You can't accuse England of that today. They've certainly done their best to hang in the contest as Nisa tries to slide one under Archer's bat, and he digs it out. And Carr's just playing out on the offside, so no run. Carr's not out on 7.
Yeah, well, that's it. And for all the criticism, I guess, this morning and throughout the course of this Test match and series so far, you have to tip your hat to their effort today. They actually have applied themselves. They've adapted, and they've come close to wrestling back some sort of hope. I mean, it's only a 64-run lead on a pretty good wicket.
Nisa to cast. He's nicking. Smith takes the catch. The man who started the rot with a superb diving catch. Smith gets the last. Nisa gets 5. On his home deck, having waited 3 years for a return to Test cricket. And Michael Nisa has a Test fifer. 5 for 42. Cast the last man out for 7. England's lead 64. All out 241. Nisa 16.2 overs, 5 for 42.
And every single Australian player to the man have got around Michael Nisa, as they should. He's waited a long time for a moment like this. Michael Nisa, the homegrown hero from Queensland, has produced a memorable 5-wicket haul for Australia on his own patch at the Gabba. Well done, Michael Nisa. You're a deserved 5-wicket haul bowler. You never take that away from him. Well done, Michael Nisa.
What a moment as he holds up the pink ball, and how appropriate. 3 Test matches, 3 pink ball fixtures. And Michael Nisa has a Test fifer at 35 years young. 3 years since his last Test match. And what a story it is, and particularly given the circumstances in which Michael Nisa is here. And you think of the guys that are unavailable in this lineup at the moment. So not just the obvious players that are missing in Cummins and Hazelwood, but if you look a little deeper, the likes of Morris and Richardson, Abbott, even Doggett went ahead of him in the pecking order, and yet Michael Nisa gets a look in. There was much debated about whether they should have gone with the extra seamer or whether they should have gone with Nathan Lyon. They have bowled England out twice, and Nisa justifies his selection with 5 for 42.
Yeah, he stepped up and been counted today when Australia really needed him. He's made the difference, along with that superb catch from Steve Smith that started the rot. But Michael Nisa put the ball in the right areas for consistent amounts of time. He made it happen just enough to create those opportunities, and he has got a very, very well-deserved 5 wickets. What a legend, Michael Neser. He's a Queensland legend. He's a homegrown hero, as I've said. How good is it for him to have his moment at the Gabba?
The call of the card in just a moment, but it ends 75.2 overs, and after their best effort today, England to try and stick around in the contest. Ultimately, it comes to an end here, just after the hour mark into the second session on day 4. So, quick call of the card for you, with England resuming today at 6 for 134. They added 90 to the overnight score, the pair of Will Jacques and Ben Stokes. They batted through the entire first session. And then Will Jacques, it took an absolute blinder. Neser was able to extract the edge. The keeper was up to the stumps, and Steve Smith was able to dive out to his left and plucked it just millimetres off the grass. It was an absolute hanger, and as a result, Jacques was out for 41. And then the collapse started. They lost 3 for 7. Ben Stokes had done all the hard work with Jacques, faced 152 points in this 152 balls in the searing Brisbane Heat. In the end, he was out for an even 50, feathering an edge through to Carey. Neser picking up his wicket too. And then Brendan Doggett joined in the party. Atkinson pulling the ball to Smith, out for 3. England had lost 3 for 7 at that stage, and in the end they lose 4 for 17 to close the card. Cast, the last man, out for 7. Caught at first slip too. Smith takes the catch off the bowling of Neser, out for 7. Archer some red ink. He's 5 not out off 9 balls. 16 sundries made up of 8 byes, 5 leg byes, 2 wides and 1 noe. Meanwhile, the bowling for Australia, Stark 18 overs, 2 for 64. Neser 16.2 overs, 5 for 42. Doggett 17 overs, 1 for 56. Boland 17 overs, 2 for 47. Green bowled 5 overs for 15. Head 1 over for 1. And Marnus Labuschagne bowled the last over of the morning session, 1 over, none for 3. So 2-4-1 all out. It means England lead the test by 64 runs before Australia bat for a second time, which makes the victory target. Phil Jakes 65 for the Australians from here. We'll see the pair of Weatherald and Head. Third time they've opened together. They already own 2 of the top 4 leading partnerships in terms of first wicket stands over the last 2 years in Australian cricket. So it's a fair sample size. That's more than 35 innings. They've already had early success, and it'll be interesting to see what happens here with a low target to get. And obviously the selectors will have one eye on the Adelaide test with an interesting decision to ponder, with Usman Khawaja expected to be fit and available should he be selected returning from those back spasms.
Yeah, I think Australia will be looking to be positive here. They'll want this done tonight. There is a bit of rain around. Hopefully it stays fine for long enough for Australia to be able to get this done quickly and unscathed. But yeah, as you said, there's going to be some conversations, and some deep and meaningful conversations over the next few days leading into that Adelaide test as to what to do in that opening spot.
What's your feel?
I think they've made a really good fist of it, these two. I really do. And it's an incredibly tough call, and an incredibly tough call on Usman Khawaja. But I just don't know if they'll change it. What's my opinion on it? I think if it's working and you've seen 2 good partnerships, then maybe it's time. But it's a tough call. Usman's been a great servant. And, he's still a really good player and doing a really good job for his country, and he's made that brilliant 200 in Sri Lanka, and so there's a lot to think about. But I like the fact that they've got 2 aggressive openers in Weatherall and Head, and they've shown on a tricky surface that they can still get it done.
And it'd be a hard argument, wouldn't it, to say, hey, we're going to bring him back and we're going to bat him in the middle order or whatever it turns out to be. You'd think if Uzi plays, he's going to bat up the top, and if he doesn't play, I think it's hard to make the case for him.
I think it unsettles everybody else if you move other people around. And I think he's got a bat in the top 3, and they're not moving Marnus. So the only thing they could do is bring him back into open for the rest of this series. Head goes back down to 5. And Inglis misses out. But
is there room for sentiment in the test team?
Not really, no. I don't think there is. I don't think you can have sentiment at this level. I think it's got to be, what is the long-term success of the team? What is the best way to win the next test match? And what is the long-term plan? If the long-term plan isn't for Head to open, then I could see that there is a plan to bring in Usman Khawaja back and then look for that long-term opener. But if Head is a long-term opener, you certainly couldn't leave Weatherald out after his first innings showing here either.
Yeah. England are out on the field. They're just hitting a few balls out there, getting loose at the moment. Joe Root taking some catches under the floodlights. So they're on. The setting sun expected to drop in the next 13 minutes or so. So Australia will come out and try to mop up these last 65 runs. England will have a new ball. They'll need something dramatic to happen for them. So England all out for 241. Stokes made 50, 41 for Will Jacques. I knew I'd do it. Will Jacques, Will Jacques.
You've been threatening to do that all week.
And then, sure enough, I slip it in right at probably the last possible mention that I'll have the chance to bodge that up. And Michael Neser, hats off to him. Career best figures in his third Test match. His first 5-wicket haul, so 5 for 42 for Michael Neser. All right, we're just going to reset here for a moment at the Gabba. Australia's second innings about to begin. I'm having a look at Jake Weatherald, who's doing some shadow batting beneath us. The umpires are out there. England only moments away from taking the field. We'll duck out. Jim Maxwell and Phil Tufnell coming in shortly as Australia's second innings begins, chasing 65 to win.
The Ashes.
And there's cricket on.
Rushes in and bowls a Yorker and bowls him.
ABC Sports Summer of Cricket on your radio and on the ABC Listen app.
The Ashes.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and the ABC Listen app.
Here we go. There's a huddle down below with the English team getting together and trying to get a bit of good humour, inspiration, body language before they get out into the middle and try to knock off a couple of wickets in this innings. The Cat, where's he gone? Here's the Cat. And we're about to see a blistering opening spell, aren't we, from England in defending 64. How many down you reckon it'll be? All out for 36? What sort of thing can happen here?
Well, anything can happen, as we know, Jim. But
It
no,
can.
at least we saw a bit of fight there.
My word.
Yeah, we got stuck in a little bit. Well, from two of the guys. I mean, the tail again sort of just was giving catching practice to the 9 fielders on the leg side. But hey ho, it's difficult. I've been in that position myself. Yeah.
They returned to script.
Yeah, they did a bit, but at least we saw a little bit of fight. But well bowled Australia. That's what I can say. And well bowled Michael Neser.
Michael Neser, 5 for 42.
Yeah, and he just said, I was listening to the the chat after as he came off, and he said, what did you do, anything special? He said, no, I know that the wicket can go flat. I'll bowl consistently, hit the top of off stump, and then you get a bit of luck and bang. That's what Test cricket's all about. You try and contain, suffocate sides, set a ring field and a couple of slips and what have you, and you get your rewards, Jim.
Just looking, when is tea, supper or whatever the next break is? We had 10-minute break between innings. So how long does this session go?
There's a lot of breaks, isn't there?
It's hard to work it out.
20 minutes, I think we got now.
Yeah, I agree. 20 minutes.
20 minutes, and then we have a bit of something.
Okay, so 6:40 is the dinner, supper break, or whatever you want to call it, a packet of crisps and a cold one.
Can they do it in 20 minutes? What is it, 60?
They could, but I don't think they will, do you?
Perhaps not.
Now Archer bowls around the wicket, and he bowls a ball that's hit away off the edge, and it's fielded in the gully there. He just got up over the bounce and ran it down to Pope, who's there in the gully. 3 slips gully, backward point, cover mid-wicket, and a deep, fine leg. So how many inroads can England get here?
Well, it's always nice just to take a couple with you, isn't it? Just for your own pride and personal sort of satisfaction. Perhaps get one over one of the batters.
Get the ball down the other end, and he does, down the leg side, and it goes away for 4 byes. Smith couldn't get to that.
again, as we saw in the first innings, Archer just a little offline. The second ball down the leg side and too wide for Smith to get a glove on it, and it went down to the boundary. So buys to start the innings. None for 4. So Travis Head's on strike. These two freewheeled pretty well in the first innings. And Travis Head watches Archer bowls to him. He's down the leg side and a good cape take this time by Smith. It wasn't as wide as the previous delivery and he managed to take it. But Archer's radar is a little astray here as he's trying to get around the wicket and in at Travis Head. And if he doesn't get it right, bang, something will happen here. Yeah, the first one was way wide. All right, 61 needed.
Was that given us buys or what?
No, buys.
Buys, that's a bit harsh.
Was.
We're going to need a T-expected gadget again.
Archer again, and he's after this. He hits it away on the offside. No timing as he got onto the back foot and tried to thrust it through the offside. And they collected a run. None for 5. And the target is exactly 65. And Steve Smith's up to, what, 211?
Oh, what a catch that was, by the way.
Or 210.
Yeah.
He's equal Dravid with those 3 catches. 2, 8, 9, 10, yes. 3 catches at the end. Carey took 4. And a complete performance by Australia, other than the 96-run defiance between Stokes and Jacques that held up Australia. Now Weatherall's on strike. Here comes Archer. Archer, he lets it go. That's good judgment. It was over about the line of the 5th stump. He just went very quickly on the length, and it was if you can call a leave spectacular, that was one. And it fizzed past just outside the line. It was quite high in the end after a bit of trampoline bounce off the pitch. There's a message here for you, Tuffers.
Oh, lovely.
I'll read it in a moment. It's
not the missus, is it?
She wants your credit card, yeah. Here comes Archer around the wicket, and it's pushed away for a single. Weatherall's off the mark, out there into the covers. None for 6 from the first over. Well, they've still got one to come. Now, the message is for Tuffers. Hi to a Barnet lad.
Yes.
From an Ilford lad, Paul, now on the Sunshine Coast.
Lovely.
You know?
Yeah, I do.
Right, okay.
I reckon you got the best spot there out of them places.
You going up there?
Yeah.
Going to see him?
Well,
it's just up the road.
Well, we might have. Well, we're going to probably
go tomorrow.
Have a day off. Oh, what's that coming up there?
Oh, snap, crackle, and pop. Yeah.
Oh, something coming over the horizon. Is it a monster?
What are you expecting?
Well, a bit of rain,
yeah. Just to hold the thing up.
Oh, yeah, no, there's a big cloud looming there, you said about this time.
The snap, crackle, pop. So it was the end of the over, and we're going to have Atkinson around the wicket from this Vulture Street end. He goes to Weatherall, who plays neatly through the onside. Wide of mid-on. Archer chasing it back as it runs up towards the boundary, and it's stopped just inside the rope down there as they complete 3 runs. So a busy start, none for 9 in the second over. A lovely little punch wide of mid-on.
Yeah, both sides of the wicket already. The England bowlers, they were guilty of that in the first dig as well. Just got to zone in a bit and at least make you earn your runs a bit.
So the ball's back in Atkinson's hands. 3 slips gully in place. It is getting darker, if I can say that, with the lights on. Atkinson bowls it and the Head plays it. And you could hear the call of no run out there on the offside. And we're getting a few nice, interesting messages here, wanting to express that the appeal of Test cricket, at least for me, is the gentle ebb and flow. And when effort is tempered with patience, then coupled with application and concentration, you increase your chances, which may be a lesson in life. Lovely little bit of afternoon, early evening philosophy. Thank you. None for 9. Atkinson comes in and the back goes head and pushes firmly in front of point. Dashes off for 1 and will come back for a second as it's chased back on the offside. None for 11. Head 3. Wetherald on 4. So 2 lefties, which is not unusual for Australia. Sometimes for England too, but in Australia have had a number of them. Kawaja and Warner, Hayden and Langer.
There weren't a lot of lefties back in the day, were there? Seems to be a lot of lefties now.
Atkinson's bowling, and again, Travis Head punches through the offside. A beautifully timed shot. It's going up towards the boundary. It's going to be a close thing and goes for 4. Despite the effort of Will Jacques chasing it out to the cover boundary. And Travis Head's in form.
That's a bit of timing, isn't it? Hardly, just a little sort of stab.
Yeah.
No real sort of follow through or flourish with the wrist. That's just a little poke. And it's flown off the middle of the bat.
Australia needs 65 to win this game. England bowled out for 241 after some stubborn resistance from Jackson Stokes. Atkinson bowls now back and across in behind a straighter ball on the stumps, and he doesn't score a run.
Do you remember January 1963, Jim? Sydney?
I do.
Australia versus England?
I was there, yes.
Guess what the target was?
65?
Correct.
And you know what? Brian Booth snicked the ball down to third man for the winning runs, and it rained, and it rained, and it rained. It rained for the rest of the day and the next day.
Well,
they would have never got back on the field. Here comes Atkinson again. That's short. He's going after it, trying to heave it over the slips. In fact, Dexter wanted to finish the game off. He really rushed the bowlers to come on because he obviously was going to go and play golf or whatever Ted Dexter used to do.
Libation.
And the game finished. I can see Brian Booth sneaking it down to third man. There was no one there. 4 runs, and they ran off the field in the rain.
Australia home by 8 wickets.
Yeah. Yeah, it was memorable because of Alan Davidson's bowling in England's second innings. I think they made 102, something like that. And Bob Simpson, he took 104, was it? Oh, I was close. And
not bad for 63.
Simpson took catches like Steve Smith.
Did he?
At first slip.
Yeah.
He was one of the many great slip catches, fielders of all time. So we start with the Archer's second over, and he's bowling short down the leg side. It leaps at Wetherald, but it goes past him to be taken by the keeper. 15 of the 65 have already been scored. So this will be, what have we got? Another 10 minutes to go before tea, a couple of overs. So I don't think we're going to get there before tea, and we may also have an interruption here just to drag things out for a little longer this evening. Dark cloud around, and if there's a clap of lightning and clap of thunder and some lightning, they might go off. Here comes Archer. Back he goes. Almost plays it into his stumps. He gets a streaky French cut 4. He chopped at that, hit his bat onto the ground over the stumps and down to the fine leg boundary. Lucky one.
Yeah, just that little bit of bounce. They've obviously thought of a plan, the England bowlers, to the 2 lefties, which is running it into them, trying to cramp them up. This time, that's unlucky. Inside edge, could have gone anywhere.
So Wetherald moves his score along to 5. Right. We're in twilight zone now. As Archer bowls, Wetherald's back. He's beaten by a ripper. That took off. Taken overhead by Smith. He couldn't do much about that other than miss it, which he did.
Sharp.
And that was sharp. That's what Archer's like, though. He's a bit spasmodic, isn't he? Every now and then he'll bowl an absolute jaffer.
Yeah. When he gets it right, it doesn't help him really bowling round the wicket. He sort of loses that front arm, and he sort of ends up sort of just slinging it down there instead of sort of staying stiff in that bowling arm, you know.
149 Ks.
Yeah, that's ticklish.
Archer races in again and back and across. He edges into the turf, and he goes down to Pope, who's out there in the gully. So it's exciting to watch Archer bowl, but can he get the result? He only got one for in the first innings, and you wonder where he is going to feature as a strike bowler in this series.
It's surprising me that he's coming around the wicket. I know it's very sort of trendy now to come around the wicket and try and move it away from the lefties, but I've seen him bowl beautifully over the wicket, just running it across, and that has been his strength.
Yes, and still 2 balls left in this over. None for 19. Archer goes in. Weatherall's back and turns it away quickly towards Duckett, who's out there. It's in front of square. So we've just been speculating about what happens from here with the Australian team, and the fact that Cummins will be back. Will Khawaja find a place in the side? Nathan Lyon. So there's a little bit of a variation around selection, but you'd reckon that these two, certainly in Adelaide, it would be opening for Australia again.
It's going to be a bit harsh on these, isn't it? Pfeiffer, see you later.
Surely not. So about 25,000 watching this as Archer bowls short ball. He tugs it away, but doesn't get the timing or placement straight to Duckett in front of square. None for 19. Head 7. Weatherall on 8. And Archer's bowled 2 overs for 6 runs.
Well, so you think Nisa plays Adelaide?
No.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying.
No, I think Nathan Lyon and Cummins would replace
Nisa
and Doggett.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Yeah. Bit harsh, isn't it? Get your Pfeiffer. And then,
yeah, well,
it's drops, isn't it? I don't get none of this rotation. In my day, you see, Jim, you either played or you were dropped. Not having a rest.
A rest, yes. Atkinson flies in and bowls a ball that's driven into the covers. What would England do to improve their side?
I think, well, you can help me out here a little bit. Adelaide pitch might spin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So I think we might get a look at Shoaib. We might do.
Shoaib?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, but then or does Jacques carry on? So that's what they've got to think. And then I think we're going to see a bit of Josh Tongue somewhere for perhaps a Bryden Cast or something, even though he does pick up his wickets, or perhaps even an Atkinson.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a decision to make, and they don't have much evidence of in-form tour.
Bethel, does he get a run out?
Here's Atkinson around the wicket again, heads back, and he flicks it away. High and handsome out to the square leg boundary. It goes out towards the boundary almost for 6. The crowd's reaction suggests it was pretty close to carrying that long boundary at square leg. And the umpire's just checking with his mate upstairs to see where that stroke landed. It was one of those drop kicks from the left-hander. Where did it land?
That's Tom Mix.
It's gone all the way. 6, yep. Just carried the rope. Travis Head, a disdainful flick off his hip for 6. None for 25. Atkinson bowls to him. It's short, and he's on the back foot. That's 4. Crashed through the covers. And that's what happens when you drop it short to these fellas, particularly Travis Head. One flicked away over square leg, and the next hammered past Jacques at extra cover point to the boundary. None for 29.
Looks like he's got a train to catch, doesn't he? Travis Head. He's got a good bat there. I tell you, that was a sort of an awkward looking flick, the 6. It was a sort of a, I don't know what that was, but he's got it right out the screws, and that one a bit more of an orthodox cut. Right out the meat.
Atkinson bowls, and he's back to a better delivery, a bit fuller, straighter, and he had to defend it out there on the offside. So Atkinson, like a number of the England bowlers, just struggling for the control of his radar to force the batsman to defend or push the length. And too often they're getting balls they can throw their hands at, as Head has done in this over. He's 17. 29 of the 65 scored here. The lights are blazing away as the cloud gets more leaden above us. Atkinson is in. Back he goes, watching the ball carefully. It was a bit fuller, straighter. Defended out there on the offside.
Where is that? Is that cloud getting any closer? I reckon we're going to miss it.
Another half hour, you won't see it.
No.
It'll be too dark.
No, it's right. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, don't know it's there.
So the only really good thing about lights and pink ball cricket is it's very unlikely, unless there's a blackout, that you'll go off the field for bad light. Very. And Travis Head, he's picked up this ball pretty well so far. And now Duckett's being sent back to deep square leg. And the fly third man is going in. So Atkinson needs to find a ball that hits the stumps or the outside edge here. Can he do it? He runs into Head. Head's back, chasing and missing. He's trying to mow that through the offside, but he didn't.
Wow.
4 overs, 29 runs scored, and we've got another one more over before the dinner break, the late high tea. What do you got there, Rick? You got the weather map. You got to interpret it for me. Where is it?
It's lurking.
How close?
It's lurking.
Probably arrive when we resume after tea.
Well, yeah, probably, but sometimes it doesn't.
No. Well, that was a real blaze from Travis Head, wasn't it? One hand came off the bat. It's like Zorro, the flashing blade, you know. Absolute kitchen sink.
So let's get through this over from Archer. Bowling to Weatherald. Australia bowling England out for 241. The last 4 wickets went down quickly after a 96-run partnership. Archer runs in. Back goes Weatherald. Yeah. We'll get a single there. Square of the wicket on the offside. Weatherald 9. None for 30. And just down the card today, England went through the first session without losing a wicket. And then after a bit more time had gone, and Jackson made 41. He nicked low to the left of Smith at slip. It was obscured by the keeper standing up, but he took a spectacular diving left-hand catch. Jack's out for 41. Atkinson caught by Smith off Doggett for 3 at mid-wicket. And then Stokes caught by Carey standing up to Boland for 15. And Cast caught by Smith off Nisa for 7. Now Archer bowls, and it's respected with defensive shot by Travis Head down the onside. Archer was 5 not out, 16 sundries, 241, out of which Nisa bowled 16.2 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 42. Doggett 1 for 56, Boland 2 for 47, and Stark 2 for 64 to give him 18 wickets in 2 tests in this series. So we're now watching Australia try and knock off these runs. Archer goes in, and Travis Head runs it down to third man off a thick outside edge for a single, and the score ticks over to none for 31.
Yeah, I think the moral of this game is just out-bowled, outfielded, out-caught, out everything. I'm afraid for England. Showed some little glimpses along the way, didn't they?
Yeah,
but they haven't been able to put anything together. Just never been able to sort of slot all the pieces together.
It's been a rifle fire series. 2 days in Perth. We'll finish short of 4 days here. And we've got Weatherald waiting. Archer comes in and he drives and misses. A full delivery wide of the off stump. And he went for the GSA Sobers cover drive and missed it. 31. Did you ever see Sobers bat?
No.
No, you didn't?
No, I didn't, no.
He was something.
I know I've had a hard life, Jim, but I'm not that old.
I noticed, I heard the other day, that ground where he hit 6 sixes,
yes,
they don't use it anymore.
I know. Hit it down the road, didn't he, or something?
Yeah, the last one went down into Bill Edwards' shop.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
off poor old Malcolm Nash.
That was it.
6 sixes.
Yeah.
Archer running in now. He bowls and Weatherall's forward. He punches away to the onside just for a single wide of mid-on. And Weatherall moves to 10. It's none for 32. He was definitely the greatest all-round cricketer of all time. I know Jacques was very good, but Sobers bowled with a new ball. He bowled finger spin, wrist spin, and he batted pretty well.
Yeah.
He probably could have kept wicket, but it didn't happen. So none for 32. One ball left before the high tea adjournment here, and it'll be Travis Head, who's rocketed along to 18 from 17 balls. Archer from the Stanley Street end. He races into bowl, and the Head goes back and says, yeah, we'll have a single. Just knocking it down on the onside where Archer comes across to collect, and that should be the bails are tickled off, and they're going to high tea. None for 33. Head is 19. Weatherall's 10. They need 65. And what do you think, Tuffers? What do you make of what we've seen today?
Well, it was nice to see a little bit of sort of defiance, wasn't it, from the England captain, getting stuck in, not giving it away, and well assisted by Jacques. At least we saw a little bit of test match batting breakout from this England side. I think they've got to look at themselves and say, well, we've got to follow the skipper a bit here if we want to get back into this side, because this game's done now unless it absolutely rains for 2 days. Yeah, which isn't pretty rare. Yeah, and so they've just got to take a leaf out of that. You know, I think, you know, the way it's not working. It's not working the way we've come over here to try and do it. It's not working.
How do you make it work better?
Well, just by some application, you know, some determination. Look at the way Nisa bowled. Just good professional bowling, that is, you know. Don't give anything away, apply pressure. I think we've got to do that with the ball more, and also with the bat. We've got to get stuck in and then earn the right to score the runs. Take a leaf out of Stokes's and Joe Root's book and put all these wafts and waggles outside off stump on the up away. But well played Australia, as I said earlier. Out-batted, out-bowled and out-caught. Simple as that, mate.
You can see the weather front on the map here coming in from the west, and it may well arrive here in the next half hour. Ground staff out there have got some covering ready, I think, just in case it happens sooner than expected. So that's the situation. Australia none for 33. Need another 32 to win this game. We're going to have a little break here with some news before we head into our entertainment during the high tea break. Let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. The New South Wales Minister for Recovery has assured people devastated by bushfires they'll be able to access financial support after 16 homes were destroyed in the state this weekend. Residents on the Central Coast, Mid-North Coast, Upper Hunter, Warrumbungles and Dubbo can apply for immediate help. 5 evacuation centres across the state are currently open. The grants will help residents access emergency accommodation, essential items and provide loans for small businesses and primary producers. Janelle Saffin says the fires also brought down power lines and damaged infrastructure, including roads, rail lines and bridges.
At the moment, we're still in the response phase, so that's the RFS, our Rural Fire Service, with the police, the Department of Community Justice, who do the evacuation centres, but the RA, Reconstruction Authority, is working hand in glove with them.
Meanwhile, Tasmania's fire service has confirmed 19 homes have been lost at Dolphin Sands on the state's east coast. Around 40 structures were also damaged. Most of the area's 80 residents evacuated earlier this week and the fire is now contained, but it's uncertain when remaining residents can return safely with a severe weather warning for damaging winds in place. Wet, windy and cold conditions are forecast for parts of Tasmania and New South Wales as extremely hot conditions remain in other parts of Australia. Patricia Tiano has the details.
The Bureau of Meteorology says damaging northwesterly winds are possible in eastern Tasmania in coming hours, ahead of a strong cold front that'll cross the state tomorrow. It's forecast damaging wind gusts of up to 100 kilometres per hour, which will likely ease by tomorrow night. Meanwhile, a surface trough is moving through northeastern parts of New South Wales, triggering severe thunderstorms, bringing damaging winds, large hailstones and heavy rainfall that may lead to flash flooding. An extreme heatwave warning remains active for the Kimberley in Western Australia, alongside a severe warning for the Pilbara and North Interior, as well as northwest Queensland and the northwest pastoral area of South Australia.
Talks are intensifying as the US continues to push for a negotiated end to Russia's war in Ukraine. Here's the BBC's Joe Inwood.
For all of the sort of positive noises that come out of talks and everything else, actually it comes down to brass tacks. It comes down to what will one side give, what will the other side give. And at the moment, I mean, there are many sticking points, but the really, really key one, the kind of the knottiest issue here, it is about territory. It's about this area of the Donbass. We talk about the Donbass all the time. It's a big part of eastern Ukraine. Most of it has been captured by Russia, but there is a bit that they have not taken yet and have not been able to take. And they want, as part of a peace deal, the Ukrainians to give that up. Now, the Ukrainians will not do that. Certainly, they say they will not do that.
A teenager has been arrested and a police hunt is underway after a fatal stabbing in Melbourne's West. Police say they found a man with stab wounds in Ascot Vale just before 4 o'clock this afternoon and rushed him to hospital where he died of his injuries. The two alleged offenders fled the scene and an 18-year-old man was arrested on a nearby street a short time later. A crime scene's been established and police are continuing to patrol the area. Queensland's Health Minister says almost 150 illegal stores have been shut down in a statewide blitz on black market tobacco and vapes. The 10-day operation is the largest of its kind by a public health body in Australia. Nearly $16 million worth of illegal smoking products was seized. Tim Nichols says it reflects the state government's hardline approach, underpinned by new legislation.
We've closed down 148 stores across Queensland. From Currumbin up into Cairns, our public health unit enforcement officers have been out on a coordinated 10-day campaign now that the new laws introduced by the Christopher government have come into effect.
And in sport, Danish golfer Rasmus Njergaard Petersen says he had to keep his nerves under control to complete his victory in the Australian Open at Royal Melbourne. He had a final round of 70 and finished one shot ahead of Australia's Cameron Smith. Tournament drawcard Rory McIlroy was in a tie for 14th. Njergaard Petersen has told Fox Sports he had to keep his composure as he closed in on the win.
I'm really at a loss for words. It's been a battle all day. Sometimes you can look calm, but it was a storm inside all day today. But I managed to just keep battling. I don't really know what to say, to be honest.
And the latest on the Ashes, England leads by 58 runs over Australia. 9 wickets for 235 runs. You're up to date with all the latest from ABC News.
Top entertainment's just a heartbeat away.
You just got to know where to look.
The Family Next Door, Return to Paradise, Portrait Artist of the Year, Austin and Mystery Road Origin, where it's always free, always entertaining, ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
The Ashes.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and the ABC Listen app.
England made a pretty good fist of it here on day 4 at the Gabba, with Will Jacques and Ben Stokes well set until...
A new over. A slip and a gully as Nisa is rushing in here to Jacques. Kerry standing up edge. Oh, Steve Smith's taken a blinder. One-handed to his left at first slip. And the partnership is broken. Jacques' resistance alongside Stokes comes to an end. He's out for 41. Steve Smith's gone racing off in celebration.
And then it all changed. Stokes out for 50, Atkinson 3, and Bryden Cast, the last man to go. A special milestone for the Queenslander. Nisa to Cast, he's nicking. Smith takes the catch. The man who started the rock with a superb diving catch. Smith gets the last. Nisa gets 5. Not his home deck, having waited 3 years for a return to Test cricket. And Michael Nisa has a Test fifer. 5 for 42, England all out 241, the lead at 64, the target 65, and at the tea break on the 4th day, Australia none for 33. Head on 19 Weatherald on 10, the target 65 to win. My name's Corbin Middlemas. This is Grandstand at Tea, and alongside me, two of our favourites from the BBC. They're familiar voices to all of you. Former English international spinner Alex Hartley, Henry Moran, who you've heard already throughout the Test match. Great to see you both.
Well, we can't be one of your favourites because you haven't asked us to come work for you. So
Yeah, I noticed when we get asked it, it's on the brink of defeat for England. Honestly, having seen England's women lose every game they played only earlier this year, it feels like about sort of 2 years ago, but there have been plenty of defeats in the intervening time for us to savour, dissect and enjoy. And we're about to see another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
So many familiar voices, obviously. Where you guys come out, you mount your own coverage. It's awesome to have all our favourites from the Beeb in town. What do you make of it all then? So they've sort of been fitted up a little bit, Alex, as, this has been a good day for England and they've showed a bit of fight. Is there reason for optimism, even though it's about to be 2-0 after 6 days of cricket?
No, I shook Dizzy's hand last night and said congratulations on winning the Ashes. I just feel like it's going to be one of those tours. It's been frustrating. I think England have shown fight, like you said, and they've shown they are capable of putting away those stupid expansive shots, and they can just consolidate when needed. But they always seem to do that when the game's already gone. You want to sort of see them do that like Australia did. They were brilliant. They've schooled England in every department in both Test matches so far.
And Henry, the mood back home. So I saw a lot of the analysts sort of giving their almost obituaries last night to the Baseball Project and English cricket, but it feels like the English cricket fans are starting to get a little hot too.
I think they are, and I think with justification as well, because there's only so many times you can be delivered a message and told, no, this is we're doing it right, and you sort of sit there nodding, and you think, well, I'm sort of being gaslit here. I'm watching this, and I'm looking at it, and my eyes are telling me something, the scorecards are telling me something, and you're telling me that everything's okay and as you want it to be. And you sort of think, well, actually, there reaches a point where, come on, it's beyond actually respecting supporters to keep giving those messages. And I spoke to Marcus Trescothick last night, as we heard, and he said, and I read the quote back, he said, we need to, execute our plans, take more wickets and score more runs. And I thought,
play better.
Good start. But I think actually it's the messaging. You be honest with people. Say we've got it wrong. If you don't think your prep's been right, say you didn't get your prep right. If you don't think you're as good as Australia, say you're not as good as Australia. Show some culpability, show some humility. And no wonder teams around the world have been willing this project to fail, because England have gone about it in a way as if they're saving Test match cricket.
They did for a while.
Well, they did. They've not won a 5-test series in this leadership.
But they have been good to watch, and that's why I get so frustrated watching them, because they are brilliant to watch. They do have invented fields. They try and make bowling fun again, and when you're in the middle of a Test match, they do try and be inventive.
But do they try and make bowling fun again? Just banging it halfway down the track?
Well, they have done, and it's worked in other Test matches, but I think we're too quick to change our plans. And I love watching this team, don't get me wrong, but at times I'm like, oh my God, do we have to go through all this again? It's like being in an abusive relationship. You love them and you hate them all at the same time.
It feels, Ashes series always are, but it feels a little bit like a change in the guard series for one of these two teams. Is that fair to say when it comes to England? As much as, there are long-term contracts for certain individuals in place, does it feel like if this doesn't go well, given all the optimism leading into the tour, that this could be the end of one chapter?
Yeah, it always is at the end of an Ashes tour and an Ashes defeat. Things have to change. And if let's say England lose 5-0, hopefully they won't. Hopefully we'll bounce back and, win a couple of Test matches later on in the tour. But if England do lose 5-0, people at the top have to be questioned. It's what happened last time we were over here. It's what will happen again.
There's a massive problem in the fact that Brendan McCullum is now the white ball coach as well and has a long contract. Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum are a duo that work hand in hand together. Is it possible for Stokes to continue in the team without being captain? We saw when he came back into the ODI squad under the leadership of Joss Buttler was the Test captain. That side struggled appallingly in the 2023 World Cup, and you just wondered whether the dynamic within the dressing room might have been challenged by the fact that you've got this great leader in Stokes who's in there amongst the ranks, and it may not have fitted too well. So what do England do in terms of the long contracts they've got? At what point, as well, do the spotlights turn a little bit more on those higher up? Rob Key, in particular, is somebody whose name has been mentioned a lot. And you do have to wonder at what stage there is going to be some culpability beyond, well, our processes are right, aren't they, everybody? Keep nodding. No, they're not. And we can see that because the proof is the fact that England have got every single player they would have wanted coming into this series. Australia are missing their captain. Nathan Lyon isn't picked for this game. Josh Hazelwood isn't available.
They're missing 1,000 wickets for this game.
It's insane. So, and yet, it's an Australian team with no disrespect to these guys, but it includes Inglis, Nisa and Doggett.
The worst Australia team since 2010 was quoted all over the papers before this Ashes series started.
You think if those three guys are in your team at the end of the second Test match, Australian fans will be thinking, gee, something's gone horribly wrong, and instead they could be 2-0 up in about 20 minutes' time. Just before we go, who's the next England Test captain? If Ben Stokes, say it's not immediately, but at some stage in the future, who's the next guy that's going to captain this team?
Leaving that one outside the off stump, I've got no idea.
Well, I wish some of them would.
It's Harry Brooks, the vice captain. You would imagine he's the white ball captain. He would take over.
But that worries me.
Yeah.
Because he's somebody that hasn't learned. He's somebody that, but maybe when you give them responsibility, maybe at that point, they do learn. I suppose it's, maybe it's a bit like when a sibling gets a younger brother or sister, they start growing up a bit. I don't know. I mean,
the men and the women have the same problem. Who's the next captain? Don't know.
Yeah.
And it's going to be, I think there's like an 8-day break between the end of the second Test here and the start of the third Test in Adelaide.
Perfect time for the lads to go to Nisa, play golf and put their feet up. Noosa, he's a bowler.
Nisa's the bowler.
Feels like there's always when you're on tour and a tour doesn't go well, it's almost like a snowball effect, and the media scrutiny's intense. I imagine it'd be tense for you, Alex, and the break in between the Test matches.
It'd be really intense. I'd be working every day like a workhorse I am.
Well, I look forward to hearing all of your analysis as always.
Thank you, Corbin. I'm just wondering where we send the bill for the therapy.
We'll wheel the couch out. Appreciate your insights as always. Alex Hartley, former England spinner, and of course BBC broadcaster Henry Moran. You can catch them both on the BBC, of course, right throughout this Ashes series. They're never far away from us here on ABC Sport. And Ali Mitchell is about to come in with Darren Lehmann to start the final session here on day 4 at the Gabba. The target 65 to win. And the scoreline at the moment, Australia none for 33, so they're only 32 runs away from victory as we head into the last session on day 4. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Sun's out, sponge out. Steve Smith's 100 not out. Wickets while you work. This is summer.
Don't let life get in the way of the Ashes. Catch every ball live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes.
Australia versus England. It's on your radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
Well, the players are on the boundaries edge, ready for the final rites of this second Ashes Test. Jake Weatherald and Travis Head hovering their bat in hand right by the Australian flag, looking to knock off the 32 more runs needed to send Australia 2-0 up with 3 to play and outwalk the England team. Ben Stokes at the front, leading them out, but it's been a sorry display from them. Bar that passage of play where Stokes and Jacques held up Australia, but it was momentary in the grand scheme of this match. What flickers that of hope that shows for what they could yet achieve. But it's Australia now to go 2-0 up, and then it is an absolute mountain to climb for England to come back from that in a 5-match Ashes series away from home. But Phil Jakes, this is set to be the Head Weatherald moment, and particularly for Jake Weatherald in just his second Test match. If he can be out there to hit the winning runs, that'll be huge for him.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been an outstanding opening partnership, haven't they? They were really good in the first innings, got Australia off to a flyer. Done it again here today. They're breaking the back of this short chase. Just the 32 runs left to chase down. They'll be looking to try and make light work of this and get this done quickly before this potential storm comes in. England will be doing a rain dance. I don't think it's going to come quick enough for them. And I don't know if it's going to be enough there tomorrow anyway to help them with the result. But it's been all Australia. But as you said, that little period where Jackson, Stokes provided some resistance from England's perspective, but it was all just a little bit too futile. You could see the frustration on Stokes' face when he got out. He punched himself in the head. in the helmet, and you could just sense that he needed to bat for another hour with Jacques and just wasn't quite up to it tonight. But it's been a very dominant display from Australia, hasn't it? And what's been an enthralling game of cricket.
Yeah, it's stretched into the third session of the fourth day. So that's been, it's been a much more meaty test match, hasn't it, than Perth? More of a proper test match. That's Mitchell Stark's way he felt after the first.
It beats a two-day test, doesn't it?
Well, Jake Weatherall 10 off 12, alongside Travis Head 19 from 18. So Australia set a target of 65, none for 33. It will be Gus Atkinson to continue after the 20-minute break with the 2 slips in place. Deep third is back, as well as fine leg with Head on strike, and deep square leg is just coming in a few yards from the boundary. Also got a backward point cover mid-off. And mid-on is Jofra Archer, who is stretching away there with a white sweatband around his head. Tell you what, Phil, his spell, those 3 overs before the break, was his quickest in his test career so far, averaging 148.3. He hit 150, didn't he? But
it was fast.
Too little too late from the England perspective. They'll be saying, where was this in the first bowling innings? Atkinson then coming in now around the wicket to Head, tucks this off the hips behind square and gets on the way for a busily run 2 as the throw comes in from the deep. And Australia continue where they left off before the break, and they now just need 30 to go 2-0 up. England will just try to get something out of this, but already you feel like that moment's gone. What they might have been able to get out of this is to inflict some early body blows, maybe, I guess, with that pace of Archer. Try and nip out 1 or 2 wickets, inflict some scars amongst the top order, but at the moment, it's one-way traffic. Archer moves forward from his position at mid-on as Atkinson comes into bowl around the wicket in now to Head, outside edge, and it flies away wide of second slip towards deep third, who scoops it up. And Ollie Pope sends the ball back into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Head's taken a single. So it's now under 30, 29 more needed. Here's a question, who do you give player of the match to? Because you kind of maybe instinctively go, well, Mitchell Stark's taken 6 for 75, and then he had that 77. Mention's got to go to Alex Carey, though, as well, doesn't it, for his performance behind the stumps, plus as well, first innings 63.
Oh, yeah, Mitchell Stark, 6 wickets, 70 runs in the context of the game. You've got to give it to him, don't you?
Here's Weatherall crouching low, outer edge again in that gaping gap between second slip and backward point, down to deep third, take another 1.
Alex Carey was outstanding behind the stumps. Steve Smith's catching behind the wickets, that vital catch to break the game open. And with his 60 as well. I mean, there's some good performances in there. You know, Jake Weatherall, 70 in the first innings. And Michael Neser, 5 wickets in the second innings.
Carey, 7 catches.
Yeah, I think well worthy of mention in dispatches, in discussion, whether it will go to him. Around the wicket again, Head getting up on his toes, knocks it down into the pitch in front of him, and picked up by Atkinson.
He was super clean too. He just didn't make a mistake, did he? No errors here. He very rarely, I reckon a good wicket keeper is like a good referee or a good umpire. You don't notice them very often if they have a good game.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he was actually a little bit better than that. He was unnoticeable, but then was noticed as well for the good things.
Superb, yeah. I mean, Mitchell Stark got player of the match in Perth. He could share it around a little bit. Not saying he doesn't deserve it. He really does deserve it. Around the wicket there, Atkinson goes full bowls Travis Head. Is he chopped on there? Well, there is something for England to take out of this night session and the small run chase as Australia head towards victory. I guess Atkinson gets the wicket of the ever dangerous Travis Head. A run of ball 22, 1 for 37. Here's chops on the top of middle stump.
Atkinson operating from around the wicket, just got that one to nibble back a little bit on Travis Head. Tried to go a little bit too square. Just came back a fraction, and with the angle and off the wicket, it just caused him to get a little bottom edge onto that one. And these stumps light up into the night sky in Brisbane. And Travis Head has to go. He's out for 22. Run a ball. Australia now 1 for 37.
It did seem back in, didn't it? And big bottom edge. Applause for Travis Head. So not to be for him to be out there to hit the winning runs. And Marnus Labuschagne walks out on his home ground and gets a tremendous ovation as well. So just 28 more runs needed. Weatherall's still there. 11 from 13. Big crowd in the Gabba. Everyone's staying to see Australia through to this victory target. Giving the Barmy Army something to cheer about with the fall of a wicket.
Yeah, they're back up and about, aren't they? Singing. They haven't stopped singing, to be fair. Great supporter base, aren't they? The Barmy Army.
And the way they travel the world as well. I mean, Australia, always know there's a lot of expats living here as well who join in with the Barmy Army and increase the ranks. But yeah, when England go abroad and they hear the familiar strains of Jerusalem being sung after the opening over of the day when England were in the field.
Tingles down your spine, doesn't it? I was lucky enough. I went for a little wander out in the outer yesterday in one of my breaks and just went down to the bay where they were all sitting and had a little look, and it was tremendous atmosphere. It really was. It wasn't one supporter sitting down.
Atkinson over the wicket here to Labuschagne. One hand comes off the bat as he works it towards square leg. Duckett moves across to pick up. So Labuschagne off the mark immediately and ticking off these runs now. 1 for 38 and just 27 needed at the end now of that Gus Atkinson over. So if you did miss any of what happened earlier today, well, Australia were frustrated. I'm sure they actually had a great deal of patience to know that those wickets would come with time, but they were held up by a resilient partnership between Stokes and Will Jacques. They batted for 220 deliveries for that 7th wicket, a stand of 96, which took England into a lead. But then Jacques was dismissed. It took a real moment of brilliance. Michael Neser bowling, with Carey standing up, and as Jacques defended, the ball came off the edge. Steve Smith at first slip would barely have had much sight of it, thrust out his left hand.
Totally.
Ball stretch, yeah. And just millimetres off the grass as well. Held on, but that opened the floodgates. Stokes was furious to be out for 50, but again, Carey standing up, brilliant catch. The deflection with Neser bowling. He ended with 5 for 42, but England ultimately lost 4 wickets for 17 runs, all out, leaving Australia this victory target of 65. It's Archer again from the Stanley Street end, and Labuschagne up on his toes, playing this away towards point. It's comfortably 3 for 1. 27 more needed, becomes 26. It was a little dramatic passage of play, wasn't it? Those wickets tumbling.
It was. It went from absolutely nothing, no real chances for the best part of 2 hours, more than that, and then all of a sudden, within the space of, was it 4 overs? 3 wickets, 4 wickets really quickly. It all just came to life again.
Yep.
And that's Test match cricket, isn't it? Especially these ping ball games. Things happen in a hurry.
Archer with white sweatband around his head, around the wicket here to Jake Weatherall. Defended, the ball pops up in the air, drops right by his feet. And that was a little bit of leading edge when he was looking to play it into the onside. He wanders away from the crease now. What Archer's speeds are now, keep an eye on that speed gun, because they're hitting 150 kilometres per hour in his spell leading up to the 20-minute dinner break.
Still mid-140s, isn't he? 143.7.
Is this the result of him having been able to have, a night's rest and the majority of the day, putting his feet up or curling up with his pillow?
Yeah, he's been cuddling that pillow in the change room for a little while.
Archer around the wicket too, Weatherall, outside edge, it runs into the ground, down to deep third. Archer left with his hands on his hips because the edge has been found a few times with only 2 slips and the gully, the edges have been going through that gaping gap.
I think you can underestimate the fact that it's night time now as well. It's not that beaming sun of
the heat.
Queensland heat and the humidity. I mean, it's still warm out there, it's still humid, but it doesn't have that baking sun on your head, which does just sap the energy out of you on a hot day, especially as a fast bowler and power athlete like Archer.
And it speaks to everything about game management in a pink ball test, and Australia managed the situation. Stark, that partnership of Boland, just they made the game bend to their will. Now, 3 slips in place here. Archer to Labuschagne, and he's into the ground, deflects it away down to Pope, who's now at deep third, bends down to pick up. Another one ticked off the target. 1 for 41, so 24 more needed to win.
I think if Jackson Stokes had batted for another 20 or 30 overs, the management of this game from England's perspective would have been very good as well. They would have had a little crack at Australia in the last little bit.
Under the lights
Under
tonight.
the lights, maybe got 3 or 4 victims, and all of a sudden they start believing that we might be able to pull something out of the fire here, but it wasn't to be. Some good resistance, just not enough.
2 slips, gap to the gully. Here is Archer to Weatherald, strikes him on the boot. He's done that before. A big appeal to the umpire. No response. Archer's immediate review from Ben Stokes there. He's looked at his captain and said, come on. Well, let's have a closer look. Difficult to tell from our angle.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery, front on piece.
Well, it didn't knock him off his feet, as what happened in Perth.
We've seen that a couple of times already, haven't we, this series? Not so much the knocking off the feet, but getting hit on that front
All
toe.
seems to miss the bat. I
Knocking
will need
off.
RTS piece just to check.
I think this one's sliding down by the looks of the first look at this.
Actually very low on the pad. Saved his toe. So umpire.
It's hit him in line with the bout leg stump, but I think with the angles it's going to go down.
Missing leg stump. It's tricky, isn't it, bowling around the wicket?
It's got to straighten, really. It's got to go away from the left-hander and straighten up the line, otherwise the angles are just too great. That one actually nipped in a bit, if anything, so... England burner review, still have 2 left.
Jake Weatherald admitted that his toe really did hurt like hell after he was yorked at Perth Test, but he had to walk. He was like, I'm going to walk off like it's not hurting. He crouches low again, sees Archer approaching around the wicket. He goes once more forward. He comes looking to defend and his bat onto pad, drops into the turf with Archer picking up in his follow-through. Well, end of the over. England thought they might have just inflicted another little scar on Australia as they look for the last 24 runs in this run chase. Australia 1 for 41, Weatherald 12 from 17, Labuschagne 3, and Gus Atkinson getting the wicket of Travis Head outside the off stump. Head chopping onto the stumps for a runnable 22. But the 2 of them really did get Australia off to a fast start before the dinner break, and Atkinson in particular was very expensive. And he's back on to continue bowling here now with Marnus Labuschagne on strike. And England's plans between now and the next test at Adelaide, they go up to Noosa for a good few days, make a bit of golf. Then they'll head to Adelaide and they'll do their customary net sessions in the lead-up. Atkinson in outside the off stump, angled away towards point by Labuschagne, and there's no run.
Will there be criticism back home around that?
I think when you're losing and you've gone 2-0 down in Ashes, every little thing will now continue to be seized on in the way that it already has been. I don't see there being any let-up in that. Depending what message comes out from the England camp. I think that there was a little bit of a softening when they first came to Brisbane, with a bit more of an explanation about, we came to Brisbane early because of the heat, humidity, wanting to adjust to conditions. Atkinson over the wicket, and that one takes off and has Labuschagne just flexing back to get out of the way as it flies into the gloves of Smith. But again, that any sympathy that might have been bought dissipates very quickly when you put in a shoddy performance with the ball and drop catches and wickets tumbling in similar ways that people have seen before.
It leaves you open, doesn't it? And that's I mean, they're not robots, they are humans, and they do need a break, and they do need some R&R time, but...
Labuschagne is struck on the glove, and the catch goes through to Smith. A lifting delivery from Gus Atkinson. That's well bowled. And Labuschagne didn't have an answer. Through it goes, and so Atkinson's picking up a couple of bonus wickets here. As Australia in pursuit of victory, they're now 2 for 41, needing another 24 to win. Labuschagne's out for 3.
Yeah, the second one in a row that took off as well. The one before almost took the glove of Marnus Labuschagne, and that one actually got its victim, really took off. An easy catch for Smith. Just played away from his body, he didn't know much about it. To be fair, it did go straight through the top, didn't it? Australia would be thanking their lucky stars that they've only got to get 24 more. And not 124 more. It could have been a very testy chase.
All these little things England may rue And they could yet spark a few more nerves in the Australian dressing room with another couple of quick wickets. You just never know.
Funny things have happened, haven't they? Test cricket. That's why it just gets backsides on seats every single game and every single season, because something happens all the time.
The game is never over until it's over.
Never over. And as this game wears on, it always gets trickier as the wicket deteriorates. You know, a pink ball under lights. We've seen how many wickets can fall in these night sessions, but geez, it'd be a bad loss from here, wouldn't it? Australia could manufacture a defeat from the jaws of victory. But yeah, there might be a wobble. This might be a couple more yet. Who knows?
Look, I think it is about England trying to inflict a few scars and see what they can get out of this
Show they're not going to go away.
Yeah. So it's Steve Smith who's walked out with these black patches, the stickers beneath his eyes with his helmet on. 24 more needed for Australia to go 2-0 up in the Ashes. 2 slips in the gully. Smith is awaiting Atkinson, who's picked up 2 wickets, and Smith strokes this away comfortably as you like, out through the vacant point region. Stokes picks up 23 needed to win. Smith off the mark straight away. He'll be, his confidence will be sky high. I don't think I've ever really seen him celebrate a catch as much as he wheeled away, raced away, didn't he, after he took that blind? I mean, yes, I guess twofold. It was a brilliant catch and the importance of the moment breaking that partnership, but it all came out. It was very theatrical.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was one of the great moments of this test match, wasn't it? Just watching the reaction from someone that's played as many games as Smith, what it meant to him.
Atkinson around the wicket here too. Weatherald, he's leaving one outside the off stump. Dies a touch as it reaches Jamie Smith by the knee.
Those are the sort of things that you dream about when you're a kid. You know, you're playing in the backyard and you take a specky into a pool or at home in the middle of summer, and you say, oh, I've just taken, caught the Ashes, and those games you play in your own mind as a kid. It all came to the front of his thinking there, didn't it, Steve Smith? It was fantastic to watch.
Atkinson runs in under the night sky of the Gabba. Forward is Weatherall. Now, that's a good delivery. Drew him forward with the shot. There's some bounce and some excitement from the slips that could have kissed the outer edge, but it didn't. However, Atkinson showing that in these conditions, if he gets it right, he can be a bit of a handful. So 2 for 42, Australia. After 8 overs, set a target of 65. They just need another 23. And we'll have a little bit more Jofra Archer. Again, has shown what he can do, but there's so much disappointment from England fans of sort of too little, too late. And of course, taking wickets now when it's only a 65-run target. There's a lot of what-ifs, aren't there, always about Test cricket. But going 2-0 up now with 3 to play. A lot of people will be talking about, this is the... Mathematically, of course, they haven't won the series, but there'll be a lot of sentiment feeling that they've got it in the bag. So hard is it to come back from 2-0 down. Archer in, Smith meets fire with fire. Ball banged in short, he's lofted it, a pull shot over square leg for 4. He's not messing around.
Talk about these England bowlers wanting to inflict some scars. Steve Smith also wants to fight fire with fire here. Not taking a back foot step against Archer at all. Was almost predicting that was going to be short, and he hopped into that so quickly and got all of it as well.
Just 19 needed. The feeling wants to finish it off in style and make a statement of his own. He's captain of this side as well. Archer in. Oh, it's another short ball. He tried to loft it over the top of the slipcord and missed, and it's gone through to Jamie Smith. And a little word from Archer as well in his follow through here to Smith.
Tempers are boiling. They're getting restless, the boys. It's a little bit of both ways too. It wasn't just Archer go to Smith. It was Smith going back at him as well.
Tell you what, Jake Weatherall's getting involved down the non-striker's end.
He's hopped in with his teammate as well. Don't you worry about that.
That was a conversation with Ben Stokes. I mean, wary the angry Stokes. But Stokes has to retreat back to his fielding position, extra cover here. 19 needed. Smith in again to Archer. He has got something on this. Over the keeper's head. He swung it away. 4 more. Archer again having a word to Steve Smith. Well, I'm afraid, Jofra, the game is all but up. The crowd are getting involved. Australia only need another 15. It's getting fiery.
Well,
but it's Australia who are winning the battle here.
Isn't this great theatre? Watching one of the quickest bowlers in the world going at one of the best batsmen in the world. The game's effectively done, but this contest certainly isn't. And will this be a talking point as this series progresses?
Ollie Pope is now stationed behind the slip cordon down on the boundary. Archer in again. Smith pulls him away. He's going to clear the road for 6. Oh, Australia's captain is looking to see them home. Never mind Jofra Archer, never mind the pace. Smith's taking him on. A 4, a dot, a 4, and now a 6. And the runs required down into single figures.
And funny enough, no chat this time from Jofra Archer. He just turned around and walked back with a smile on his face. He realised that his man, Steve Smith, had got the better of him on this occasion.
Well, 1,000 test runs at the Gabba for Steve Smith. That's just flashed up on the scoreboard, and the Aussies are on their feet around the ground, applauding the man who's taken on the captaincy in the absence of Pat Cummins, and he's about to see the side to a 2-0 lead in this series. 9 needed to win, that is all. With 2 balls left in this over, and he could do it in 2 blows.
You fancy he's going to go for it here too, don't you, Ali?
Well, the field now is just 1 slip. Joe Root's moved out to square leg. There's 4 behind the bat. And Smith has made some room. That's the offside. It'll just be 1. Jacques is there to field at deep third as the ball flew across the grass. Well, it's an entertaining way for this match to finish. And at the end of all that, just 8 more runs are needed at the end of the over. Is it the end of the over? No, we've still got 1 delivery, beg your pardon. As the field is all changing round for Jake Weatherall to come on strike. The left-hander. I'm not sure there was any chat between Smith and Archer there as Archer was walking back to his mark at the non-striker's end.
I think Steve Smith said all that needs to be said with the bat in his hand this over. Jofra, the temper boiled there for a little while, but he's had his match here. I think it's over from Steve Smith.
Well, the field now, fine leg is back. Got a long leg, in fact, no slip now. Harry Brook is taking this sort of backstop position directly behind where he was at first slip, in front of the sight screen. Deep third there as well. Deep square leg. So again, 5 behind the bat, 6 if you count Ben Duckett there at a backward point region. Last ball of the over, round the wicket here. Weatherall back down the pitch. Archer sticking out his hand in his follow-through, takes some pace off it. Well, fiery over in every respect. Ultimately, though, Australia just need 8 more runs for victory. 2 for 57. I'm going to get out of the way here, Phil, and let Jim Maxwell come in.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
The Ashes is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and the ABC Listen app.
We'll have to find a new song, I think. That one's just about worn out. It's like old Clive Robertson said that when he played Neil Diamond years ago. He said, I wish his name was Sapphire, he'd wear out faster. Anyway, we need a new song, don't we? Really. 2 for 57. We need 8 runs for Australia here. Atkinson's got the ball and he's bowling to Smith, and Smith decides to go back and push the ball away. It was sharp, bouncing, and he couldn't do much with that. You can see that Inspector Gadget wants to finish this off, and he'd like something full or short that he can ram through the field, but 8 off 1 ball's just a bit much of an ask at this point. So let's see what he can do. He's full of fitfulness as ever. 2 slips into gully there, and pretty much a ring field with a the fine leg in place. Atkinson bowls to him in his back. Yep, one moment. As he knocked it out towards mid-wicket, and Archer came in to collect it. 7 required. Smith, 17 from 8 deliveries. It's like watching him down at Sutherland again, isn't it?
He's fired up, Steve Smith, isn't he? The chest is out. Not too many people go at him anymore, verbally. And there's a reason for that, because it fires him up.
It's going to be good for the rest of this series. Some fired up Aussies against this England side. It could be a bit of bang, bang, thank you, man. Here we go as he drives. And that's a beautiful shot from Weatherall. Straight down the ground. And Archer's got to go and collect the crumbs. And they're giving him a burst, some of them. And a cameraman obliges, or a photographer down there, by collecting the ball. Attendance 161,068. I told you they get to 150. Thanks, Rick. Very good.
Have we found our series villain, Jim? Jofra Archer?
Oh,
I think we might have.
Yep. He's got a headband on as well. A 2 for 62. He bowls to Weatherall. Weatherall says no. Just pushing it out into the covers. Just 3 runs needed for a pretty emphatic win. But oh, what might have been had England at least held their catches.
Yeah, 5 catches put down. You just don't win too many games when you drop that many, do you?
Well, Australia turned, 400, 420 into 511. It's turned out to be a pretty good banker going into the last innings. 3 needed for Australia. Atkinson bowls it now, and Weatherall drives at this. It goes flying down to third man very quickly. Just as well he got his hands down to stop it with a bit of a fumble. And the result was a single to Weatherall. So Steve Smith is on strike. He has the opportunity with 1 ball left in this over to score the winning runs.
Chest is out. A determined look on his face, Steve Smith. He wants this game done and dusted. It's been very positive. The intent's been high.
Last ball of the over. Atkinson moving into Smith. Where's he going? He's pulling at this. He's hit it long and high, and it's going out to the boundary for 6. He finishes the game with a 6. What a spectacular win. And he's full of animation as he grasps his partner down there, Jake Weatherall. He got his feet in position there, thinking he was going to get a short ball. He did, and he carted it high over square leg to finish off the game in the grandest fashion. A big 6. 2 for 69. Smith, a whistling 23 knot. There are handshakes there out in the middle. And Australia go 2 up in the battle for the Ashes. 2 up with 3 to play. In the end, an 8-wicket, a commanding 8-wicket win for Australia.
What a win for Australia, and what a way to win that game. Steve Smith bringing up the win with a 6 over square leg. It was a dominant performance from this Australian outfit. After that first innings score from England, upwards of 300. Australia were dominant in the first innings, getting a lead that they needed to put the pressure on the English. The English faltered under lights. There was a rearguard action from England today. They didn't roll over, but Australia were just too good over the 4 days. And it's a dominant performance, and now they're in a dominant position in this Ashes. 2-0 up, going to Adelaide.
Yeah, strong expression from Steve Smith, who's looking triumphant as he slaps hands and gets the congratulations of his teammates. And that was a very defiant moment from the Australian captain. You could just sense he was looking for the ball to smash. They only needed a couple, but he hit it for 6. So with Smith 23 and Weatherall 17, 2 for 69. England bowled out earlier after some very good defiance from Stokes and Jacques to take the score on by 96 in the partnership. before Smith took a brilliant catch in his left hand off Nisa to remove Jacques for 41. Took 2 more as Atkinson and Cast went on their way after Stokes was caught by Carey off Nisa, and he made 50, and Nisa took 5 for 42. In the Australian innings, a couple of wickets with Head chopping on, and he was out to the bowling of Atkinson going around the wicket. He was out for 24, and Labuschagne caught by Smith off the glove from Atkinson for 3. So they raced to victory in this last session tonight, and Weatherall was 17 and Smith 23 at the end. 2 for 69, and I think we're ready to go down, having a few interviews and a bit of analysis of what has occurred here. Australia win by 8 wickets. Let's go down to Corbin Middlemas.
Welcome to Grandstand at Stumps. England showed some fight on the 4th day of the Brisbane Test match, but ultimately after 6 days of cricket into this series, Australia lead 2-0, and Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood have not even played a game yet. A pair of 8-wicket wins for the Australians to start the series, an 8-wicket win in Perth and replicated here in Brisbane. Corbin Middlemas on the boundary's edge at the completion of the second test. Alongside me, 2 former test cricketers, Jason Gillespie and Darren Lehmann. First impressions, Diz, what did we see on today, the 4th day?
I thought we saw a bit of fight from England with the bat in hand. They obviously learnt from what Australia did yesterday. The lower order acquitted themselves very well, and I thought Stokes and Will Jacques batted very, very well today against some very disciplined Australian bowling. I thought Australia bowled really well, led by Michael Nisa with those 5 wickets. And special mention, Alex Carey. I thought he was absolutely superb behind the stumps.
So they got to none for 90 essentially in the day. They'd put on 90 the overnight pair of Jacques and Stokes. And yet when one fell, and it took an absolute blinder from Steve Smith, Darren Lehmann to dismiss Will Jacques, it happened in a hurry. England lost their last 4 for 17. They set a target of 65, and ultimately Steve Smith was able to hit the winning runs with a 6, and the Aussies get home by 8 wickets.
Well, I've never seen Steve Smith so emotional after a win. So he knows how important that was for the team. And I thought they played great cricket, Australia, in this whole test match. They played good test match cricket. Credit to England. I thought they fought really hard today. Stokes and Jacques were very good. And then once you got that wicket, you just felt it was going to slide very quickly, and it did. And then, obviously, chasing 60 is never easy, but you just get them nice and aggressive, and Smith was playing T20 at the end. So Australia, full credit. It was a fantastic... Yesterday's batting from the tail end really set up the game, because they got to bowl with a new ball under lights. And that's going to be another question that you would ask.
Yeah.
Should have England declared? And we said they should have. Now, they got 334, but all the wickets fell at night.
Yep. That's where the lion's share of them fell throughout the test match. I think 13 of the first 25, and then even 2 more of them in the night session this evening to make that 15 for the test match across the 4 days. So Australia 2-0 up. England on the wrong side of history. If you're wondering why we're talking like it's series over, I mean, England have now played 17 consecutive tests in Australia. They haven't won any of them. And there's only been one team in the history of the game, which is almost 150 years, Diz, that have come from 2-0 down to win a series. Not an Ashes series, not a series here in Australia. Any series to come from 2-0 down and win in Test cricket history. And that was Bradman's team in the late 1930s. So unless England think they've got a Don Bradman in their cast somewhere, this is going to be tough sledding for the tourists from here. And it's virtually series done after 6 days.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it, Corby? Doesn't it, Buff? It feels like it's a hard road back for England. Yes, as Buff said, they acquitted themselves well today, adjusted and adapted their game. But it was you almost get a sense it was too little too late. And look, a lot of questions are going to be asked. I think the drums are beating louder about how England have approached this Test series, how well have they prepared. These questions are going to be asked, there's no doubt about that.
Louder, they're Akadaka. That's how they're going. That's how loud they're going to be.
Well, when you think about an Australian team that, no disrespect to these guys, but Josh Inglis, Brendan Doggett, Michael Nisa, guys that weren't necessarily part of the plan or the first choice 11 leading into the series, if you'd said, hey, they're going to play in Brisbane and the second test match of the series, you'd be thinking, gee, something's gone horribly wrong for the Aussies, and yet after 6 days of cricket, they're sitting pretty at 2-zip.
At 1 for 100 in day 2, lunchtime England, if they played like they did today, they'd probably win the Perth Test match, to be fair. Right. But since then, it's been all Australia. I loved it. And look, we've got to give selectors some credit. We thought they got it wrong with Lyon, and in essence, we still think Lyon should have played, but they got it right with Nessa, didn't they? And they played the quicks, and they just trusted the quicks to bowl them out twice. They got their 20 wickets, and they won comfortably.
So Root gets his 100 in the Test match. I mean, it will be remembered in some ways for that this all-time great of the game now gets to 40 hundreds. The missing piece on his resume was clearly 100 in Australia. He's now got that 100 against his chief rival away from home. But he also now has 16 completed Test matches here, and he hasn't got a single win. It feels like we're always trying to discount Joe Root or say that there's something of his career that's missing or incomplete, but gee, that's not a great number, is it? 16 Test matches and has never sung the song once.
There's been a lot of those, to be fair. It's not just Joe Root. I mean, he did everything he possibly could to actually make it work, this Test match. He was brilliant. He adjusted well. He got the 100 he was, desiring, and he played so well. He needs to make 100 each and every game for them to be competitive. Harry Brook needs to stand up a bit more and get hundreds. And if they do that, we did say they would be a lot better and more competitive. They were a bit shy and short in the first innings. Probably it's a 400 wicket on that track, Diz. Yep. And they needed to make sure that if they got the 400, then they bowled and fielded well. And what they didn't do was catch. They weren't playing catch. And that's a big thing in the game of cricket. Australia caught everything. England didn't.
I couldn't agree more, Buff. The old saying, catches win matches, no more evident than this game. I mean, the 5 catches that they dropped in the night session, England, then a couple of brilliant catches led, like Steve Smith taking that catch to dismiss Will Jacques this afternoon was just absolutely superb. And, they're the 50-50 chances that you must take, and England certainly didn't take them.
We might just do our own thing for the time being, that the presentations are about to start, but we will get the man of the match who's going to join us on ABC Sport. If you've just flicked the radio on, Australia have won the second test by 8 wickets. They lead 2-0 in the 5-match Ashes series. We're chatting a little bit about England. It's hard to sort of not focus on what it means for England, and these things have a tendency to snowball, particularly away from home in 5 Test match series, particularly when the home team's down. And we've seen that in the past. I think they're going to go to Noosa, aren't they, for a few days? So as much as they were asked a lot of questions at the completion of the Perth Test match, I feel like none of those questions are going away, Buff, leading into the Adelaide Test for the tourists.
Yeah, Corby, to defend England a little bit here, I don't mind the break now. But they should have had the break leading into this game or the first test. Get better quality opposition, play WA if you possibly could, or at least train at the Wacker, and then have that pink ball game just to get used to fielding the pink ball.
Yeah.
Forget about the result. Get used to bowling the right lengths, batting against it, facing it, seeing it at night, see how it plays, etc. Play that game in Canberra. Play this game. If you lose, that's a game of cricket. That can happen. But then have your break now. So I don't mind the break now as such.
So what went well here for England? I mean, they dropped 4 catches under lights at the end of day 2, 5 in the innings. They didn't bat particularly well across both innings, albeit apart from one partnership today, they didn't bowl particularly well. I mean, where are the redeeming qualities out of this Test match for England?
The only thing I'd say is the partnership of Stokes and Jacques shows that if you pivot and adjust your blueprint to match the conditions and the situation, they showed they can do it. And had they, let's think about it, as Buff said, if they batted like that in the first test, there's every chance they would have won. So they did show today that they can adjust and adapt. But I agree. I think their plans with the ball have been, this whole series have been very wrong. And just the wafting outside off stump with the bat in hand has been nothing short of poor.
They're in the unenviable position too, Bull, for it feels like the Aussie media are on them. The Aussie fans are on them. The English media are on them. The English fans are on them as well. But all of a sudden, they're feeling the heat from every angle.
Knowing how Ashes work, the English media is going to overtake our media right now.
No question.
They're going to be ruthless. They've just got to learn to adapt to conditions. If you're playing in Perth, don't cover drive. Playing in Brisbane, don't cover drive. It's pretty simple. And I'm sure they would have spoken about it. I know we had a go earlier about saying that in the press that they hadn't talked about it. Well, if they haven't talked about it, that's poor. But you would have talked about doing those things They didn't do them. They've got to be better. I thought the worst thing about the whole performance was the bowling in the first innings to Head and Weatherall. I mean, we flew off to, 77 after about 12 overs? And it felt like that 334 was 100 too light, and it was.
How do they improve their side going to Adelaide, the tourists? We'll talk about the Aussies in a moment when the man of the match joins us. How do England get better?
Yep. I saw Josh Tongue and Matthew Potts bowl in Canberra, the PM's 11 game. I thought Tongue, although Tongue didn't get any wickets, he bowled with real airspeed, and he was nudging 90 mile an hour, big tall bowler. I expect he'll be in a conversation to come in to this England side for a start. I'm not sure what they do batting. They really have only got Jacob Bethel as a backup batsman, so so it'd be interesting to see which way they pivot.
Would you play him?
I'd be tempted. Yeah, I'd be tempted, and potentially Shoaib Bashir as well, no doubt.
How good's this? The man of the match. He's the early front runner, and he's going to be a pretty warm favourite to beat for the man of the series. He's dominated this Test match again. 8 wickets, 6 for in the first innings. Highest score too in the Australian innings of 511 with 77. It's fast becoming the summer of Stark. Mitchell Stark is with us on ABC Sport. Hey, Mitch, congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Very understated. Congratulations. I mean, how do you sum up the 4 days we've seen here in Brisbane?
Yeah, it was pretty hard fought, I guess. A pretty firm wicket. I think it would have been a really, really good red ball wicket, to be honest. It's always a bit firmer up here than obviously the Test matches with the pink ball in Adelaide. So the ball goes a bit softer quite early, and it can be a bit slower in terms of run scoring and opportunities with the ball. But I think, couldn't have asked for more. I thought we were pretty good with the ball in the first innings, and then to get the lead that we did with the bat, and then do a really good job. I think Ness was phenomenal tonight. So, a very good week for us.
Mate, your rhythm's been unbelievable. What do you put that down to? Just your prep? You played a couple of Shield games, everything in the one days. You were great in the one days. I don't think I've seen you bowl better, especially first ball. It's your first over all the time, but the rhythm looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's feeling really good. Obviously had a bit of a break after the West Indies. It was probably the longest break I've had where I haven't had where it's not from a force from an injury. So had some really good time to put back in my body. Obviously had the build-up through the one-day series and the Shield game, and sort of felt like something wasn't clicking right. It felt really close, but didn't quite feel like it was clicking until probably the main session before the Perth test, and it just felt like it was ready to go. So, really pleased with how it's going.
And I'm right in saying that you've actually changed a little bit. You use the other ball more often than not, and then use the in-swinger a bit later, a bit rarer.
Yeah, I think that comes with conditions and opposition. Obviously, England, they're pretty used to facing the swinging ball, and we've seen wickets that offer a little bit sideways, probably in recent years in Australia anyway. So, having learnt that or spoken a lot with Josh and Pat about it, it's been nice to have added that to the I guess. And so to have a bit more in the bag rather than just trying to bowl fast and swing it. Obviously it's working, so hopefully I can do another 3 tests worth and then go from there.
Starkey, strategically, I thought the batting of the lower order that you were a massive part of yesterday was absolutely huge in this game. Did you guys as a lower order speak about that before the start of the play?
Yes and no. I think it just sort of comes with game awareness. They often talk about the quicks not having too many brains, but I thought we did a lot better than the batters this week. So, no, it's... it comes with pink ball cricket as well. I think obviously you want to bowl with a harder, ideally with the brand new pink ball under lights, right? So we knew if we could get through, we start with an hour and try and push back that bowling innings as far as we could later into the day, and we were good enough to get through 3 hours worth and then really make the most of the conditions in the night session. So we got those rewards from the hard work with the bat through the day, and probably set up the second innings win, I guess.
You've already built a Hall of Fame career, and you come out into this series with no Hazelwood and no Cummins. I'm sure you'd say, look, I'd much rather them be there, clearly, obviously, given how talented they are. But is there part of you that thinks, OK, I got this. I can lead this attack. I can be the man in the absence of your 2 running mates. Is that a challenge that you sort of particularly took on leading into this series?
I probably wasn't... whether I thought that way or not... my role hasn't changed, I would say. I think, Scotty's been around for a long time and we know how good he is. We saw tonight how good Ness is. I think he's very underrated and he's a workhorse. He's very understated, and I'm really glad to see him get those rewards today. We've seen Doggy come on, and I've seen him for a while now, and the talent he's got. So we knew we had the depth. There was a lot made about Josh and Pat not being here. Obviously got a bit more experience, so it was nice to lead from that regard. And we've taken 2 wins, and potential. Well, it sounds like we could have Paddy back next week, and not sure about Joshy, but when you get Pat Cummins back into his squad, it's all smiles.
I think you're going to lose a lot of arguments if you try and make the case that Mitchell Starc is not Australia's best 3-format bowler in the 3-format era of the game. Do you feel like, though, and Buff alluded to it, do you feel like you're playing your best Test cricket right now at 35 years of age? It feels like we're extending on from the Caribbean and really even go back as far as the last 12, 18 months. So you're playing your best red ball cricket right now. And chucking the pink ball as well, for whatever that's worth.
Well, probably not for me to say, but I'm feeling pretty good. So, yeah, it helps having that experience. You know, some mornings are slower than others, but yeah, it feels like the rhythm's there, as Buff alluded to before, and yeah, really enjoying this group. We've been together for a long time. There's been a lot made of our experience or our age, but I think that, you know, the fact that we've all been together for a long time, we love playing cricket together. It's great to win. But I think that the fact that whether it be learning from one another or just enjoying each other's company through a series or on tour, I think that's reflected in our cricket. So, yeah, whether it's also true with how I'm going, for now it's going all right.
And Starkey, I mean, I know you're a very humble man, but you have gone past the great Wazzy Makram, most effective, most wickets of a left-arm fast bowler in history, mate. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I'm not a big reflector, so I'm sure I will at some point. Was him still, in my eyes, still, I sound like Gazza now, in my eyes. No, was him still the greatest left-armer. So, yeah, it's very humbling to be spoken about in sort of the same sentence as him, but yeah, I'm loving what I'm doing, so hopefully I can do it for a bit longer.
One from me, you're batting. Where was that when I was bloody coaching you?
Hey, I think I scored a few 50s while you coached, didn't I?
Well, the way you batted, that was brilliant.
Thanks, mate.
That's the best I've seen you bat. Well done, mate.
Thanks.
Have you been doing some work?
Yeah, I've always do a little bit of work. You know, always work closely with Diver and maybe it's the golf game. I don't know. It's
what are you down to on golf?
6-ish. So
who holds the cup?
I'm in the lead at the moment.
Oh, you're beating the boss.
Yeah, well, the boss has had a few injuries, so it hasn't been a lot of golf.
Oh, excuses for it.
No, we haven't played a lot, so I've kept the lead for a little while. So hitting the back end of the calendar year, hopefully I can hang on. But no, it's, you know, we all do a bit of work on it. So yeah, nice to contribute the way that we did this week, especially with the partnership with Scotty. So yeah, it's always nice to contribute as a lower order, and I keep trying to say I prefer number 9 because my number's a better number 9 than number 8. But Pat still, you know, if anyone's bowling quick or the ball's turned square, I have to go ahead of Pat. So,
and I'm sure it's a pretty tough gig going out there and bowling fast after you did it the day before and you batted for a long period. So you'll maybe just forgive me for asking the question, but looks like you were grimacing at times last night when you were bowling. Are you okay and ready to go come Adelaide in 8 days' time?
Yeah, I thought my speeds were okay today too.
No doubt about that.
No, it's I had something similar maybe last year or the year before. I think it actually comes with a bit too much batting. I think it's got like a little rib joint thing on the wrong side. So no, it's fine. It's actually fine bowling. It's just giving me a bit of aches and pains. Probably too much batting. So hopefully the batters can do it from now.
Well, enjoy, mate. All of Australia are very proud of you tonight. We loved everything you've done for the team. The team were brilliant. So congratulations, buddy.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
Mitchell Starc, the man of the match and the short price favourite for the man of the series. He was excellent again up here in Brisbane. Pretty clear winner, 8 wickets, 77 with the bat, top scorer. As we touched on, feels like he's playing the best cricket of his career right now.
Yeah, and a superstar. And I mean, that question that Buff asked about his wobble seam, that's something that he has worked hard on. His alignment at the crease is very good, because I think he's had a tendency in the past, Starkey, when he hasn't quite got it right, he's fallen away at front foot contact and ball release, and he's gone across the right-handers, and it hasn't been as effective, but he's more upright now. He's got his wrist and fingers behind the ball, and he's getting that little bit of wobble. And then, as Buff said, that big in-swinger is the wicket-taking ball.
All right, the other news out of the Australian camp, we've got a hot 10 minutes here before we're out. The fact that the Aussies win, they win by 8 wickets, they're 2 up in the series. Does it justify the decision for Nathan Lyon not to play?
Yes, but the funny thing is, you're still probably should have played him, but it justifies it because you won easy, and it's easy for us to sit off and not know the ins and outs. But Nessa coming in, did his job, Doggett got a couple of wickets. Nessa, obviously Lionel playing Adelaide, there's no doubt about that. But they won. You can't slag off the way they went about it because they've got the 20 wickets.
So winning covers all sins.
It does, yeah. You don't want to go without a spinner too often, especially when it's 30 degrees. All the wickets fell at night against the Quicks, and that's probably the plus.
And I'll tell you, it's going to be a tough decision on who to leave out. If Pat comes back in, as does Nathan Lyon, that's going to be a tough call for the selectors on who to leave out, because Nessa and Doggett both did quite well.
So Nisa was superb, and we spoke to him last night. What a great human interest story as much as anything. A guy that hadn't played a test match in 3 years. He becomes the first player in history. His first 3 tests are all 3 pink ball test matches in the day-night arena. So there is a chance that he never plays again. I mean, you don't want to sort of go too far with it, given the fact the guy's just taken fifer. But Cummins returning, Lyon returning. You think there's 2 spots in the lineup that immediately they have to make. And if it does pan out that way, what a great moment for him that he gets to have that here in his own backyard. And there's been plenty of players that reach big milestones in their last performance, and it never comes around again.
Case in point.
Yeah.
Big diz. But Ness, Pfeiffer, bowled beautifully. Just nipped it at the right areas, got the keeper up the stumps. What we haven't talked about is the best keeping performance I've seen in, 20, 30 years, and that's no disregard for obviously Brad Haddon and Ian Healy and all the Adam Gilchrist, all the greats. But, wow, that was unbelievably special from Alex Carey.
Yeah, it certainly was. He was superb. He's keeping as well as he's ever kept for mine. Up to the stumps against the Quicks, particularly Michael Nisa, he was superb.
Usman Khawaja, the obvious question. I saw him just walking around here with his kids moments ago. The feeling is, you put your finger in the wind, he's going to be right to go come Adelaide. Is there a place in the 11 for him?
Well, there's no wind out here, Corbin, anyway, so I don't know what finger is winding. But Usman, does he play?
Might be the hot air buff that's been spoken.
I'm not changing the top order because I just feel like England are bowling short and wide and shorter to Weatherall and Head because they don't want to give them too much room. So they're not pitching the ball up. So I'm probably staying with the same 2, open the batting. So it's just the way it is. Usman doesn't play or they go back the other way. And traditionally, selectors have been like that, haven't they? So they may go the other way and Head drops down to 5 in Adelaide.
Yeah, I'm thinking someone else could come into consideration at some point is Nathan McSweeney. Just got a double 100 against the England Lions. Could he slot in somewhere in that middle order? I don't know, but I'm a bit like Buff. I don't think they will make a change. I don't think they should. And this may be disappointing or unfortunate or unlucky for Usman Khawaja, but I'm not making that. I'm not making a change.
It feels like Inglis is the only guy, isn't it? Like he's the one that's vulnerable in the lineup. You think Weatherall, we clearly saw enough. He got 72 in the first innings, Redding in the second. You think he's going to play? Head's either going to play as an opener or in the middle order, and then everybody else almost picks themselves. And that they've shown so much investment in Cam Green that. Even though his dismissal was probably regrettable in the first innings, he gives them the option with the ball. He's tremendous in the gully. They're not leaving him out.
Oh, he batted well as well. Yeah. Forget about his dismissal. He actually played really well. So, and we see what he does with the ball and in the field. So, he's invested the time, keep investing the time, because he will repay that, I'm sure.
And then Mitchell Starc, who we spoke to moments ago, obviously 18 wickets in the series so far. It's got sort of Mitchell Johnson type vibes about it, doesn't it? And what he was able to do in 13-14.
It is. It's a different type of bowling. It's fuller. He's going for nicks and LBs, and he's got them with his full ball. He swings on back and he pushes it across, and he nicks you off straight and he seams it a little bit. Mitchell Johnson was brute speed and nasty. So it's different, but it's the same impact.
These are the moments you love, aren't they, as cricketers? The boys hanging around with their families on the playing arena, the floodlights are on, and kids running around everywhere, and the Aussies are 2-0 up in the Ashes. England with it all to do on the wrong side of history. 10 days before Adelaide, so it's December 7 now. December 17 is a Wednesday. That's the pre-Christmas test match when it starts in Adelaide, a day test. So that's something a little unusual, not the day-nighter. Of course, we've lived through that here. And then the 2 featured test matches in the holiday period with Melbourne and Sydney. We'll be back to wrap up in just a moment, but Michael Nisa, we got to lap it up with him. The Queenslander who gets a fifer in his home test match on his return after a 3-year absence from the test arena. As Nisa delivers, Pope drive straight back to Nisa, he's caught and bowled, and only Pope, who had been riding his luck. Pops it straight back to Nisa. The return catch. The bowling change works. And the red-headed Englishman departs for 26.
So Carey continues to stand up over the stumps. Hello, Herbert Strudwick and others. Here comes Nisa, and he drives at this. He's caught and bowled. He's caught and bowled. He's hit it straight back. The second caught and bowled. And Crawley just got a little under that punch and hit it straight back to Nisa in his follow-through.
A new over. A slip and a gully as Nisa is rushing in here to Jacques. Kerry standing up edge. Oh, Steve Smith's taken a blinder. One-handed to his left at first slip. And the partnership is broken. Jacques' resistance alongside Stokes comes to an end. He's out for 41. Steve Smith's gone racing off in celebration.
His knees are bowling, and he's caught behind. Stokes is out. Stokes is out. And I think all that conjecture of floodlights and everything else departs with England's captain, who just thumped his helmet there with a clenched fist. He's furious. He's just nibbled there outside the off stump.
Mason to cast. He's nicking. Smith takes the catch. The man who started the rock with a superb diving catch. Smith gets the last. Nisa gets 5. How about that for a moment? Michael Nisa with a 5 for his Australia walkout with an 8-wicket win, so a pair of 8-wicket victories for the Australians, the same winning margin as the Perth Test. They're 2-0 up and on the right side of history heading to Adelaide. Final word from Brisbane, Buff, with a little look forward.
Looking forward to getting to hometown Adelaide. Best oval, best ground in the world. Diz?
Oh, I'm exactly the same. Looking forward to getting home. A little bit of time at home, and then that build-up to the Adelaide Test will be very exciting.
I'm actually going to Noosa for a few days. I might play golf and see the boys up there.
You could run into the English lads. There's a huge chance that
there is a huge chance I will see them. But going back, I'm okay with them having a few days off. They need to regroup as a side. They just missed the opportunities at Canberra and things like that. They should have done.
Agreed.
Changes?
For England, definitely. I think Tung will come in. He will come in. I think they've got to bring Bashir back in. He's their spinner. You've got to have a spinner, a legitimate spinner in Adelaide. They're pretty loyal with their side. They won't change up too much in that. Maybe Bethel, maybe, but they're not going to.
But I don't know who he comes in for.
See, Pope was their best player in Perth, but didn't look great here. So they may change that, but they're not going to change too much. They keep the same side a long time. I mean, the one for me is Crawley. He looked good. He got 70 and 40. But if you look at historically over, he's averaging, 26 as an opener. I mean, you get to the stage where, and it was here for this series to win, and you haven't won, maybe that's where they may sort of look. They haven't lost yet. They can still win in Adelaide and make it tight again. You don't think it's going to happen, but, you know, they may give him one more.
It's crazy the Aussies could have as many as 3 changes with Usman, Cummins and Lyon, all chances to come back in.
That says they've got some depth, this.
Yeah, and that's what we've been talking about, questioning the depth of Australian cricket, but we've seen that other players can come in and do a job.
Thanks to everyone involved in this Brisbane Test match. This is where the credits roll at the end of the broadcast, but it is properly a cast that we couldn't do it without the people off air. You hear us on air, but Peter Scott, our tech, who's held it down all week, Dan Chaplin and Nick Coleman, to Johnny Manning, who's been down with us, braving the elements, holding the umbrella. He's done everything.
Holding the umbrella for you, Corbin.
He's done everything for us all week, and good culture carrier as part of our team as well. We've loved working with Johnny. To Anthony Furchy, same boat on socials. To Adam Jones, Brett Sprigg and Ned Hall back in the studio. To Benny Cameron,
the work experience.
He's running the show. Thanks to Ben, to Rick Finlay, to you both, to Diz, to Tuffers, to Phil Jakes, to the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, Jonathan Agnew, and, of course, Ali Mitchell. My name's Corbin Middlemas on behalf of the entire team, signing off here at the Gabba. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. The Aussies 2-0 up in the Ashes series. We'll catch you in Adelaide.
During their time at college that they come to depend on in their later life, and that's particularly true of young priests. And that's why the Vatican is so excited by this football tournament. It's encouraging young seminarians to mix not only with the men of their own college, but also with the men of the other colleges of Rome, who come from such a diverse mix of countries, cultures and backgrounds.
We were all very excited. We couldn't stop thinking about the football during meals. We were always talking about it. While we were at Mass, there were songs and psalms where the text said, "I will raise a cup of salvation," and everybody was actually thinking about the cup of the Clericus Cup. Or in other moments of silent prayers in front of the Holy Sacrament, We were all praying that our game strategies was going to work and who was going to be in the starting 11 for the first game.
And Felice says there was a great atmosphere at the matches.
There were guitars, violins, trumpets and drums. The traditional stadium songs changed based on the name of the players. We heard some litanies dedicated to the Holy Mary. The language usually heard inside the stadium was completely changed. I remember that it was incredible to see how colourful and warm the fans were in every single game.
Davide says they all had their pre-match routines.
Before starting every game, we were singing the hymn of our college dedicated to the Holy Mary. It was an hymn in Latin. We used to sing with our hands on our hearts in the middle of the pitch before the start. Even though we were seminarists, we all had our personal rituals.
Davide was captain of his team, Redemptoris Mater College, which won every game and got through to the packed-out final with Pontifical Lateran University.
The final. We were so excited. Something I said after we made it was that we didn't need any doping because our doping was the Holy Sacrament that we were taking before the game. Before the final, there was a lot of tension. We were warming up, and I remember the dean of the Lateran University, the opponents, Monsignor Fisichella, coming over and saying, "Oh, don't bother, we will win as we have the colors of the Vatican, the yellow and white." We all looked at each other and we said that was one more reason to give our best to bring the cup home. At the final, there were a lot of people. My parents came from Verona and there were a lot of journalists. The risk was letting our emotion take over. But we started playing, we just fought about winning, and at the end score was 1-0, thanks to a penalty. There were a lot of protests from the other side, which shows how important the game was for everyone involved.
And that penalty did prove very controversial. Here's Felice.
The moment of the penalty was crucial. Afterwards, we saw videos, and it was a clear penalty. But there was a protest from Lateran University, and Monsignor Fisichella was really vocal. Giacomo Piermarini, the number 10, scored the penalty. Davide was able to hold the cup to the sky. It was a great party for the winners, for the parents and for all the people belonging to the parishes that came from all over the country. The final happened at the end of May, and it was very close to the Champions League final. It became for everyone the Champions League of the Vatican.
And the Clericus Cup became a regular fixture in the calendar for the seminaries of Rome, even receiving the seal of approval from Pope Benedict himself.
We went to ask for the blessing of the cup before the Pope's weekly audience. This is a tradition that then happened for every tournament after. We invited representatives from all the teams playing at the Clericus Cup to bring the cup to the Pope. It was a tradition we kept. In the last few years, Pope Francis also joined. In the last edition in 2022, one of the football captains dared to put the captain armband at the Pope, saying, "You, Pope Francis, are our captain." And there is this picture of them and all the other captains from all the teams.
It's hoped the Clericus Cup will be back in 2024. Felicia Alberghetti and Davide Tisato were speaking through an interpreter to me, Laura Jones, for that edition of the Sporting Witness podcast. And there are more stories from football history, including the Calciopoli scandal, from Sporting Witness, available wherever you get your podcasts.
Better
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. B is for be safe. C is for connect. Find your local ABC radio station. Go to abc.net.au/emergency.
ABC Sport.
The ABC Sports Vault. ABC Sports Vault.
When the game has just begun and they're looking for a run, there's just one voice for the cricket, so they say. He's everything to cricket. Cricket's everything to him, you know. The game is not the same without McGillivray.
The Sydney Cricket Ground, Thursday, the 3rd of January, 1985. The Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Bob Hawke.
I'm very pleased to be able to pay this tribute to my good friend Alan McGillivray. As I said recently, I can't think of anyone that I've met in any form of public life who has given so much enjoyment and happiness to so many people as has Alan.
Some years earlier, another Australian Prime Minister, Sir Robert Menzies.
I'm delighted to tell you, as an Australian, that every Australian knows you. Every Australian who's interested in cricket, directly or indirectly, has heard you. And what we all like about you is that instead of regaling us on the state of the sky or the condition of the flowers or the seagulls on the ground or whatever it may be, you always tell us the state of play. Who hit that ball, where it went, what runs resulted, if any, and what the state of the game is.
Sir Robert Menzies. Alan McGillivray has completed a fine half-century as a cricket commentator, and it's appropriate that his final broadcast in Australia was made in Sydney, the same ground where he first saw Test cricket 60 years before, when Arthur Gilligan's English team was touring in 1924-25. Alan was a pupil at Sydney Grammar School, and he went on to captain the first 11. After school, he played grade cricket, firstly with Paddington and later with Waverley. Early annual reports describe him as a forceful left-hand batsman, a right-arm medium pace bowler, and an excellent fieldsman. He topped the Sydney grade bowling averages in 1935-36 and headed the batting in the following season. He was selected in the New South Wales team in 1933 and played a total of 20 matches for his state, 12 of these as captain. To speak of Alan McGillivray, the cricketer, here's another famous old boy of Sydney Grammar. At 90, he's the oldest living Test cricketer in the world, Hunter Hendry.
I left, of course, before him, but I was closely associated with him practically from then on because we played together the old boys match and he captained that for 2 or 3 seasons that I played with him. And then, of course, he played with my club Paddington. And that's really what gave him the start in cricket because he was a very good all-rounder, Alan, you know. I remember being associated with him in an innings at Manly when we played, Paddington played Manly, and it was nasty sort of a wicket. And he practically got I don't know whether he got a century, he got into the 90s, I know that.
Was he unlucky not to have played for Australia, or was he just a very good cricketer?
Well, he was a very good cricketer, but he was, you know, at that time there were a hell of a lot of good players about, Norman, you fella. And you had to really be a bit outstanding, so to speak, to get into the Test side. But he was a damn good all-rounder, I'll say that without any fear of contradiction.
But perhaps his fame, though, was the fact of his captaincy, that he was a very good tactician.
Did he captain New South Wales, didn't he?
Yeah, and look at the players he had under him.
Oh, of course.
Bill O'Reilly.
Yes, and they all...
Jack Fingleton.
They all respected him, too, very much. Yes, yes, he was a natural. I'd put him down as a natural cricketer, you know, born cricketer.
Hello, I'm Norman May, and it's my pleasure now to introduce Alan McGillivray. I counted up and you had 7 actual Australian players under you at various times in your games as captain. Did that give you a little bit of a problem trying to handle them when you realised maybe they were better cricketers?
Well, it gave me a sense of inferiority because they were very experienced men like Bertie Oldfield. He was formerly captain, but then I replaced him. And but I will say that all those men, and particularly Bill O'Reilly, came to me and said, whatever you want to do, fella, we're right with you. And I would say that the outstanding man and all that and supporting me. And not only did the others not do it, but it was Bill O'Reilly. He was a great help to me.
Did he ever come to you, Alan, and say, I don't want to bowl during a match?
Yes, he did that against MCC, Gubby Allen's team. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we'd taken a couple of wickets, and he said, I don't want to bowl. He didn't ask for questions because he wouldn't have said that unless there was something wrong with him. I didn't inquire. But at 5 o'clock, he came up to me, and there were 5 wickets down, and he said, give us that ball. I just want to knock these fellas over, which he did. He got the 5 wickets in the last hour. We won the match. The first time MCC had been beaten in years. But when I went inside the dressing room, I had my locker next to him. And he sat down and took his boots off. And as he took the first sock off, he had 2 or 3 pairs of socks. There was a bit of blood around, and I just looked down at it. And then off came the toenail with it, inside the sock.
He was famous for his Irish temper. Now, one of your teammates told me that he used to stir him on the field by not returning the ball to him properly.
Yeah, that's right. Well, when Stan McCabe had him for a while, and of course Alan Kippax, but I think it was Stan that said to me, look, he gets into a lethargic attitude, particularly on the first day when there's not much reaction for his spin, and he'll just go in and roll the ball over and say, wait for the last day, and that's when he used to operate because there was spin on the pitch. And Stan said to me, you'll get into that stage, and when you got out to mid on a mid-off, let the ball be returned to you, and then relay it to Bill, and throw one at his ankles, one over his head, and he'd turn on you and say, can't you give it to me here? Waist high, you see. He knew we were doing it, but he used to react, and his reaction was centred at the batsman, not at me, but it was a good tip from Stan to say, get him stirred up a little bit, Mac. He knew we were at that, but he was such an artist in his work. You know, Bradman was an artist, Bill O'Reilly in the other sphere.
Well, you've mentioned the other great name, the batsman Bradman. Did you ever play with Don Bradman?
Yes, I played against him, and with him I'd do the ladder, play with him.
Mm-hmm. Well, wasn't it actually the first match you played? It was in Melbourne that you went out to bat with him?
Yes, the first match up was 1933. We'd lost 2 or 3 wickets, and Don was still there overnight. And Kippy said to me, Alan Kippax said, you open the batting for your club, don't you, mate? And I said, yes, I do. He said, well, you better go on with Don. The new ball's due in a run or 2. Well, I got a shock in saying that to go out with Don. We walked on the field, 45,000 people, my first match. My tummy was turning over and over. It was unbelievable, the feeling I had. And to walk out with a great little man. And all I had to do, really, was act as a runner and feed him with the strike as much as I could. Well, I did that fairly successfully for a while, but every time I got into the strike, there'd be a roar from the crowd, get out of the strike, we don't want to see you. It was Bradman they wanted to see. I didn't mind getting out of the strike. I just wanted to look at him from the other end. And that was a great education to see the little man at work.
Of course, Bradman moved then from New South Wales to South Australia, and that, in fact, may have been your opportunity to be captain of New South Wales, and you came back later on and you played against Bradman as when you were respective captains of your state, didn't you?
Yes, I did twice with him. I played against him twice. Once in South Australia and once here as captain. I injured my back in the match in Adelaide at practice, and I was immobile. They strapped me up and my arms were strapped to my body, and I just could not move my arms apart from below the elbows. And I couldn't get out of bed the next day. The doctor kept me there with his strapping around me. And then I listened in, there were wickets falling, so I got up and threw a dressing gown on, and the boys put pads on me and boots and things. And all I wanted to do was try and save a follow-on. There was something like 20 runs wanted. And Tim Wall was bowling. I didn't have trouble with Tim, as long as I just a short back lift. Remember, my arms are strapped to my side. And I saw Bradman put a man named Frank Wood on, and he was a slow bowler. And I saw him go up to him. And the next thing, in came the next ball. It was head high. A slow one, and I couldn't play it. I couldn't get my bat up to it, and it dropped on my stumps. It was a very clever bit of thinking by Don.
Well, in one sense, I think you got a square in Sydney, didn't you, when he came over to bat in Sydney?
And we planned a little leg side play, have him caught on the onside. Well, if you plan 1,000 put it together 1,000 plans with Bradman batting, if you get one off in 1,000, you're dead lucky. Well, the first one I put into operation was to try and make him hit the ball finer. We had an in-swing bowler going across him a little bit, and I stepped myself on in an area where he always liked to break his duck, around about the square leg area, just push and run and get off the mark. Well, I blocked that and committed him to a shot on a fine leg, which he went for and touched. And Ray Little took a beautiful catch, and he was out second ball. to this fast bowler. And he looked down at me, and I said a terrible thing to him then. And I said, you know, just dream about that 300 you're going to get, won't you? And he turned, and I never saw a look of annoyance on a man's face as he looked at me. I almost fell through the ground. However, I walked off the field, afternoon tea, and a great big man, he came from Wagga, and he said to me, look here. He said, I drove 350 miles to see this fellow bat, and now you got him out early for none. And when I go back, every time my wheel turns on the way back to Wagga, I'm going to say, McGillivray, I better stop it there. So I can't use the word that he used. But then I felt a little conscious of what I'd said, and I went down to Don in his room, and I said, Don, I'm not apologising for picking up your wicket, but I am apologising for my remark, which I don't think was gentlemanly, and I think it was unnecessary. Will you accept my apology? He just looked up and a grin on his face, and he said, there's always a second innings, you know, and that put the fear into me. But unfortunately for us, the King of England died, and that weekend, and the match was abandoned.
He's everything to cricket.
I'd like to take you back now to the time you actually started off broadcasting cricket. And to introduce this sequence, here's the first general manager of the ABC, Sir Charles Moses.
Then came the era of Alan McGillivray, who was recommended to me by Monty Noble, the famous Australian captain. And I'd asked him for somebody who was, I felt we ought to have some experienced cricketer. And he said, well, I couldn't recommend anybody better than Alan McGillivray because, in my view, he's the best captain New South Wales has had. He himself had been captain of New South Wales and Australia. And he said his knowledge of the game and his judgment is very, very sound. And if you can get him to broadcast, the thing was then to make a broadcaster out of a very fine cricketer, which we certainly did.
That appointment was made in 1934. Alan, can you recall your first broadcast?
Yes, I can. It was in Brisbane, and I merely did summaries. I was playing at the time, and I was captain of that team. And I used to go over the fence to the broadcasting point and do summaries at the end of play and the end of, say, a lunch session.
In those days, the Test cricketers, under their contracts, were not allowed to write for newspapers or broadcast or anything like that. Was there any criticism of you as a player actually broadcasting?
Yes, a couple of members of the association came to me, and I think I was on the association then, representing Paddington, and they thought it was improper for me to be talking about it when I'm playing. But I pointed out I didn't sign any contract. There was no contract for Sheffield Shield, and I was enjoying it, and it left a mark on me. And I thought, no, this is good fun, if you can relate it, and I ignored that.
That your first actual experience in broadcasting Test cricket was the synthetic broadcast in 1938.
No, that's right.
And I suppose you've heard this recording hundreds of times, and you seem to pull a wry face when you hear yourself broadcast. This is the first sample we have of your broadcasting. It was done for a Fox movie tone newsreel in 1938.
Barnes bowling to Bradman. It's a short ball. Bradman moves back and pulls fiercely past square leg. Hutton running well from deep fine leg has no chance. The ball goes under the ropes for another 4. That's 4 more to Bradman, taking his score to 97. A typical Bradman shot, giving the fieldsman no chance of saving a boundary. Now Ames throws the ball back to Barnes. Barnes turns, runs in, bowling to Bradman. This ball well pitched. Bradman moves forward, drives. Cotton at cover tries to cut it off, but is beaten by the pace of the ball, and it races away for another 4. Bradman taking his score to 101. A century in 130 minutes, a glorious innings by us, and Australia is now building herself into a very sound position, assisted by a great knock by Bradman.
I hate listening to it, but it makes me wonder when I reflect why on that performance I put on that Moses even thought fit to engage me for another season. It was a peculiar experience to sit down for the first time and try and do it. And then, of course, you've got the cable with 6 balls on it, and I'd dash through it. I'd get through those in about 2 minutes. And it took me a long while to realise, and in fact it took all of us a long while to realise, that the over would take about 4.5 to 5 minutes. So when we finished those 6 balls, we had no further information, no cables. And so we used to look at the door for this young runner they had to come in from the decoding room and give you a bit of paper with the particulars on it. And then suddenly someone woke up and said, look, we're getting through this in 2 minutes. That means we had a lot of padding to do. See, as you well know, padding is the most difficult part of a cricket broadcast, particularly on radio. It was a marvellous piece of work by Moses to arrange all this and coordinate it. And until the end, you know, Norman, we were only about 1 minute behind the actual ball being hit in England. That's the speed they had. And Eric Scholl was the man they sent over from here. And he sent those cables in code, and they'd decode them and right into us. And I thought it was remarkable, the speed that he was able to arrange, Moses, and set it up and make us live as though we were at the ground. It was what you call today motivation, but I don't think we used that word in my years.
Do you think synthetic broadcasting was a good preparation for your later actual live test broadcasting?
I think it must have been, particularly in regard to padding, as I term it. It gave me a lot of experience in filling in between overs, particularly when there's a delay. And if you're looking at overs bowled today, when in those years they were getting, 18 or 28 ball overs, now you're lucky to get 12 6-ball overs, as it proved in England. I think the rating overall, both sides was about 12.5 overs an hour. So that has been that early training, I would think, an advantage to me to fill in.
Yes, because when you go right back to those early days, there was a fairly long gap from the time you started broadcasting as a summariser to your first live test broadcast. But take the war into account.
Yes.
It was about 12 years, wasn't it, from 1934 to 1946, your first test in Brisbane. Can you recall that first match?
I can remember certain incidents, but not the whole match. But that was the case of Don Bradman, where the Englishman thought he was caught in the gully by Jack Aiken. I didn't. I called that ball too. But the ball hit the bottom of the bat, and it hit the bat, then the ground, and skidded. The very reaction of the ball didn't fly like a catch. And when I heard the appeal, but the appeal was not a confident one. It was one another, First, how's it, how, and second, it went up, but never together. And I didn't concern myself. And then there was some talk out there in the middle, and he's out, and Jack Aiken said, I caught it. And then the little fella housed it down the other end, legs crossed. He wondered what was going on. He didn't think there was a catch, and natural acceptance of the ball. He just stood there and said, what's going on here? And he told me later that he didn't think it was a catch. Your first reaction is the best one. If you think about again, go on with the first one. You're usually pretty right. You make a lot of mistakes, but you're far better to sticking your first opinion. And my reaction was immediate.
Because it was before the days of television, and there was an enormous amount of publicity about that.
Yeah, I know.
Huge stories and arguments and things went on. But that one decision altered the course of cricket history, in a sense, didn't it?
I believe it did. Yeah, I believe it did. If Don had decided then, if it was to be his decision, and I haven't got any confirmation from him about it, but I felt there was some truth in it, he'd have disappeared off the scene, you see, and there'd been no 48 team, that great 48 team. And, of course, he became the general of all that.
Well, the thing about that series was the formation of that famous broadcasting team, Vic Richardson, Arthur Gilligan, and perhaps you'd like to hear the voice of Vic just talking about what happened in 1946-47.
I've had some magnificent times with you. Our first meeting in 1946 was with Arthur Gilligan when we formed that try.
Oh, well, I won't say you formed, but it was Vic and Arthur in those years. But
36 Arthur and I got together.
Yeah.
But the funny part about it was that Arthur and I were very great friends and enemies at one stage.
Well, friendly enemies, I think they became in broadcasting a very famous combination. The radio was the only instant form of communication. I doubt if there's been a more popular radio broadcasting team than that one.
No, they were the greatest I've ever knew, and I was taken into them just as a small boy. And they were the chief. Vic and Arthur was a common expression right around Australia. They were so popular.
I think the question, what do you think, Arthur, was almost a household term in Australia, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
The ratings, you had some figures on ratings of those broadcasts. They were phenomenal.
I heard at one stage during that period 59%. Now, I don't know much about ratings, but they tell me that's pretty high. Is it right? You'd know.
Well, if you had a television station that rated half that, you could float it on the stock exchange for a lot of money. That's 59% is phenomenal. Just to put it in perspective, the opening ceremony of the Brisbane Commonwealth Games rated 65. So that's on television. That's it's comparable to that as a great occasion. So you're getting this regularly, with that team. Arthur was a very interesting fellow. He was a bit of a diplomat too, was he? He wouldn't really give an opinion, would he?
Oh, no. He was one that would never disagree with either Vic or I. The best example I've got on that We had to talk for 40 minutes without the toss being made. Radio Australia wanted us to continue talking. And Vic and I decided to spin a coin who would take the heavy roll and who would take the light. What would we use, you see? Well, we expounded our views on... I took the light or something, and I was quite definite that Vic was crazy, and I was absolutely right. And Vic had the same opinion as me. Oh, what nonsense. You'd say a light roller wouldn't do anything, and so on and so on. And we half an hour of this. It's been dreadful for the listener. But we had to keep going. And so I turned to Arthur and I said, well, Arthur, you've heard us in these views. Give us your opinion. What roller would you use? And he said, I wouldn't use a roller at all. Well, in 1946-47, England, of course, were well beaten, and that really wasn't surprising when you consider that they came from the end of the war and a ravaged country during the war years. How did the English players go when they reached Perth in a land of plenty where they could get their steak and eggs as much as they wanted? Well, they did react very quickly. They were diving into restaurants and ordering all these lush foods. They said all of them, I would have said, would have served in the services for 5 or 6 years, and mostly on hard rations. And then, of course, they dived into these lush foods and they started to break out in boils and rashes and carbuncles. I think Bill Edwards was the worst. And then, until they finally found out from medical advice, to take it easy and get accustomed to this type of food, which they hadn't tasted for 6 years. Once they got over that, it only took about 6 weeks, and they're on top of it. But it did take a lot out of them, and they weren't a very good side. And we're on the threshold of a very, very good side. And that team in 1946-47, not only notable, Alan, for the strong batting lineup of Bradman and company, but also for that famous fast bowling combination, Linville and Miller. Could you compare Linville and Miller, who many of the people wouldn't know now, most of the population under the age of 25, they think in terms of Lilly and Thompson. Would you compare them? No, not in a sense of as comparison, no, because they were different. Lilly was a straight bowler, but he had the outswinger, that's all, and pace. Thompson was just sheer pace. By contrast, Linville was a far better mover of the ball. He could swing both ways, not perhaps as fast as Lilly. And of course, the other end, Miller could do both. He could swing and bounce. So the comparison, I think, is difficult, Norm, because of the different types of attack. But they were both very, very good combinations. Of course, I've read about Linville, and they said one of his great attributes was his accuracy. And here's an extract from a broadcast of the test in 1946-47. Linville bowling, the commentator here is Hal Hooker.
Now, this is one of the most vital deliveries we've had in this match, and possibly, I might say, one of the most exciting we've had in the series. The fast bowler, twice hitting the stumps, and he's in line now for the hat-trick. The huge crowd here, you might hear the hubbub of excitement as Linville is all set and Wright is getting ready, and here comes that ball. Now we'll just see, they're waiting on that hat-trick, and Linville's bowling. And he misses it and just missed the stumps that was taken by Talon. Very, very close thing. The fieldsmen threw their hands in the air behind there, the sit fieldsmen. What a close thing. Well, it was worth being here today, Arthur. This of excitement we had there. The cigarette paper. Arthur Gillingham just told me cigarette paper, meaning that the ball was that close to the stumps. Well, the total 460 for 9. Yardley being 18 not out. Wright gets the score. And here's Linville coming in and bowling to Wright. And he's bowling. He's straight bowled. He's missed the hat-trick, and he's got 3 wickets in 4 balls. And so the Englishmen are all out for a total of 460. So there it was, Ray Linville, 3 wickets in 4 balls, all bowled, and the other ball almost bowled right. Now, that was indication that he could bowl fast and straight. He could. I think the best comment I heard about Linville was from Len Hutton, who said, I've never known a man with the ability to bowl that fast in-swinging Yorker, from which he gained a lot of wickets, but his movement of the ball in the air and that in-swinging Yorker was absolutely beautiful to watch. There's the difference in the two types. Lilly, an outswinger, and pace. Linville, a controller of pace, good variation, and brilliant control of the in and out swinger. Of course, Keith Miller, his partner, was a much more unpredictable character as a bowler. Well, there again, I'll quote Len Hutton and also Cyril Washbrook talking to them after the series. I think it was Len who said, I'd sooner face 6 overs from Linville than Miller when he was really flat out.
just one over. That's what I'd prefer. He was a vicious bowler, Miller.
Of course, it wasn't only Linville and Miller. They had a fair bit of support. Who was it? Bill Johnston.
Bill Johnston, of course. He supplemented that attack. And again, I'll quote Bradman, he had two bowlers. He had a man that could bowl this pace, and also he can swing him to spin. And he did that almost as well as he did his swing bowling. Alan Davidson tried that, but couldn't succeed as well as Bill Johnson.
Of course, it proved then that 46-47, Australia on the threshold of a wonderful era. And it was a couple of years before they went back to England. But there was one series in between the two English matches. That was when the Indians came out in 47-48. And I believe that we all talk about one memorable occasion during that tour.
Well, I think you're talking about Bradman's 100th 100. Yes, I broadcast that particular ball that was bowled to him, and the studio announcer, he was just about to come in, said, I know we crossed to Randwick, to Lockie Melville, I think it was, and I hit the button, and I said, come back, this is history being made. And the announcer came back and said, Alan McGilvray's got some news, we'll go back to him for a moment. We got the 100th 100, and the announcer took me, and they got the last two furlongs of that 6-furlong race.
That was quite amazing.
Terrific bit of broadcasting, I think, on behalf of that studio announcer. But it was one of the great things in cricket. You could press that button and the studio announcer would come back to you, give the story, 100-100, the last two furlongs. Beautiful bit of work by the announcer.
The game is not the same. It's not the same. The game is not the same without McGilvray.
The 1948 cricket team, captained by Don Bradman, had a wonderful tour of England, and Alan McGilvray was there for the first time as a commentator, a live commentator. And the first test was quite remarkable. I can recall an occasion there where Ray Lindwall was injured. Keith Miller was bowling to Len Hutton. He bowled bouncers, and here's your description of what happened towards stumps on the second day.
Now, Miller comes in to bowl to Hutton. He's hit him on the shoulder, and it's right up in the shoulder. He bounces from there to Callan, and I can hear those boos. I can tell you the story. Barnes, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. Barnes, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. Hutton is rubbing his shoulder. Miller is receiving continual abuse from the crowd for the short one that he bowled, that Hutton ducked, and that hit him on the shoulder. Hutton is 59 not out, Compton 36, and the booing continues. Miller runs in and refuses to bowl. He comes up to the wicket, and it's difficult for a bowler to bowl with continual booing going on as you approach the wicket. But they'll settle down in a minute. Miller runs in again, bowling to Hutton, and it's 4. Nice shot down the fine leg for 4 from Hutton to take him on a 63. A very nice fine leg glance, and that stumps for the night.
The expert commentator there was Arthur Gilligan.
I don't like this booing when a fella's running up to bowl. I think the crowd here this evening was behaved disgracefully. I mean, if the crowd out in the outer do it, but I do hate to hear people in the members' pavilion booing and making an exhibition like that. I think it's terrible.
No, well, on that occasion, Alan, Arthur Gilligan made a real forthright statement.
Oh, he got very cross with the members at Trent Bridge. And over there, he said some dreadful things. He was ashamed of the members and this sort of thing. We cooled him down, so settle down a bit, Arthur. He's all right. Miller will handle it. He did handle it well. He brought the crowd back to normal.
Well, that particular match had a quite remarkable finish, and here's your description of what happened at the end of that game.
Back with Young, 2 for 93, Barnes 60, Hassett 20. Up comes Young, left arm round the wicket to Barnes. He swings it round. Down it goes, right down to the boundary for 4. And they've pulled the stumps out, but it's only 97. 97 is the score, and they're running off the field with the stumps. They still want another run. Barnes is back in the pavilion. He's got the stumps. Now, this is an extraordinary thing. I've never seen it happen before. They all grab the stump, run off the field. Barnes is back in the pavilion. He's got one stump with him. He comes back, stump in hand, and back he comes onto the ground. The score was only a tie. The score's a tie. Well, that's the most. Everyone of the players thought that the game was over. Now they've all got to put the stumps back, and Barnes has to run back from the pavilion with his stump.
Well, what an incident that was. I mean, what happened under the laws of cricket in a situation like that?
Well, I thought, when I saw the umpire Chester take a stump as well, I thought he's drawn stumps. That's the end of the day's play. And I debated with myself for a long time what I should do, and I went down to the dressing room at the end of the day, and I asked to see Mr. Chester, and I told him what I thought, and he ordered me out of the room. Get out of here. How dare you criticise my decision? And I said, well, I hope I haven't hurt your feelings, but I thought stumps drawn is stumps drawn. Well, not discuss the matter. I was very cheeky to do it anyhow. I shouldn't have done it my first year in England, but I was young, I suppose. And however, we went down to Sussex a few weeks later, and I was having a drink in there with Morris Tate and a couple of others, and Chester was next table to me, and he looked over at him. He said, young man, you were quite right, but don't you ever do that again to me.
One of the things about your broadcasting which has always impressed me is the fact that you said that you should never forecast what's going to happen in a game of cricket, and you've stuck by that down the years, and you never do. Now, of course, the great match in 1948 was the fourth test at Leeds, and again a broadcast extract where you have something to say about one of your co-commentators, John Arlott, and here it is.
Now, Miller is about to bowl to Yardley. Yardley he's bowled. All out. England are all out, 496. It's not as healthy a score as I anticipated might after the start this morning, but nevertheless it's still a very good one, and it's going to be hard for Australia to pull this game out and win it from here. But I'm still not prepared to say, although John Arlott doesn't agree with me. He says that England can't lose. I think that you never know in a game of cricket.
Well, Alan, that wasn't a bad forecast, because that ended up as the greatest win probably by an Australian team in history after England scored 496 in the first innings.
Yes, it was definitely the greatest win I could ever imagine, to get those runs in that time with a quarter of an hour to spare. But I didn't disagree with John very much, but I never like to say the game of cricket. I wouldn't predict a game of cricket.
England closed on the last morning, sitting Australia 404 to win in just over 5.5 hours. Now we can hear the end of that very, very exciting test with Bradman and Morris, of course, were the key players for Australia. But let's hear the broadcast of the end of that.
And although it wasn't policy to use a pace bowler all day long, whenever he was called upon, he did his job on a wicket that, if it suited any bowler, certainly suited a spinner. There was no leg spinner in the England side except Hutton, or Compton when he bowls his left arm googly, and neither of those looked good enough to worry great batsmen who were bent on taking up England's challenge of fast runs. They took it up and they met it. Well, now Cranston comes to bowl to Harvey. Harvey picks him off his toes, hits into the long-on boundary, and he's stolen a stump, and the ball's crossed the boundary, and it's all over.
So what was the state of the pitch like?
It was dreadful. I went down the night before, at the end of the play, and there was a deep hole on a good length, where for a leg spinner would have been dangerous. If you recall that Norman Yardley put Hutton on to bowl for 3 or 4 overs, and Hutton had no alternative. He had to just sort of try and get someone to spin in that area. It was badly broken up by the bowlers. Bradman realised the possibility of danger, and he went after him. I think he got 38 runs off 3 overs or 4 overs and put him out of the attack. But then Norman got criticised for putting Hutton on. Well, he put him on before lunch. There's still 380 runs to get. He wouldn't have done it. But that was unfair criticism. But when I was up, we were very high up in that pavilion, and I could not see Bradman's right foot in the crease. It was in a hole about 8 or 9 inches deep, and he was buried in it, 1 foot. Now, how could you get your balance in that? And the pitch itself was badly cracking up. No, it was a great performance. On a wicket, one-leg spinner, Clary Grimm would have built a rider. Australia wouldn't have got 100.
See, that a lot of people, of course, know about Don Bradman. They don't remember Arthur Morris. Now, Arthur Morris in that series scored nearly 700 runs. He must have been a magnificent player in 1948.
Very close to not getting into the side at all. If you remember, that side had Billy Brown, and he had a wonderful season in 1938 over there playing for Australia. And Bradman decided he wanted a left and right-hand combination. And
because the other man was Sid Barnes, wasn't he?
And he wanted the vigour of Barnes against the placid play, the beautiful play of Brown, and a left-hander, and he put Morris in. And the character of that innings is the equal of Bradman's, you know, although Bradman gets more of the mention, as you so rightly said.
Well, that particular game, that fourth test Leeds 1948, would you rate that the greatest test match you saw?
Yes, the greatest test match. We shouldn't have won it. And it came from nowhere. And there it was at the finish. And I will say that John Arlott wasn't very happy at the end of the day, having said Australia had no chance. And he said to me, I'll never, Alan, discount an Australian team, particularly when Bradman's in it.
Well, the game, of course, goes on without Bradman, goes on without anybody when they retire. But I've got an extract here of your broadcasting in the 1950-51 series, which is Freddie Brown's team, the next tour of Australia. And I'm sure that you'll remember this. It's the first 3 balls of the day's play.
First ball, Miller comes back and cracks it hard into the covers. It's through the covers now. Washbrook, Hutton is chasing it. It passes Washbrook. It goes out for 4. But he's short one and he hit hard, and that's a good start and a good sign of cricket that we might get today. Well, I do sincerely hope we can have a good look at Miller today, and if that's any indication, well, we're going to see a nice day. Now, it's 4 from the first ball bowled, and Miller moves on to 28, and the score is 3 for 258. Betzer again to Miller. Miller cracks the next one. It's through again. Another 4. Same shot that time. Coming back to that short one, he crashed it through the covers there. Again, Hutton runs out to cover to pick up the ball, and it bounced back about 15 yards from the pickets after it hit it so hard. And another 4. And the 2 first balls now, 2 4s. Miller is 32, and it's 3 for 262. Now a very deep field as Hutton is left down deep in cover. As Betzer bowls to Miller. Miller short. This one's short, and he goes through, and I think it's another 4er. It's past Washbrook. It's 4 again. Yes, just into the fence.
Keith Miller. Typical performance?
Well, typical. He had a set about Betzer. That was his intention. Betzer was right on top of them most of that tour, and he did it. He did it well. He'd done that so often. I mean, you go back to 48, when Harvey came out and took 100 in his first test match against England. Miller protected him. He only got 50-something, Miller, but he gave it away for Harvey and guided him through. So a great, powerful cricketer, but a powerful thinker of the game, too. A very astute man, Keith Miller.
But what a player. I mean, can you compare him, say, with the modern-day Ian Botham?
Well, I suppose you must, Norman. He's a powerful hitter. He's more powerful than Miller, really. And he's got a performance that you can't really let go. His performance is magnificent. So you must look at those 2 types of players and put them together as great potential match winners, either with bat or ball. And both were, and one is still.
In that tour in 1950-51, quite a remarkable performance by England's captain, Freddie Brown, with what appeared to be a fairly weak team.
It was a weak team. He had no support. He lost it in Sydney on the test match here when he lost 2 bowlers, and he had to bowl 40 overs himself. And originally he was a slow bowler, and he bowled medium pace. But he pulled together a team by sheer ability as leader. I have a great regard for Freddie Brown as a leader, and it was leadership that took them through. And, you know, they might well have won the Ashes that tour. The Brisbane Test was a difficult one and a very bad wicket. But the luck ran with Australia. And I think as a result of it, Australia were the better side in that series. But Freddie made it a good contest.
Well, one of the other features was the magnificent performance of Len Hutton as a batsman and the very poor performance of Dennis Compton.
Well, wasn't that strange, you know? He started off well, and Red Simpson, he was starting pretty badly too, and then it was reversed. I remember having a talk to them, and Keith and Dennis said to me, "Will you tell Reg what you Australians do when you're in a trot, as they call it?" I said, "Well, the object here is to go to hitting a few in the middle and try and get your confidence back." Reg went and did that, and Compton was asked by Simpson after the last test. He said, "Mac, tell Compton what you fellas do out here." It was quite interesting that Dennis had a very, very bad tour for such a good player.
Well, the Australian team just last year, the absolute dependence on Alan Border as a batsman. Can you recall a series that one player stood out so much as a batsman as Len Hutton did in 1950?
No, Len stands alone there, and he was a very disappointed man that he wasn't getting more support. Len is a very sensitive fellow, and he's all England when he's out there. He's 100% England, as the Australian bowlers found out. Now, I don't know that I've ever experienced a tour like that where he was so predominant and was getting no support.
See, Len Hutton won the Ashes in 1953 and came back in 1954 with Tyson and Statham and Betzer, and he came back with what seemed to be a definite plan of how to play the Australians.
He did, and I'm aware of that because I discussed it with him early in the tour, and I talked about it, and I said, "Well, Len, you don't seem to have the strength in your combination that Australia has." He said, "No, we will beat you." There was no doubt about that. And I said, "Well, I suppose you've got plans." He said, I've got just a simple operation. He said, "I'm going to give Australia less balls to hit than they give us." And I said, "Well, that's going to be interesting." Well, as I took it out on the end of the tour, Australia bowled 1,560 more balls in a difference of 58 runs on the 2 sides. So he kept his promise. And sometimes he was nearly getting the message from the umpires to quicken up your field placing. But his attitude was was, as he determined, less balls than they give us. 1,560 balls in a difference of 58 runs from two sides. That's putting on a performance and succeeding, isn't it?
Well, he showed his determination and character by having to drop Alec Bedser, which was very controversial at the time, to let Tyson and Statham do all the bowling.
Well, he had a new tactic there, you see. Tyson took only 1 wicket for 160-odd in the first Test match in Brisbane. And he decided he saw pace there. And a man named Alf Gover, who was a Surrey coach, he was out here at the time, and he took Tyson under his wing, shortened his run. He used to come from almost under the sideboard before he came into view from me, from the broadcasting's point of view. He shortened his run, quickened him up, and he was one of the fastest bowlers I ever saw. But so Len decided that he would stay with pace. And I must also remember that Alec Bedser had shingles on that tour, and I think that might have influenced Len. But I don't think, if you ask Alec Bedser, not he'd committed himself, was very happy about being dropped. And if I'd have been Alec Bedser, I wouldn't either. But the pattern was set, that's what he wanted, and he took home the Ashes.
Yes, he did, and of course English cricket was getting stronger. On the other hand, Australian cricket was going downhill, and I think the 56 tour, he went back to England there, that could have been the rock bottom for Australia.
Well, I think there they were unfortunate in the preparation of two pitches. The one at Manchester was a disgrace, really. Insofar the committee themselves were concerned about it. I remember being in the committee room after the first day, I think it was, and Don Bradman was there, and Bill O'Reilly and myself. And the committee asked us, would we go out, have a look at the pitch? Don and I went out, Bill wouldn't go. He didn't think there was a pitch there.
And it was on this particular pitch where Jim Laker got his 19 wickets.
Yes, that's right.
Now, was it possible, do you think, for anybody to play him? Could Bradman have handled him on that pitch?
No, I don't care how, anyone. No one could have handled that. When you see Ray Lindwall play from his crease and the ball just short of a length, bounce over his head, bounced over the keeper's head from fairly just up short of a length, and the slip man chased after it, and he couldn't get it before it hit the boundary. So that was how fast it was going for an off-spinner. But it was one of the worst pitches I ever saw. The first ball that Lindwall bowled, ball hit the ground, a cloud of dust came out of the pitch. And I remember Colin Cowdery standing and looking in amazement. And then at lunchtime, there were pictures published, the groundsman sweeping the pitch, and at lunchtime on the first day, you couldn't see the groundsman from the boundary because of the dust. Now, that they had moulded it like a very, very fine manure, and it had a soft top. There was no basis to it. Once it hit that, well, the ball either spin or run along the ground. It was just impossible to play on it.
Well, do you consider, then, that Laker's 19 wickets is the greatest single bowling performance in Test history?
It must be recorded as such, but I think he had every advantage. But then I asked myself another question. Another good spinner was in the side, Tony Locke. Why was it that Tony Locke took only 1 wicket?
Well, of course, Laker and Locke came back to Australia with a very strong team in 1958-59, and this is when Richie Benaud took over as captain of Australia. Quite an interesting series in the sense that it was unexpected for Australia to get back those Ashes. I think they won 4-0 or something.
Yeah.
But was Laker the bowler in Australia? He was in England.
No, by no means. He took only 15 wickets, I think, in 4 Test matches. He didn't play in Adelaide. I remember in Adelaide, the board was showing up Locke, and then Locke would come out of the board, then Laker would go in, and then down would come Laker, and in go Locke. There was a lot of confusion in that dressing room that day whether Laker should play. But I think I go back to the fact that a man named Norman O'Neill came into the scene then, and I remember I was playing snooker on the Perth Club that night, and Norman came in. I had not met Norman, and he asked me, when I finished, could I have a talk to you? So I finished, went a yarn to him, and he said, this fellow Laker, can I get to him? And I said, you've got to be good, Norman. He's pretty quick. But if you get to him, just watch that one, he can drift away from you. But I think if you get to him, I just like to ask myself a question, how will he react? And Norman hit a beautiful 100 that day, and he absolutely thrashed Laker. And Laker didn't enjoy that.
But the Test series itself, I can remember England in Brisbane in the first Test, 19 before lunch, 140 odd on the day's play, the slowest cricket in history. Must have been terrible to broadcast.
It was dreadful. That was Trevor Bailey. He was there for 4 3/4 hours. I think he scored about 45 in that match. But 19 runs to 20 at lunchtime. Unbelievable.
Cricket, lovely cricket. At last where I saw it. Cricket, lovely cricket. At last where I saw it.
isn't it amazing how quickly the character of the game can change? Because we go from 1958, the very next test to be played in Brisbane, remember that England scored 19 before lunch. The very next test was the famous Tide test, and I think the West Indies scored 130 before lunch on the first day.
I think it's 130, 140, and they were 3 wickets down for very few, 3 for about 40. What a contrast. And that's broadcasting material. You can enjoy yourself with that sort of cricket, can't you, as you know.
Well, what about the finish of that game? Well, I think we should hear it now. The finish of one of the most famous test matches ever played. It's the last few balls of the fabulous tie. The Tide test, Australia versus the West Indies, Brisbane, December 1960.
Ball to Grout. Grout skies him. 3 of them, 4 of them getting under it. Canhigh gets it and it's dropped. It's dropped. Hall and Canhigh ran in for it. 4 of them converged on the ball. Hall dropped it. Hall eventually got his hands to it, but Canhigh came in and I'm sure he balked Hall in his efforts to catch that one. Australia requiring 3 runs to win. And 3 balls to go. Hall steps in off the mark, Shirt trailing behind him. Bowls to Mekov. Mekov pulls him high into the outfield. 4 runs. No, it won't get to the fence. They're going for the 3, though. Grout slides his bat behind the line. He's flying for it, and he's out. Run out. Run out. Grout, run out. Two runs only. Australia still requiring 1 run to win. Australia 9 for 232 as Lindsay Klein comes out. The last man for Australia, 2 balls to go in this test match. All back at his bowling mark. He will bowl to Klein. And here's the single that wins the match for Australia. He's out! He's run out! Run out! And stops the crown down! Well!
The fabulous tie. The commentators there were Clive Harberg and Johnny Moyes, but not Alan McGilvray.
I should have been there, as a matter of fact, but I changed the session